All right. Hold on, y'all. Y'all should be able to hear me. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Um, man, I done had the whole show. What's going on, Linda? Good to see you. I had a whole show set up, and as soon as I hit the live button, had to reset everything. And as soon as I had to reset everything, guess what? I lost all my tabs. Yep, y'all lost all my tabs. But the show must do something. I think they call it go on. So shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host on tonight's show, DJ Kuda. Right back at the helm of tonight's broadcast. Shout outs to Linda Anderson in the building. Always good to see you. Um, we gotta get into the tomfoolery and the madness. And I gotta set the show up all over again. Okay. Um, Everybody is going in on Kamala over this interview, and I kind of, when it first came out, what's going on, Haston? I kind of told you guys that this was going to happen. When it first came out, and also too, we got a lot of news and stuff to cover. I want to send a big rest in peace to Life and Scars, man. There's a brother, y'all probably haven't heard of him. Damn, I don't have that much resources on this account. Hold on. But yeah, he recently passed away from a drug overdose. You know, this guy, he's a funny guy. This isn't serious, but he's a funny dude. Let me see if he'll play. Hold on.
Why beat bitches? Well, somebody got to do it. Guys, you ever be arguing with your bitch and you be thinking to yourself, damn, I want to knock the shit out this hoe, but you scared to risk it? Well, I like to gamble. And for all y'all who think I'm some woman beater, I'm not. In my 36 years of living, I only hit 5 bitches. If you smoke 5 cigarettes in 36 years, are you really a smoker? Plus, I only hit bitches in self-defense. I believe that if a bitch hit me, she better have a dinner plan. Not only do I believe in hitting bitches back, I believe that beating bitches is progressive. It's 2024. Niggas and bitches are equal. So if you ain't treating your bitch like a man, then you being sexist. And I know the right thing to do when the situation get violent is to walk away. It's 4 billion other bitches out here on this planet. But I like my punching bag. Game is game.
So you have a lot of people that's like, oh, well, he deserve it, and you got a lot of people that that's wishing not even wishing death, that are happy that he passed away. You know, and I'm like, damn. You know, every day, y'all, we every day we stray further away from God, y'all. I swear. We stray further away from God. You know, yeah, he's starting to gain traction because nowadays you got to say some super off the wall viral shit. For people. I mean, people these days, they get off on shock value. It's horrible, but that's the world that we live in these days. Give me 1 second, y'all. I don't got that much resources on here. Y'all hit the like button, support the show on the way in. It's Player Talk Radio. All right, let me try to set up this show real quick. Give me 1 second.
And the man of the hour joins us now. Brett, good morning to you, and thank you for your time this morning.
Morning.
You've had 15 hours now to marinate over this. What did you think about how it went?
So what they're trying to say is that he was doing too much. You can't really go in on on Kamala or any presidential candidate, especially being as gun ho as he was, without no type of recourse or backfire. Even if he did a good job, even if people think he did a good job, there's always going to be people out there that's like, oh, you should have done this, or hey, you were kind of this, or you were, it's criticism, but I guess it comes with the territory. And then you got a lot of people like myself. I think he did a good job. When I was looking at it at first, I thought he was bugging. I thought like, hey man, let her answer the questions and stuff like that. Since he did decide to ask her like, the tough questions. But then I quickly did have to remember, like, well, she does kind of filibuster. She does use kind of like old school psychological tactics, like repeat the question and then, go into a whole nother soliloquy, like basically de-escalate. It's a form of de-escalation where you spin the answers and stuff like that. So what a lot of people don't know is that I go outside obviously, and I'm well read and studied on that, like basic psychology, even though what I'm talking about in this case with Kamala is an advanced psychological technique. I've kind of been laced and learned psychology, game shit. I've kind of been laced and had to learn psychology and taught it in a different way, So, unbeknownst to a lot of people, when you soak up some game and you're learning something, depending on your intentions, and that kind of leads you down this pathway. Sometimes I will say that you may start off learning something with the intentions on possibly, I'm going to say possibly, being manipulative. Or not even. It's not even to be manipulative. You will learn something because manipulative people manipulative people, what's the word I'm looking for? Manipulative people probably have used it before, or the way it's taught to you is rooted in manipulation. Now, if anybody knows anything about the game can use manipulation, but the game is not about manipulation. As a matter of fact, the game gets better when you're not trying to manipulate anybody, so you don't do it, if that makes sense. A lot of people are slow, so I gotta throw that out there. So you'll be learning a lot of things in the vein of manipulation, and then don't do it, if that makes sense. Okay? Now, the gift that comes with that is that you will know when people are trying to manipulate you. I mean, fairly, I would say a lot of people would know people, when people are trying to manipulate them. But absolutely, when you're applying the game, you will know when people are trying to manipulate you. Also, it's not just psychology or quote unquote game. There's other things attached to it, like it does make sense, Pablo. You're just listening too slow, man. Use both your ears, bro. Now, there's other things attached to it, like neurology, Kino, and all kinds of different things. So neurology, reading basic body language, it everything falls into place. And you realize you don't have to manipulate anything. You don't have to worry about a desired outcome. But then that gets into black pill territory. All right, now give me 1 second. We're gonna let this play. So when she tries to take in the question and take the air out of the tires, I know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what she's doing, and a lot of people don't pick up on it. So a lot of people have to get this pointed out to them, where I'm already advanced. I'm on a different level of thinking. I'm like, okay, why? Which I kind of know why. But I wonder if it would be, if she'll ever admit to why. Because I understand why she got to do what she's doing. But maybe she might have a different motive. So let me let this play. We'll be right back, and we're going to go over it. It's Player Talk.
Guys, good morning. I left there right after the interview, and I thought, wow, this was really a lot more contentious than I thought. It was. There was a lot of filibustering. I didn't really want to keep on interrupting, but if I didn't, I thought there were maybe be 4 answers total in the interview. I think I came away with there were moments that clearly she prepared for, that I think she wanted to have the viral moment, and she got it, and I think her campaign was happy with that. I think there were things that Mark played and some other moments where I think a lot of people looking back at the transcript are going to say, wow, that's interesting, it's newsy, it's not what she usually answers.
One of the things you talked about at some length was immigration. And if you pull up call for number 1, this is about her reaction, the Biden-Harris reaction to migrant crime.
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that.
So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying?
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I am so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
One thing I noticed is that she didn't really seem to have a way to say, so here's what I'm going to do differently going forward, an opportunity to do that. That could have been an opportunity missed.
Yeah, and listen, Dana, that's the key thing about immigration, is that the 94 executive orders that were rescinded in the first days of the Biden-Harris administration, they opened the door. They took away the catch and release. They took away Remain in Mexico, and that's the whole thing. I mean, she wants to talk about this bill that they dropped first, which was kind of an amnesty bill to path the citizenship for 11 million immigrants in the first days that had no chance. The White House had the Democrats had the White House, the House, and the Senate, and they didn't bring it up or push it. The second bill she talks about right away is the comprehensive bipartisan bill that had 6 Democrats that voted against it. And, yes, Donald Trump maybe lobbied against it, but there were also problems with that. And in between those 3.5 years was things that could have happened. And we've talked about that many times. And that's what I was trying to get to.
And then you did press her on the fact that the American people say that 79% of the country think it's on the wrong track. She tried to say, but that's because Trump's been running for 8 years. What'd you make of it?
I thought it was interesting. I just think she came back to Donald Trump, I think maybe 15 or 20 times in the interview. And that one was really interesting because I was talking about the wrong track and she said, you know what I'm talking about. And I actually didn't. And I just said, I actually don't know what you're talking about. And I think that was an interesting moment because she kept on going back to Donald Trump, who obviously hasn't been in office for the last 3.5 years.
And for those of you that didn't see last night, Brett, you explained that they got there a little late and then they tried to cut it off. So that's why you were sort of rushing at the end to let it come to a close.
Yeah, it was a quick dismount because I had a lot of people rapping me doing the big rap. But listen, I'm very grateful that they came on, and dealing with the Harris people has been fine. It was a little tense because we had a time deadline, and it started later. And originally we had 25, 30 minutes. Then it was 20 minutes. They were watching the clock, and so we had to speed things up at the end.
Brett, Mr. Gracious Bear, it's good to have you today. Congrats on that interview. I'm sure everyone's going to be talking about it for days to come. 19 days to go until the election. Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
You've got the tweets in all caps, the ranting and the raving about crazy conspiracy theories. You have the 2-hour speeches, word salad, just, it's like Fidel Castro, just on and on.
So that was President Obama directly going at Donald Trump personally. And think about Joe Biden, too. Yesterday, get a life. He tells Donald Trump, get a life and start helping people, because he doesn't like what Donald Trump's been saying about the coverage, what they've done, what FEMA's done in North Carolina. And Barack Obama trying to get personal yesterday, and also went on to say talking to African-American men looking in their 20s, how dare you not vote for a woman, a black woman? I find it interesting. It's certainly calculated. He's not one to fly off the handle and not pre-think these things. Ben Shapiro joins us now, Daily Wire co-founder, host of The Ben Shapiro Show, who just a couple of days ago, I think, interviewed President Trump. Ben, your reaction to Barack Obama's re-entry into the field?
Well, I mean, it's a desperation move. When you're calling out Barack Obama at the end of a campaign, for some reason, Democrats have had this bizarre notion that Obama is capable of shifting all the allegiance that people have for him to other candidates. It has never worked. He tried it with Hillary Clinton. He tried it with Biden. He's tried it with Kamala Harris. It's never been transferable. Whatever people like about Barack Obama, it doesn't move over to other candidates, which is why he experienced massive Democratic Party losses across the country while he was president. He lost a bunch of state legislatures, a bunch of governor's houses. He lost the Senate. He lost the House. Right? All of that happened while he was president. But dragging him out and then putting him up there, I actually don't think it helps her very much. He's uniquely charismatic in a way that she is not. It makes people in the Democratic Party long for him, not long for her. And again, this sort of weird approach that he has, where he's ripping on Trump and then proclaiming that you should vote for Kamala Harris basically because she's a black woman, that is not a pitch. That is not a pitch for why she should actually be president. And by the way, everyone already knows what they think about Donald Trump. How many people out there are undecided about what they think about Donald Trump after 10 years? Are you kidding me?
Right. And then he's trying to say now, I'm not going to play and take time away from you, but he said, yeah, the reason why you liked the economy when Trump was president, because that was my economy. Really? So what you're taking credit for the 4 years after Donald Trump, after you left office?
Right, exactly. So, that last point is actually the right one, Brian, is this logic is so incoherent. So just to get this straight, he is saying basically that if you're the president, then the subsequent president's economic record is yours. Okay, so then how exactly does Joe Biden and Kamala, how do they brag about their economy? If their economy is so wonderful, shouldn't Donald Trump be able to just say, well, that's actually my economy? That's what Barack Obama just said about Donald Trump's economy. None of it makes any sense. But it's not calculated to make any sense. It's a desperation move. And you're seeing tons of desperation moves. It reeks from the Kamala Harris campaign at this point, not just because she's doing all of these strange podcasts, like Call Her Daddy podcast or the bizarre appearance on The View. These are desperation moves by a campaign that is clearly floundering right now. Yesterday, Michelle Andrews, a co-chair of her campaign, said that they've released an 82-page economic policy plan. I just have a point to make on that one. Okay, any campaign that is relegated to releasing giant binders filled with policy loses. Okay, if you remember Mitt Romney in 2012, there's a lot of talk about his giant tax plan, like this huge binder filled with tax plan. He lost. Elizabeth Warren in 2020. If you have to say to the American people, here's what my boys in the back room put together as a policy, the American people don't want to hear it. They don't think you're going to effectuate it. The thing that is so off-putting about Kamala Harris is that either you already know her worldview, which is radical left, or you have no idea what her worldview is, and she's not clarifying it for you because she doesn't want you to know her worldview, and she's just an empty vessel. Either way, that's a bad answer.
So, Ben, it's just so interesting. In the New York Times today, they acknowledge what you just said, but they praise her for it, for avoiding questions. This week, Harris put her own stamp on the art of the dodge. Her media swing showed how she often responds to uncomfortable questions by acknowledging them, yet not fully answering them. She can nimbly field a query and quickly lace her reply with a tripwire for her opponent, like a trained prosecutor. Harris is a loyally argumentative and fundamentally defensive. So she's praising her for not answering anything and saying her answers set up Trump. I can't believe this is the verbal gymnastics they're going through.
Again, these are the marks of a losing campaign. If you recall 2004 or 2000, Al Gore and John Kerry, the line whenever a Democrat loses, they were too sophisticated for the crowd. Right? What they're saying in that piece is that she's just too sophisticated, right? She's relegated to defensive, lawyerly arguments because she's just too smart. And you normies, you don't understand how smart she is. Okay, the reason that she's not connecting is not because she's too smart for the crowd. It's because she's not saying anything, and she's deliberately not saying anything, and she can't answer even simple questions. The worst thing she did this week, she goes on The View, which is the friendliest show it is possible. I mean, they basically took up residence in her colon, and they were doing whatever they could to ask her simple questions. And she was asked by Sunny Hostin, "What makes you different from Joe Biden?" And she basically is like, nothing. Okay, that's like the number one question people want answered. And your answer is that you would change nothing from the Biden, nothing? Like that's your answer? It's a ready-made ad for Donald Trump, and the Trump campaign promptly jumped on it and started pumping it out as they should.
Because you were starting to make gains, and she's the agent of change. How could you be a change candidate still in power? It's beyond me. And the other thing is there's passive aggressiveness going on with Joe Biden, praising Governor DeSantis, who won't take her call. We know that she said she was with me every step of the way in every decision. He went out of his way to do it, calling a press conference, walking into the press room at the same time that she has an event. So the other thing that I think you're passionate about, I imagine, is the appearance of a certain Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is an anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, in my view, author, race relations, seems to condemn the country at every turn. Says his parents grew up in the Jim Crow South. Understood that could create some bitterness, and justifiably so, but he writes about it. And Tony DeCopel decides to challenge him on this at CBS, his anti-Israel point of view. Listen, cut 35.
It's what I struggled with throughout this book. What is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I am offended by the
idea
y'all,
I'm
of
back.
states
What's
built
going on,
on
LeSean? What's
ethnocracy,
going
no matter
on?
where they are.
And he goes on to say that
going on,
Gaza
New?
is an open-air prison, that people are walking around, they think they're going to get shot, they don't get.
All right, I'm behind. There's a lot of shit going on, so we're gonna start it from the top again. You said I've been voting since I turned 18. Fast forward to Obama. I voted for him this term. I never voted for a president since. I would not vote for Kamala nor Trump. I feel you on that one, Linda. I feel you on that. Because all it really is about the participation. You understand what I'm saying? It's really about the participation. That's what they want. You know? That's what they really want. They want the participation. That's what's worth a lot. So you said, let's give her a break. She's from a small town where they care about her lawns. Yeah, she's from a middle-class family, y'all. All right, let's get back into it real quick. So they think he's clout chasing. Let's see.
It's like Fidel Castro. Just on and on.
So that was President Obama direct.
So, hold on. Let's see what Ben Shapiro got to say. So, and honestly, you can't even really take what they saying too seriously at these news stations, because some people will be fucking jealous that you got the interview and they didn't. Stay woke. Let's go.
Going at Donald Trump personally. And think about Joe Biden, too. Yesterday, get a life. He tells Donald Trump, get a life and start helping people, because he doesn't like what Donald Trump's been saying about the coverage, what they've done, what FEMA's done in North Carolina. And Barack Obama trying to get personal yesterday, and also went on to say in a talking.
So they gotta get Trump back. They're like, okay, y'all got Kamala out here looking bad. So now we need Trump. We need Trump to be out here looking bad too. But the sad part is that he already looks bad. Their whole campaign's about making him look bad. Not necessarily working, making him look bad. But he already looks bad. See, this is why you got to fluctuate. Sometimes make them likable again and then make them look bad again so you can get the desired result. But see how hate and psychology works, it's ridiculous. Yeah, they got to wheel in Obama, but when was the last time Obama talked to black men? Black people, honestly. Shit, it's not even that his time is up. Black people are cool on Obama. So this is now you got another black president they want you to vote for. And I'm not gonna lie, and this shit makes black presidents look bad. Well, let's go.
African American men look in their 20s. How dare you not vote for a woman, a black woman? I find it interesting. It's certainly calculated. He's not one to fly off the handle and not pre-think these things. Ben Shapiro joins us now, Daily Wire co-founder, host of the Ben Shapiro Show, who just a couple of days ago, I think, interviewed President Trump. Ben, your reaction to Barack Obama's re-entry into the field?
What?
Well, I mean, it's a desperation move. When you're calling out Barack Obama at the end of a campaign, for some reason, Democrats have had this bizarre notion that Obama is capable of shifting all the allegiance that people have for him to other candidates. It has never worked. He tried it with Hillary Clinton. He tried it with Biden. He's tried it with Kamala Harris. It's never been transferable. Whatever people like about Barack Obama, it doesn't move over to other candidates, which is why he experienced massive Democratic Party losses across the country while he was president. He lost a bunch of state legislatures, a bunch of governors' houses. He lost the Senate. He lost the House. Right? All of that happened while he was president. But dragging him out and then putting him up there, I actually don't think it helps her very much. He's uniquely charismatic in a way that she is not. It makes people in the Democratic Party long for him, not long for her. And again, this sort of weird approach that he has, where he's ripping on Trump and then proclaiming that you should vote for Kamala Harris basically because she's a black woman, that is not a pitch. That is not a pitch for why she should actually be president. And by the way, everyone already knows what they think about Donald Trump. How many people out there are undecided about what they think about Donald Trump after 10 years? Are you kidding me?
Right. And then he's trying to say now, I'm not going to play and take time away from you, but he said, yeah, the reason why you liked the economy when Trump was president, because that was my economy. Really? So what you're taking credit for the 4 years after Donald Trump? After you left office?
Right, exactly. So, that last point is actually the right one, Brian, is this logic is so incoherent. So just to get this straight, he is saying basically that if you're the president, then the subsequent president's economic record is yours. Okay, so then how exactly does Joe Biden and Kamala, how do they brag about their economy? If their economy is so wonderful, shouldn't Donald Trump be able to just say, well, that's actually my economy? That's what Barack Obama just said about Donald Trump's economy. None of it makes any sense. But it's not calculated to make any sense. It's a desperation move. And you're seeing tons of desperation moves. It reeks from the Kamala Harris campaign at this point, not just because she's doing all of these strange podcasts, call her daddy podcast, or the bizarre appearance on The View. You know, these are desperation moves by a campaign that is clearly floundering right now. Yesterday, Michelle Andrews, the co-chair of her campaign, said that they've released an 82-page economic policy plan. I just have a point to make on that one. Okay, any campaign that is relegated to releasing giant binders filled with policy loses. Hey, you remember Mitt Romney in 2012? There's a lot of talk about his giant tax plan, like this huge binder filled with tax plan. He lost. Elizabeth Warren in 2020. If you have to say to the American people, here's what my boys in the back room put together as a policy, the American people don't want to hear it. They don't think you're going to effectuate it. The thing that is so off-putting about Kamala Harris is that either you already know her worldview, which is radical left, or you have no idea what her worldview is, and she's not clarifying it for you because she doesn't want you to know her worldview, and she's just an empty vessel. Either way, that's a bad answer.
So, Ben, it's just so interesting. In the New York Times today, they acknowledge what you just said, but they praise her for it, for avoiding questions. This week, Harris put her own stamp on the art of the dodge. Her media swing showed how she often responds to uncomfortable questions by acknowledging them, yet not fully answering them. She can nimbly field a query and quickly lace her reply with a tripwire for her opponent, like a trained prosecutor. Harris is a loyally argumentative and fundamentally defensive. So she's praising her for not answering anything and saying her answers set up Trump. I can't believe this is the verbal gymnastics they're going through.
Again, these are the marks of a losing campaign. If you recall 2004 or 2000, Al Gore and John Kerry, the line whenever a Democrat loses, they were too sophisticated for the crowd. Right? What they're saying in that piece is that she's just too sophisticated, right? She's relegated to defensive, lawyerly arguments because she's just too smart. And you normies, you don't understand how smart she is. Okay, the reason that she's not connecting is not because she's too smart for the crowd. It's because she's not saying anything, and she's deliberately not saying anything, and she can't answer even simple questions. The worst thing she did this week, she goes on The View, which is the friendliest show it is possible. I mean, they basically took up residence in her colon, and they were doing whatever they could to ask her simple questions. And she was asked by Sunny Hostin, "What makes you different from Joe Biden?" And she basically is like, "Nothing." Okay, that's like the number one question people want answered, and your answer is that you would change nothing from the Biden, nothing? Like that's your answer? It's a ready-made ad for Donald Trump, and the Trump campaign promptly jumped on it and started pumping it out as they should.
Because you were starting to make gains, and she's the agent of change. How could you be a change candidate still in power? It's beyond me. And the other thing is, there's passive aggressiveness going on with Joe Biden, praising Governor DeSantis, who won't take her call. We know that she said she was with me every step of the way in every decision. He went out of his way to do it, calling a press conference, walking into the press room at the same time that she has an event. So the other thing that I think you're passionate about, I imagine, is the appearance of a certain Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is an anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, in my view, author, race relations, seems to condemn the country at every turn. Says his parents grew up in the Jim Crow South. Understood that could create some bitterness, and justifiably so, but he writes about it. And Tony DeCopel decides to challenge him on this at CBS, his anti-Israel point of view. Listen, cut 35.
That's what I struggled with throughout this book.
Jesus is your president,
What
right?
is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish...
All right. So Ben... I'm not gonna lie, Ben Shapiro's a smart guy. Hold on, I'm trying to put this poll up. I'm trying to see what Candace Owens said about this, if she said anything. Hold on. We got a poll in the chat. Make sure y'all subscribe before y'all hit the poll. Give me 1 second. Hopefully that's not too much words. All right, hold on. They try to pull out y'all look at the thumbnail of today's show. They try to pull out the big dogs. All right. Give me 1 second. Why is this shit acting like this today? Okay. All right. We got a poll in the chat. Are black people the kid class in politics? Make sure you subscribe first before you guys answer the poll. Are black people the kid class in politics? All right, let's get it. Get back into it. Hold on.
State that is a Jewish safe place, and not any of the other states out there.
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I am offended by the idea of states built on ethnocracy, no matter where they are.
And he went on to say that Gaza is an open-air prison, that people are walking around, they think they're going to get shot, they don't get cancer treatments, they're treated horribly by the Israelis. And when he started engaging on this, he got rebuked by his own company. He was forced to, I guess, apologize. They have grief counselors coming in to speak to the staff, but yet Sherry Redstone, the former owner of the company, defends him, and other people do too. I think I know where you stand, but can you understand I cannot get my head around the uproar.
Okay, so here's the thing. Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's not just wrong, he's actually quite evil. And he's been evil since 2014, 2015 when he became prominent. And the entire left decided to shower him with champagne and diamonds for it. He was writing pieces in 2014, 2015, boiling down all of America into the conflict between black and white, suggesting that white is an oppressor class, black is an oppressed class. And he says in his very famous book, Between the World and Me, that he literally felt nothing as police and firefighters burned to death on 9/11 because they were just representatives of the white overclass. And he literally says this kind of stuff in 2004.
And see, you knew race and culture was going to get thrown into the mix at some point. And that's why us as black people, we need to be more up to speed on these conversations. Because they'll one side do a lot of different things. You know, they'll one side mention something and leave a lot of other stuff out. But then again, you got to understand, when you're at war with people, why would you give everybody the details? If you don't like certain people, it's not their fault. It's not your fault they don't do their homework. Cold-blooded.
2015. He takes that very simplistic view, which is wrong in America, it's wrong across the board, and then he applies it to a very complex conflict like Israel and the Palestinians after visiting there for 2 weeks. And then he comes back, and he actually did an interview with Trevor Noah, who's similarly execrable, in which he actually said that if he were a Gazan, he's not...
That's sad. When other cultures have to tell you to compete. Scandalous.
Sure, he could have stopped himself from crossing the border into Israel and engaging in rape and slaughter. He said that. Okay, so the CBS interview, Tony Dokoupil asks him a very simple thing. He says, listen, your book reads like it belongs in an extremist backpack. And this creates enormous blowback. CBS apparently has a race policy team that actually clears questions for people like Ta-Nehisi Coates, who's sort of a racial icon who must never be touched. He must never be asked a difficult question. And so they get very angry at Tony Dokoupil for saying that. And then Ta-Nehisi Coates proceeds to go on a show and basically prove Dokoupil's point, which is that he is an extremist who actually justifies violence in the name of a victimizer narrative. And CBS News is melting down over this. They actually also put out a notice to all of their reporters that they should stop saying that Jerusalem is in Israel. Now, the United States government,
all the news companies are doing this. Fox is on fire for like a different reason. CBS, I'm just now getting hit through Ben Shapiro what the hell's going on. It's election year and all of the news stations are losing their damn minds.
recognizes that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. And both parties have acknowledged this, by the way. And yet CBS News is saying differently. So what that really speaks to is the disgusting worldview that not only Coates represents, but that has been imbibed into the bones of our legacy media institutions. Because the fact that they are so defensive of Coates, the fact that if you ask him anything remote.
Y'all hit the subscribe button before you hit the poll. We're going to read the answers soon. I want to let y'all know this. We're living in interesting times. I'm not telling you guys who to vote for. That's really not my business or my problem. But I will say this. Because with social media, thanks to platforms like YouTube and other different platforms, we're living in a day and age where if you're not observing certain things, You might not know what you've seen. Like, for example, we're living in a day and age now where you're seeing people that used to be racist and hoteps agree with each other on a presidential election. Even the women's rights movement is agreeing. And the crazy thing is that it's against another woman. So they can't outright just come out and say it. You're watching people that really don't like Ben Shapiro have him on their platform, because even if they don't agree with him, some of the stuff he's saying, they still got to take that into account. Because he's observed what's going on, and he's going to recount his thoughts on it. And I'm not saying that's your enemy giving you information. What I'm saying is that we're at like a point where people got to listen or at least agree with people that they once did content against, or people that they refer to as ops. And it's interesting because they're not doubling down on anything. Crazy.
Like a difficult question about his true
a lot of people don't like Ben
worldview
Shapiro.
and book, that now results in the entire meltdown of CBS News. It's just indicative of how perverse and truly corrupt our press have become. You know, when I had President Trump on earlier this week, he said, I'm no longer calling them the fake news. I'm calling them the corrupt news. That seems about right to me.
Well, I mean, CBS is going out of their way, too. This whole thing with 60 Minutes. You know, asked some direct questions. People were praising the anchor for doing it. But then we find out that they choked up on and gave a different answer to make her seem more competent. Not very, but more competent than her original answer. However, the problem is no one called the promos department, because they put out the promo that shows how she talked in a circle, and then they fix it for the actual broadcast. Now, we all have to sometimes edit. Not Ben, you run your own show, but we have to edit. Sometimes you go out, I'll talk to Ben Shapiro for 25 minutes. It's a 4-minute piece. So I got to edit you. I got to pick and choose. Maybe I have a whole answer. That's not what this is. This is a different answer to the same question.
And one of the things that was kind of amazing, if you actually watched 60 Minutes, is that in the middle of her answers, they'd actually cut to the anchor explaining her answer over her answer. So they would lower the volume on her answer, and then they would attempt to give a synopsis of what they think she was saying over her just answering the question. She's a presidential candidate. You need to hear her talk. It seems to me very simple what they could do here. They could just release the entire interview. And it's very simple. You don't have to release the whole thing on 60 Minutes. We have this thing called online, and there are no time limits in the online space. I mean, I live there, right? You can do whatever you want over there. They can release 60 Minutes, the entire transcript of the interview. They can release the entire tape of the interview. They're not doing any of that because obviously they want her to win, because CBS News is just an addendum to the Democratic Party.
And you know it was the smartest move ever that Trump didn't do it. They would have spent the whole time on January 6th, the whole time in 2020, yes. And this would not even have made news. It would have been all about what Trump said, nothing about what she said. Instead, they took their shots and said he was going to do it and didn't. He's already done it multiple times. And the whole thing with Leslie Stoll is 100% right. She had no idea they spied on his campaign, no idea the laptop was real. The one with that 51 intel agents were against.
No, vote's not free. I don't know where you got that term from. Shout outs to Linda. Linda giving you the game. A vote is definitely not free. Now, let me tell y'all something. She's explaining. Now, since people are making it about race and gender, them white boys been going in on Kamala, y'all. Oh, them white boys been on her wrinkled neck, y'all. Who the hell is she gonna wheel out for them? Or maybe they're just wheeling them out for us because we're considered a child class. Who's she going to send out for the white boys? Garth Brooks? Ozzy Osbourne, somebody? Paul McCartney? Bruce Springsteen? Who's she going to get to talk to the white boys? Because as a white man, you better find you a union and vote for Kamala. No, don't just throw black boys under the bus. You said we're in the human race. What do you mean, color? Man, stop trying to get on the internet and run fucking interference, bro. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. It's not going to work. I'm talking about we in the human race. Boy, what are you watching? What are you watching? You got a whole bunch of stuff going on in front of you. You got a whole race war going on in front of you. You got a whole gender war going on in front of you. And you still playing stupid. See, they need people like this. Respectfully. Because I don't know you. But they need people like this to be roaming around here, because that's now, Linda, now that's where the game comes intact. That's a free vote. When you think like that, that's a free vote. Yeah, once that check cleared, Obama was like, when Obama first got in office, again, he was like, I believe that a marriage is between man and a woman. Yes, I believe that marriage is between man and a woman. That check cleared. Oh, what are those two things? Those are two cows. Those two cows can fall in love, you know. Obama done switched up once that check cleared. I don't blame him, you know, but he done switched up. Soon as that check cleared, Obama was like, everyone falls in love sometimes. I don't know about you, but as soon as that check hit that account, it was like, oh shit. Oh god damn, that's an extra zero. Yo, who trying to get married? Them two dudes? Shit, them my niggas. Fuck it. Give them niggas a glass of water. Shit. You did? So it's about money. If black people were smart, we'd pay politicians off. Gay people, they approach with money. My bad. LGBT people, they approach with money, and it makes sense. You know, you came to do business. A lot of black people don't come to do business, and you know, it is what it is. If you show me a politician, I'll show you somebody that's corrupt. All right. Name. Relax, bro. We're talking about something completely different. Relax. Stop trying to run this word. Why do you care what men are doing? Boy, I don't give a fuck. We're talking about something completely different. Catch on to the conversation. Stop typing and just catch on to the conversation, bro. We're talking about corruption and being paid off. How when a check clears, we're not talking about that. Read the room. Y'all, when y'all get into a room, sit there for a good 3 minutes and soak in what you can get an idea of what's going on, man. A lot of grifters are corrupt. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how one person would say one thing, and then when that check clears, money will influence them to do something else. Don't get wrapped up in the semantics. You soak up the game, okay? Everybody has a price. And prices don't necessarily involve money. All right, let's go.
She was just oblivious. So until he gets an apology, he wouldn't do it. Just back to the original. We have the CBS person in charge of news gathering explaining where Tony went wrong, who, by the way, I never met him. Cut 37.
Many of you have reached out to express concerns over recent reporting, specifically about the CBS Mornings Coates interview from last week, as well as comments made coming out of some of our correspondents reporting. I want to thank every single one who reached out for your honest.
CBS also too. They wish they had an interview like Fox 5. Fox 5 got the hottest interview on the street right now. Because 60 Minutes had to edit apparently what she was saying out. Fox 5 or Fox News, my bad. They got her. He got her in chili cold blood, like my boy Ism say. He got her in chili cold blood. So she needs help by the media. She needs help by a teleprompter. She needs help by the script. It's like doing girl push-ups. Bro, I'm telling you, if she gets in office, that's going to be the best time to come at America because we have a huge chink in our armor. We're going to end up going to war. She's not going to know what the hell to do. It don't matter if you got the biggest gun. If you have a fool in the war room, shit.
Your transparency, and your commitment. So I want to address three things. Number one, after a review of our coverage, including the interview, it's clear there are times we have not met our editorial standards.
And you got it. Final thought on this?
I mean, listen, CBS News has demonstrated precisely what it is. There's a reason why, as President Trump says, they're failing in the ratings, and he is correct not to subject himself to that kind of stuff. The only good news is that they're becoming so patently obvious in their bias that I think more and more Americans are tuning out and recognizing precisely what they are, which in the end will be good for America. I'd rather they be obvious about their horrible bias than continue to pretend they're objective.
Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire co-founder, host of the Ben Shapiro Show, #1 New York Times bestseller. Thanks, Ben. Have a great weekend.
Shout outs to Ben Shapiro. Well, y'all hit the like button, subscribe before y'all hit the poll. This is the thing, JB2. Trump. I got a friend named Fasting. He might show up at some point if you stick around. And he said that Trump is going to go down as the president that tried to save America, but got rejected. Powerful words. But let me tell y'all something. Trump isn't the end all be all, man. Trump can only slow down the inevitable, what's going to already happen anyway. You know, he's going to slow down the inevitable, what's already going to, what's going to happen. And I wonder why Biden is not supporting Kamala as much as he did before. Now, I already knew this. But Biden can't stand Kamala. They're like opposites. Like he's like slow and unmethodical. And she's like, giggly and goofy, and it's crazy. And either way it can work, for who or what Trump's trying to stop. See, when you have a quote unquote bad president in office, it legitimizes certain claims and you can get laws written. Women are not trying to take accountability on the behalf of Kamala. She doesn't know how to play scapegoat enough. I hate to say it, but the American people need a president that actually knows how to lie. I hate to say it like that because we need to have that type of relationship to the government. The government lies to you. If Americans, listen, we're an isolated incident. I don't give a damn. Everybody with a fucking cell phone and an internet connection believes they know everything, but they don't travel. They don't go outside. They don't talk to real people. They don't know what's going on the ground in some of these places, which doesn't get translated too well to the internet, y'all. And the government has been doing a good job of keeping the American people coddled. You need to keep American people coddled. They don't know what the fuck is going on. And if you do, congratulations to you. What I'm saying to you should make a lot more sense, and you guys should be appreciative and support the show. You can support the show via $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Everything ain't for everybody. Everybody's not supposed to know. Listen, some American people deserve to know, but most don't. So you gotta tell lies. You gotta make shit inclusive. You gotta keep up certain things. You can't tell everybody the fucking truth. Everybody don't have the mental capacity to keep their head on straight, knowing the truth. People will beg to you to lie to them because they don't want the truth. You dig? Internet shows aren't a warped version of the world. Nope. Absolutely not. They're another story told, but they're not warped. Certain aspects of it can get warped, but it's not what you guys think it is. So the government has to keep certain things from y'all. Y'all thinking China is worried about the United States. The funny part is China is not worried about no goddamn United States. We don't even hit their radar. But alluding back to what I've been telling you, if you can pick up on the knowledge that I'm not saying, read the room. The American people need a boogeyman. That's what the Democrats been using Trump for. They've been using Trump as a boogeyman. They've been using Trump as a boogeyman. The American people don't operate right if there isn't no boogeyman. Imagine an election where you don't have to fight for nothing because everything's going good. Came at you fast, didn't it? Never thought about that. Imagine if your vote was already decided because everything was already going good. Like, why do we need to change? If we're voting for people that's good for us, why every year we got to save America? Why do you have to keep drumming up patriotism in your people by trying to put out concepts that represent the hero spirit? Oh, y'all not ready for me. The Democrats are in office right now. People don't like what's going on, and they're telling you you need to be a hero. What? What? And people be like, oh, well, we need to know the truth. Well, the truth is smacking y'all right in the face, and you still can't get it. And you wondering why people are playing games with you. It's in front of your face. Kamala pretending to be black. These white boys roasting the hell out of her. You can't sit at our table. She blaming it on black people wheeling out Obama. But she need to go after the white voters block. She need to go after the white voters block. Nigga bringing out Oprah and all kinds of other people. Like, what? And the white woman, they got no choice but to vote for Trump. They just can't openly say it. Not out loud. Why are you asking this, Gary? Gary said, question. White baby born in South Africa to South African white parents who moves to live in the United States. What do you call him? You know what we call him, Gary? Elon Musk. Instead of a tether, we call him a Tesla. We call him Elon Musk.
Let's talk about the news, which is that the vice president is going to sit down on Fox News. This was just announced by Fox News. It's going to happen on Wednesday. She's going to sit down with Bret Baier. According to Fox, it's her first formal sit-down interview on that network ever.
Right. She did not do it when she was running for president in 2019, briefly on the Democratic side, or as the sitting vice president. Is significant. It's going to be in Pennsylvania. It shows one thing, that she is willing to take more risks because they believe that this is a deadlocked race on the margin, and she needs to do something to try and shake this up. It's also a sign of confidence in her, and that she has performed pretty well. Most people agree on 60 Minutes on all of this batting practice that's been going on through podcasts and other things. But look, now is the time. People are going to be voting very soon. Some are.
So now they're trying to upplay her 60 Minutes interview, but this Fox interview, has like really, I'm not gonna lie, man, the people are fickle, man. People will be riding with you until they're riding with you. There was people that I know that was like, man, I'm voting for Kamala. Now they radio silent right now, and it's like, damn. Damn.
Or actually millions are. And this is a sign that she is, again, we see so many lessons from 2016. I think this is yet one more example that they're putting everything out there. At the end of this, there's not going to be, oh, she didn't go to Michigan, she didn't go to Wisconsin, she didn't do this or that. They're doing everything. I think it's significant.
Yeah, how did this start? Democrats not going on Fox. It's really 2007, 2008 primary where Democrats agreed not to participate in the Fox News debate, and then they kept boycotting it for years and years.
Because Fox is racist to a certain degree and has been racist. The Democrats have to pretend like they're not racist. That's their job. So why the fuck would they go around a bunch of racists when they have more in common and they're not trying to blow the bag? Black people do exist, John. You're resetting the conversation. Linda says they let millions of motherfuckers over here in our country, our ancestors built to replace it. They don't even care about none of that. I know what you mean, love. They don't care about none of that shit. And John trying to come in here and reset the conversation. What's going on, John? Now we got 18 votes on the poll. Y'all hit the subscribe button. Are black people the kids of politics? Are black people the kid class in politics? 50% says yes. 17 says no. 11 says they believe we are kids, shaking my head. And 17% says, uh-oh, here comes Obama again. Nah, you good, John. You cool. You cool, bro. We just getting into it, you know? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash app. Buy the host a coffee. Let's get to the convo. Let's go. Player talk.
Years, the media environment has changed. He's reacted to that in lots of ways. We were talking about the last segment and Trump's outreach to podcasts. This is another one that there are narratives about Harris that happen every day, and some are just negative stuff. Some are not getting the word out about what the administration's record is for black men. That's part of their plan. Some of it's negative stuff that flies out there that she doesn't respond to on the media that conservatives are listening to. Just complete fake stuff that will travel very widely. So this seems like a response to that too. And it's not what Democrats did for almost a generation. Because they thought they could avoid Fox.
The Harris campaign is amping up its efforts to win over moderate Republicans in the vital swing state of Arizona. Watch this new ad featuring the GOP mayor of Mesa, Arizona.
I'm a lifelong Republican, but I've always put country over party. And I know Donald Trump's second term would be all about himself. That's why, like so many other Republicans.
No, John, a lot of them get their talking points from us. If you know what sector I'm from. A lot of them got their talking points from us. As a matter of fact, guys like myself and people from my sector has influenced the vocabulary and lexicon of urban America. Okay? So that's where a lot of the new political talking points are coming from. And some of this pushback. Second of all, we talked about it earlier. You're dealing with corrupt politicians. It don't matter. And I'm not even going to lie. Do y'all research on the psychology of the more handsome a politician is, the more fucked up their term is. Because people get away with a lot of shit. You'll be surprised how much evil shit you can hide behind a handsome face. It was just basic game. Okay? And then don't even villainize a fucking president because they can really get away with some shit. You already put their name on a cake that probably ain't theirs. Read the room, y'all. Support the show. Especially if you're a new listener. Consider supporting the show because it hypes up the show. So hashtag hype up the show, right? Okay, Tommy, again, read the room, bro. You're picking between the two lesser evils. Okay? You don't have to necessarily agree with this person. You're picking between the two. Nigga, people will be like, Michael Jackson needs to be the president. It's like, he's not here anymore. Why are we talking about this? You understand? You have to understand, black people can't go to the table with your hands out. You still got, if you have your hand out for money, you still got to bring money to the table. If you're talking to people nowadays, I don't give a fuck how much morals y'all think y'all throw on stuff. I don't get, money talks. Money talks. Niggas ain't asking the government for morals. And guess what? If you are asking the government for morals, you're asking them to have morals to give you what? Money. Hey, man, you know our ancestors fought for this land. Break us off a couple millions a piece. Come on. It's for money. money talks. There's a couple routes we can take as black people. Y'all need to tap that El Gibbet class. It makes no sense. We got the most lesbians. It makes no sense. We got a big demographic of fruity men. And the irony of it is that the fruity men are going in on Kamala. The black ones. And we have another subcategory of men and women, black, white, candy stripe, that we got civil rights for, that's in our backyard, that can literally write us the check for us to go get us our reparations. Imagine that. But people are running around on the internet worried about if Diddy's gay. Who cares? Who cares? We gonna lock him up for being gay? I can't even blame politics for looking at us as the kid class. Ooh, we're gonna wield out Barack Obama on you. Comando, you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up, man. You said you don't deserve reparations. Who said I was black? Who said I was a black American? I am, but I'm a tether. You don't deserve to speak in my chat because I know you about to say something stupid. I'm gonna give you one more chance to say something smart before I get you up out of here, bro. You're gonna be on your way. You can repair yourself up out of my chat room. The fuck I look like listening to you and you just going around saying shit in people's chat room and don't even know who the hell you talking to, what you talking about, and you about to have a dumbass response. About to have a stupid. Watch you say something dumb. Come on, Cole. Where you at, Playboy? Say something. What you gonna say? You gonna say something stupid? What's going on, Toya? I'm considered a tether. But I don't give a fuck. I'll fight for my people. I don't give a fuck. Yes, they do deserve reparations. Whether I'm involved in it or not. Fuck you talking about? There's always some uninformed nigga got something to say. Let me use my keyboard and sound stupid. It was one thing to open up your mouth and sound dumb. It's another thing to type and sound stupid. How do you type and sound stupid? Every day we stray further away from God, Toya. Every day. Talk about so you don't deserve reparations. Well, guess what? You don't deserve to be in this fucking chat room. All right, there you go. Out you go.
Republicans. I cannot support Donald Trump. Kamala Harris and I may not agree on everything, but I do know that she will always put country first.
A New York Times poll out Saturday showed.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, Gary. The older gay class do not agree with the younger gay class, and the younger gay class, if you've been paying attention, has been rebelling against the older gay class that fought for them to be the younger gay class. I know it's too much for a lot of people to soak in, but just hear what I'm telling you. I've already did the research. I've got videos, hours. I done put in the hours. I done put in the social work. I've done it. But now you got a lot of people that's taking advantage of your civil rights, that's eating off of you and made a big ass bank off of it, and you left holding the bag. We can utilize, if there are friends like they claim they are our gay brothers and sisters, to garner up a check to get us some reparations. That's another route. They balling anyway. They got fuck you money. Don't have fuck you money and be fucking with a group of people and you don't really fuck with them if you got fuck you money. You need to have I fucks with you money. Because at this point, Harriet Tubman and Martin Luther King and Malcolm and all these other people at this point, if you really think about history in a twisted, realistic way, all of these black leaders, even the Panthers and all these people that fought, have literally passed away for the right for the average American to be LGBT. And we letting that slide. We don't even care about the sexuality or anything like that. I respect them. I respect their sexuality. A lot of my best friends are LGBT. I get it. But we need a check out of respect. Because when one of ours perish or pass away, we don't hear nothing from them. Nothing happens. Then we got Black Lives Matter on the other hand, which is facilitating our and there's no such thing as being a black feminist woman. But we have them facilitating our women, and Soros ain't writing no goddamn check. Our women have taken the ambulance class away from Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. And if you don't know about what I'm talking about, then these ain't the topics for you. And unless you're gonna support the channel and come up on the panel and really discuss, some true shit, I can't really keep taking the time out of my day and show to keep. I have to educate you guys before we move forward, and then at the same time, you're gonna have to, unless you're gonna ask like really good questions from your personal experience and research, and we can build or something like that. You're just gonna have to sit in the back and listen, because first of all, you disrupt my show by having to educate you on some shit you didn't know. And then second of all, with all the information you do know, it's going to take weeks, months, if not years, for it to soak and work its way into your mental fabric before we can even pursue or continue on with the conversation. Just the way the misinformation, same way the misinformation did. That shit's starting to become huff. There is no, I get some information, but now I want to argue with the new information that I received. Even that received, because for me to have any type of epiphany with the new information that I received. If you never had an epiphany with the information that you received, and it doesn't completely change you, and you're still in argue mode, you just want to argue for the sake of arguing. Well, you should be building at that point. Because what's a form of taking on new information completely if it overrides the information that you were using prior to it? Redirection. So when you debate with certain people or you're talking about certain things and somebody educates you on something, that's a form of redirection. Not in a bad way. saying is you're wrong. It's like, no, I'm trying to redirect you, in the right way. If you didn't research or do the, and go check out the information, that's on you. But it's selfish to get somebody, oh man, I'm just gonna stop your show, have you re-educate me, and then argue with some shit that I didn't understand in the first place, and I won't give time to work its way into the fabric. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. I don't know why this shit is choosing to act stupid right now. Hold on. So y'all got to use y'all power or your knowledge in the right way. All right. Now I need y'all to do me a huge favor. Subscribe to the channel and hit that poll. And after you hit that poll, I need you guys to use the Cash App link that's in the chat. Head over to Cash App and support the channel. Definitely shout outs to the new subscribers. Every little bit helps to keep the channel running. We're really consistent. And we got goals and things to take care of, okay? I will give you a shout outs if you got a question attached to it. Definitely that will get your question read. Let's get back into the game real quick. It's player talk.
On his lead in the Grand Canyon State. A month ago, he was up by 5 points in that poll. Now it's 6. So very close. All 4 of my excellent reporters here. You've all been to Arizona, like in the past week. Jasmine, I want to start with you, and I want to read a quote from your story. And this is a Democratic strategist, Stacey Pearson, who told you the enthusiasm is as high as it could possibly be for Harris, but there is a numbers problem in Arizona. There is just a mathematical complication in Arizona that other states don't have. None of the other swing states have lost Dems the way Arizona has, which is really interesting. We're talking about voter registration.
Yeah, it's honestly going to come down to the numbers. And that is why we see the Harris campaign reaching out to Republicans and reaching out to independents, not because it's a virtuous thing, but because in Arizona, it is a necessity, particularly because we know 100,000 registered Democrats have left the state since 2020, which puts Democrats at a deficit, not just with Republicans by over 200,000 registered voters, but for the first time since 2020, also with independents, meaning that they have to get their numbers from somewhere. Now, to be very clear, 140,000 Republicans voted for Nikki Haley after it was very clear that she was not going to win the Republican primary, right? That kind of gives the Harris campaign and folks who are aligned with Democrats hope, because it provides a new pool of potential Republican voters who are kind of created in the image of John McCain. But they're very clear that not all those 140,000 Republicans are going to vote for a Democrat. And that is kind of the uphill climb that they have in the state.
Which is why we saw, I think it was the last time Harris went to Arizona, telling the story of being in the Senate when John McCain came in and did the thumbs down on repealing Obamacare. You spoke with Candy Perdue, an Arizona Trump voter. Let's watch.
I think the economy, but I think immigration's going to weigh that out.
So Trump versus Harris, what do you, are you nervous at all about the election? Or do you think...
No, I think my man's going to win. I think Vance is going to smooth him right over the edge. You know, everybody gets, well, I don't really like the man. Well, you know what? So what?
See? I told you guys that white women are going to vote for Trump. They just can't really openly say it unless somebody pressed the issue, y'all. I've been saying this for a long time now. Even liberal white women are voting for Trump. Now, I know some of y'all will be like, well, Kuda, doesn't that contradict what you said earlier? How racism needs to be covert? Yes. But somebody that's the face of racism can be overt and it can still make sense. Now, the funny part is, and the irony of being black, is that you'll have an actual racist black person tell you that somebody else is racist. Well, his racism hits home way before somebody else's racism does. Don't believe me? Some of y'all are black, right? I got an experiment for y'all. Open up a black business today and see who gonna come and support your business. Oh no, and I'm not talking about the first week. Open up a black business today, see who's gonna support your business. I dare you. I got a mini mansion in New York I want to sell you. I dare you. Black people go out of their way not to support other black businesses. You don't even buy black. To do all that hooting and hollering a lot of y'all be doing on the fucking internet. You don't even buy black. You don't know where to go. Name me 5 black businesses you support. Absolutely, Linda. They got a lot of people got up out here. Yeah, they know what the hell I'm talking about. Nigga don't even buy black or support black. Well, no, I know you got a young brother right here that does a consistent YouTube show. Give y'all the game. Don't spare y'all feelings too much out of love at the expense of telling y'all the truth. That can barely get support for a popping channel. That's created a lot of content creators that y'all look up to, like, and love today. And he wished what he's telling you right now was a lie. That's the reality of our people. If I opened up a black carryout across the street from an Asian carryout, niggas would want me to, hey, look out for a brother. Hey, give us a black tax. Throw in a free egg roll, brother. They'll go across the street and pay full price. And tip. They won't even eat my Chinese food because a Chinese man didn't make it. It's our people. And a complete stranger will support your business and everything you got going on before a best friend, a family member. Actually, the higher you climb, them the two that's going to try to destroy what you got going on. Real talk.
But
What a character.
Candy was a character, and Candy is also voting for abortion rights. That's why Arizona is such a scrambled picture. Proposition 139 also on the ballot there. A central question I walked away from my Arizona time is abortion rights going to pull Harris over the finish line? There is no doubt there's wide support for Proposition 139. It's called. It's to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. There were some 800,000 signatures from all over the state collected. 500,000 were accepted. In that number, though, there are some Trump supporters, and we found one, Candy Perdue. She believes a woman should have the right to choose. She supports that and voting for Donald Trump. So the question, abortion is literally on the ballot. Immigration, there's a measure there as well. But the Harris campaign knows that not all the supporters for the abortion measure support them, and she's an example of that.
And that's something you looked at in Arizona.
Yes, and for every Candy voter, there may also be a voter like Crystal Price, which was a woman that I spoke to. She was a Trump voter in 2020. She's voting for more abortion access, and she's going to vote for Kamala Harris. So this is one of those voters where abortion...
Some of these people, because the policies are jammed up, and the Democrats kind of jammed up some of the stuff that people are complaining about now. Some of these people are mad, and not even just mad, but some of these people are like, "Well, I voted for the man 2 times already. I'm not doing 3 times, damn near. I'm not doing it again." All right, so
was so important to her. She had an abortion pre-Dobbs years ago, and she's really concerned that women are now going to be facing a landscape where they wouldn't even be able to have an abortion like her, which was medically necessary because she thinks that she would have died if she had not had that abortion. And, it's not necessarily something that totally aligns fully with her faith. She doesn't agree with abortion in a lot of circumstances, but it's something that is clearly compelling her to support Harris. And there are a number of voters potentially like that in Arizona that Harris is trying to get to her side.
And you were in Arizona looking at the Senate race, which is very competitive.
Right. And you could see there that candidates who don't have Donald Trump's branding, and specifically the rose-colored glasses people have put on about the Trump years, the idea that things were better, border was closed, economy was better, etc. Carrie Lake and a couple of the congressional candidates don't have that same flexibility. Carrie Lake opened up her debate with Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, saying it's country over party. That's pretty new for her. That she was betting more on the Trump base carrying her, and it's clear Trump has some appeal, and this has been true when Biden was leading the ticket, especially when he's leading the ticket, that doesn't stretch down to other Republicans. So there are some Republicans running behind Trump with that same messaging, and a lot of them, they were on the record for very strict abortion policies just 2 years ago, and they're struggling to get update, just saying, vote your own way on the abortion issue, don't consider it in my race.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you for sharing all of your reporting with us.
Those 11 electoral votes are key.
Very key.
Harris joins us live from Georgia with more on her town hall with former President Trump. Harris, this was wide-ranging. These were fascinating questions. They came from a woman's perspective, which I think is so important and so very much missing in much of this election. And I want to start with a very powerful moment from a Georgia mother whose son is a Georgia Bulldog, who spoke for every
What does that have to? Okay.
mom in America when she asked this.
My son is a Georgia Bulldog. He was on campus the day Laken Riley was murdered. Terrifying for all those kids, right? I wanted to know, how quickly in a sanctuary city.
All right, hold on. So, let me tell y'all what they're doing with her now. And that's what the guy on Fox News did. He basically bought up a clip, because that's how you got to get people nowadays. You got to bring up a damn clip. But clips aren't that good. I will say clips get weaponized, because a lot of times they're just a snippet. You got to understand what's being said, the tone of what's being said. And in the wrong hands, clips can get used disingenuously. They do get used disingenuously. As a matter of fact, when you see or hear a clip, for the most part, a good 60 to 70% of it, you can automatically assume that it's about to be disingenuously used. because people have abused that. I wouldn't even say loophole. They just have abused it for years. But he brought up a clip of I think it was a lady, and he kind of hyped her up or put her up on backing up, the whole illegal immigrant thing, right? And he's talking about how illegal immigrants are coming into the country and causing crime and stuff like that, and has taken people's lives, unsubscribed people from the world. And he brought up a clip of the woman in angst and sadness, and Kamala was listening to it, and he kind of insinuated that the bloodshed was on her hands. Hey, these are the people that you let in. He kind of put the bloodshed on her hands. And she did genuinely really seem sorry. I'm not even gonna lie. She seemed like she was, damn, like a little bit of reality sat in, with that situation. And I feel sorry and terrible for, for the family that had to go through that. But it seems like right here, we about to have another situation, because there's a bunch of sanctuary states in America, as I've come to find out. Even coming up, like even before, like in DC is a sanctuary state. So that was crazy that he put that on her. She kind of didn't upplay it, which is a good strategy, but that was ridiculous.
Like they're calling Athens, Georgia. How quickly can you remove those threats to our society so that our children can go out on a run, as they rightfully should be able to do, in a park in the daytime by themselves?
First of all, we are going to end all sanctuary cities immediately. We're going to end them because they're really...
Is that an executive order you do that with?
They're really... I can do it with an executive order. I'll have to do it with an executive order. You can do it with the Aliens Act of 1798. We can do things in terms of moving people out. We can move them out of the sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are...
See, what people are looking at is like, damn, he want to get rid of my cousin. Damn, we went through all of this to get my nephew here. That's from Mexico. His paperwork a little fucked up, but he's working. He want to get rid of him. See? Makes you look like the bad guy.
Really meant for one thing, to protect criminals. That's what they become. We're going to end all sanctuary cities in the United States, and we're going to go...
Send your auntie back. All kinds of shit.
Back to normal.
Scandalous.
See.
Harris, the way she framed that.
Y'all hit the subscribe button before you hit the poll, y'all. 25 people in the building. We need at least 5 contributors. Can we at least get 5 contributors to reach today's show goal? We need at least 5 contributors. Please hit the Cash App, which I will post in the chat. If you got a question, or if you would like me to open up the panel, if you would like to call in, for sure, let me know.
Every woman should be able to go for a run in America.
Yeah. Look, her question does speak to a couple
Linda?
of issues that affect everybody. And we heard her, talking specifically about the state of Georgia, where, by the way, they broke records with early voting as it started a few hours before we sat down for that town hall yesterday. Above 300,000 people voting in this state, early voting in one single day. So she's hitting the nail on the head for what a lot of people in the state are talking about, but women all over the country, they want to feel, we want to feel safe. We want to feel secure. We want to know.
Yeah, just women, you know. Men don't want to feel safe. No, it's death for us. Men don't want to feel safe. Men don't want to feel secure. Just women. Right.
That decisions are being made on high by the elected officials that we put there and keep there with our votes. That they are keeping our best interest at heart. It was fabulous to hear from these women, because you'll hear us talk about, Kaylee, well, a woman might ask this or that. We don't have to do that anymore. I think this changes the game on whether or not at the table, women absolutely have to be at the table when we talk about things like safety and abortion. And former President Trump said, I'm so glad you asked your questions about abortion. A woman does have the right for her body. And then this is why I gave that right back to the states, he said. So it was fascinating to see what having women at the table really does for the conversation and how important it is for voters.
It gets it into a lot of bullshit too, though. Don't forget that. It gets it into a lot of bullshit too. You got a lot of women that don't even want to put up with women's bullshit. It gets into a lot of bullshit too.
All across America, we are the largest registered active voting group in the country, women. And the battle for our vote with both these candidates is in closing argument stages for the next 20 days.
You know, Harrison, you asked President Trump about the number one issue to American voters. Most of you know that is inflation. And I was very intrigued by his answer.
That's crazy having the same last name as the vice president, but advocating for Trump. Ooh, scandalous.
Answer. Let's listen to it. He said the damage has already been done.
So what happens to the economy such that people can afford bacon that's gone up 28% in cost? Like, what do we do?
So I feel so badly about what's happened, because none of this would have happened. Just to start, it's so sad to say we have to get prices down because the damage is done. You know, when they say, well, we're stopping inflation because it went down now to 4.5%. Well, 4.5% is very high. It's very high.
So how do you...
And we've got to do... Well, I'll tell you, everything starts with interest rates. If you get interest down, but it all starts with energy. We have more energy than anybody. We don't use it.
We have to like reset.
No,
I don't know how you reset to prices that are.
You can get the prices down.
So
by the way, energy brings everything down.
She don't even know what the hell she talking about.
I mean, Harris, the way he explained.
Let the damn man finish. How you gonna ask a question and don't allow him to answer? How does it? Let the man finish. He was getting into it, but none of that shit means nothing to you. When you go home and if your lights don't cut on, you gonna be mad. Up here, oh, we're glad we brought women to the table. Why? To not listen? And I hate to say it because it's fucked up. And I think real women deserve to know the truth. You want to know why women are at the table? Because people can find a way to make money off of you. It's easier to make money off of you. Respectfully. Especially when they know you're alone. It's like a car mechanic. You don't know what the hell an alternator is. You don't care what one does. All you do is worry about getting in your fucking car, turning your key, and pushing the gas pedal. You just run your mouth other than running your engine. You just take the time. You don't even, they'll just make money off of you. Hold on, let me get Nightbot off your ass. What's going on, Red? God damn. You got to get the government to manage your pussy. Let's go.
That it starts with energy and everything is kind of an extension from that. It's absolutely the case.
You know what I loved about this? We had the space and the time to drill down. He took every re-ask and I said, I want to know how it works. Is it distribution? He said, yeah, even when you make donuts, energy is involved. You need a stove for that. So it affects everything when you touch the component of what we were spending so much money on, which we could cut the costs on if we would have energy independence. I mean, just to hear that level of detail. And you and I both know that when you
look at the words they got to use to convince y'all. Nigga, energy independence? It's just a big gimmick. And I don't like how they made women a money grab thing. But that's what y'all respond to, so that's what's gonna happen. Because I would rather our women be more smarter. We kind of really don't need these little pop words and all this goofball shit. We just need y'all to get on code and understand what's going on in the world. Energy independence. Nigga, if you don't cut that stove off when you're not using it, there's nothing independent about that. That's called cutting the stove off when you're not using it. We don't have to call it no fucking fancy energy independence.
sit together, because we do, you and Emily and I and our guests every day on Outnumbered, we sit in that arc together and we spend time as women with big questions on that couch. I feel so blessed and privileged to do that with you and Emily every day. And it brings about
sit around and talk.
The kind of conversation that's important. You know, it's not talking points. We look each other in the eye with accountability and with great.
What the fuck does that mean? We look each other in the eye with accountability? Lord have
curiosity and hopefully come up with solutions. I think that the president showing up for this at this time, 20 days out, is really important.
You're sitting around jacking off, pontificating what men was going to have to do, which they were already going to do with or without you. I'm telling y'all, a lot of women, shout outs to the ones that do, and that's getting a kick out of this commentary, and that's going to support the show. Y'all don't know how the world works in a lot of cases. And that's okay. That's a luxury, to tell you the truth. To not have to think about no shit like that. Y'all may be concerned about that. That's you know, that's rightfully so. We all have to know how the world works. And one of the references that we keep making, especially in the manosphere, hold on. One of the references that we keep making, especially in the manosphere, is go look at that Bear Grylls show, man. How they put women in the wilderness and how they put men in the wilderness and what was going on. It's not even personal. But let's get it. What the fuck? But the sad part is that this is the government that women fought for. This is the government that women fought for. Y'all wanted this government. See, there's too much women trying to do the same thing. There's too much women trying to do the same thing. And the fucked up part is that when you have everybody trying to do the same thing, it doesn't even boil down to smarts. It doesn't even boil down to, it boils down to politics. When you have too much people trying to do the same thing, it becomes a lottery. And it doesn't even matter if you're qualified at that certain point. Do you know somebody or have a winning ticket? This is the government that women have fought for. Because men have been very passive. Men have been sitting back and getting raked over the coals in our system. So this isn't something that men fought for. It's just that when you have a lot of women taking advantage of certain things, you're going to be locked out. Like, for example, Desmond, if you don't get your goofy ass up out of here, shut your bitch ass up. Shut up. Fuck out of here. What else y'all saying? If y'all saying stupid shit in the chat and not soaking up this game, y'all can get the fuck on too. I'm up here giving y'all some fucking good ass information instead of supporting the channel and soaking up this game. Y'all saying y'all take the time to type stupid shit. Listen to what I'm telling you. This is the fucking government that they fought for. Women will fight for a fucked up government and then turn around and blame it on the men over and over and over again. It benefits women. The thing is that there's too many fucking women. There's too many women trying to do the same thing. So when one of y'all go through a real fucking situation and try to get some shit done, you can't get no shit done. And in the sleight of hand, the easiest thing you can blame it on is man. In the black community, there's not a black man that you can assign to every woman. And then guess what? Some of them are gay. Some of them go to jail. Some of them are incels. Some of them don't go outside. Some of them pass away. So how much women as a woman, if you're going to be a single and a lone woman for the rest of your life in your own country, community, do you think you're going to have to compete with or fight or go against? And then you're duped into thinking that men put y'all through this. No. A lot of those women that y'all like, in those books that y'all read, it put other women ahead of you. Like when we were over on Sharon's show the other day. And niggas were talking about women need to live in the matriarch. Women do live in the matriarch in the black community, but for the most part, we all live in a patriarch. We live in a matriarch within a patriarch. And the funny part is that women believe in the patriarchy more than the matriarchy. they benefit more in the patriarch than the matriarch. Imagine another woman telling you what the hell you need to be doing when you want to be Miss Independent. Imagine working for another woman. Black women don't even work under other black women unless they need to. So honestly, instead of pointing the finger at men, y'all got to be a little bit more real about your situation. If you're a woman and you don't get it in, you asked out amongst other women, even in other women's eyes. And we're getting past halftime now. We're getting into the fourth quarters, ladies. Can't blame that on men. The government is already fucking over men at y'all beck and call, because the government want the same thing that a lot of y'all want from men: money, wealth, resources, kids. So the government is on y'all side. This is the government that y'all fought for. Sadly, y'all hit the like button before y'all hit the poll. Let's at least get 5 contributors to support today's show, y'all. I sound like an asshole going out of my way to tell y'all the truth. Ain't that a bitch? 49 votes. Are black people the kid class in politics? 49% says yes. 29% says no. Probably gonna have a good back and forth with the yes and no. 12% say they believe we're kids. 10% said, uh-oh, here comes Obama again. Let's at least get 5 contributors to hit the Cash App. Let's get the show on the road. Player talk. Put it on, y'all.
Important to her. She had an abortion pre-Dobbs years ago, and
Put
she's
That's the women's strategy nowadays, and other women got to see it so they're not wrapped up into the bullshit. Other women be voting for some fucked up shit a lot of women don't agree with, and then the name of the game is to respawn as women and think that men put y'all through it and y'all got some war to fight, when whole tea, the politics that y'all are fighting are the politics that older women with tainted game gave for you. They lived off good. They live off good before they pass away, and they don't be thinking about the young women. Let Gloria Steinem tell you what to do with your damn uterus. Let all them other people that were trying to sterilize you before tell you what to do with your damn uterus, man. Stop blaming that shit on men.
To make some readjustments. It's unfair to some people, and we're not going to have that.
She was emotional.
And I believe the women have the right to have a choice. But y'all are letting other women dictate it, and then y'all turn around and blame that shit on men. Women that can't even... I remember a couple years ago, there was a couple women that couldn't even have kids anymore. We're sitting here telling young girls what to do. Not one person said a damn thing to them, and it was some blasphemous shit too. Let's go.
Harris.
Yeah, I mean, we felt it in the room. The former president was making eye contact with her as she was talking. I mean, it's hard not to feel that because we know that when we can't think about what's next for our children, when we can't dream for them and with them, it changes the arc of our potential. And having that conversation and knowing that this person, this candidate for the White House, has that in his sights. Now it's time to hear what the opposing, outside of all of the jabs and everything, can we drill down and find out what the opposing candidate has to say from the perspective of the women in the room, from the perspective of Americans who know we are special. People want to come here because we do dream big and we can reach our dreams together. But we're in like a place where we need some help and some better leadership right now, some guidance. And so he's talking, he's going into the fold. And by the way, he knows he's got some issues with numbers of women and that Kamala Harris is inched up by about 3%. We talked about that last night too. That was part of my lead up. So he knows that. But 3 points get awfully small when you're willing to lean in like this. 20 days will be very different for him and her. He doesn't have to reintroduce himself. She's working still on that element with the American people. I do want to say this. We did reach out. The Fox News team has reached out. We offered her this.
And then nobody is even talking to the educated women that should have a voice on this. We're the educated women. Y'all need to come the fuck out and stop being cowards, man. Y'all sit around and just not say nothing all the fucking time. Let another fool speak for y'all. You got a lot of women out here that don't even see the play that's getting put in front of them. To promote the LGBT agenda for the most part, while sitting up there including a conversation on deleting a baby, is ridiculous. If y'all were smart, you wouldn't leave that up to open doors. Because you're literally talking about your strategy in front of the people that's gonna be fucking you over in the next couple years. That y'all call friends. What are you talking about, Kuda? Yeah, and y'all about to not support the show, steal my talking points, and then run around here like you dope like I am. Nigga, I've been doing this. I know what the hell I be talking about. You don't sit up there and talk about how you're going to get rid of a child and how you're going to get rid of or do something to your fucking womb while the people that are going to be pushing inconsequential sex and is trying to replace you as a gender sit there and watch. Are you stupid? You literally giving them your whole strategy. What's going on, Tyrone? Oh, but let me guess, you're going to blame it on men. I'm going to tell you how I'm going to deal with this problem. Because we having a big problem. Because when they start diving into your gender, oh, it's game over for you. It's game over for you when they start diving into you. You're going to wish a man was objecting you at that point. You better thank a union member. Head ass. Y'all shouldn't even be feeling comfortable about talking about that shit. on no goddamn internet in front of them people.
Same opportunity. So we'll see what happens.
Yes, we will. And we will hear from her, of course, tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time with Brett Baer. I also wanted to play this moment, Harris. You asked the room of women, how many of you are concerned about biological men and women's sports? Every single hand went up. I saw that. Let's play it so viewers see it.
Women don't
Addressing the transgender issue in women's sports. I have 9 grandchildren, 6 of them female, all playing sports, and we are very concerned for their safety, not just on the field and the courts, but in their locker rooms as well.
Right. It's such an easy question, and everybody in the room, and you know that answer, we're not going to let it happen. We stop it. We stop it. We absolutely stop it. You can't have it. It's a man playing in the game. I mean, physically, from a muscular, even if it was a little bit less, maybe they do all sorts of tests and drugs and everything else.
How do you stop it? Do you go to the sports leagues? Do you go to the Olympic
You just ban it. The president bans it.
And it's some bullshit. Look at the game that we're playing. You know what game we're playing? Parent. I don't understand why the same women that were talking shit about Trump, calling him a misogynist, really making heterosexual men come off as homophobic and all this other goofball shit, are now turning around needing his help from their friends because they're getting their ass whipped in sports. And the funny part is that in a woman's world, the world that women and the Pandora box that women have opened up, women will become a burden on the family, even with other women. Let's say you're a single mother and you're raising twin girls, and you're doing the right thing. You're going to work, you're busting your ass, you're raising your kids right, and you put them in sports, and you know your girls are they got genetics, they're doing really well, so they should be able to excel, and you put them in sports. And they can't get a trophy because some big nigga done took it from them. What's going on, Spawn? I'm not telling you Trump's gonna stop everything. He only gonna slow down the inevitable. Let's go.
You just don't let it happen.
Kind of common sense, he framed it as.
Yeah, and we talked about in some issues
Men
like
have to
this
tell
when
y'all
you
that's
do
common
something
sense.
by executive order. Look, eventually you're going to have to, Kaylee, you and I both know this, do something in a congressional effort, and level, because presidents go back and
So
forth.
now we got to overturn all the laws that women kick, scream, bickered, and talk shit about, that as soon as he gets out of office, they're about to reinforce. As soon as Trump get out of office, they about to reinforce it. Y'all hit the subscribe button, support the show, y'all. Ain't nobody giving it to you. Ain't nobody giving it up like this. So as soon and these are the laws they wanted. But see, that community understands how shit works. And I can't blame them. I got friends in that community. People that I'm cool with. They weaponizing them laws against women first. Stay woke.
and different things. And look at the mess of the border right now because they flipped 94 policies of Donald Trump the minute that Biden and Kamala Harris got into office. So you are going to have to do something with more longevity. But for him on this particular issue, it has popped now onto the spectrum because young girls and women are getting hurt. And it's happening with more regularity now as the sport decides that it wants to.
And y'all don't understand. It's not just Americans losing jobs. A lot of women that would have done other jobs and paper pushing and stuff like that, they're losing jobs too, because when Esmeralda gets from the border, she knows how to speak English and she knows how to speak Spanish. So she gonna get that job because she bilingual. She didn't learn her English from Netflix.
Let, people who identify as women but are biological men into the sport. And we're different biologically. So he's really looking at this issue. And I know he would want to do something at an executive issue, but at the same time, to make things stick. And so he's going to need down ballot some support with Republicans taking over. And I want you just real quickly, if you'll give me a moment, pay attention to that senatorial race in Pennsylvania.
So what I said is some more of the same. I told y'all, white women are voting for Trump. Even the progressive business white woman, to a certain degree, is voting for Trump. Of course, you got your staunch, just got here, new feminist woman voting for Kamala. They don't know any better. They just see a woman in the face and they go for it, as they should, because that's yeah, we get it. But the women that been around the block, the women that the Gloria Steinem, they're voting for Trump. Some of them just can't openly come out and say it. And honestly, they've been voting for the patriarchy, because that makes what they're doing legit. You'll be out of a job if you had a matriarchy. You got to keep the game going. Stupid. Them feminist women, man. They were sending black women home to a house full of kids and mistakes. You want to know what them Gloria Steinem, them feminist women went home to their husbands and they kid and they full-fledged family. Right after they told you all of this shit was going on. No different than a young Jeezy or a Boosie or a Gucci man tell you, man, I'm from the slums. I came from nothing. Had to hustle out the ground and make myself something, right? But they send their kids to college. No different. Nobody tell you to believe everything. So keep that in mind. The women had husbands and full-fledged families to go home to and attend. Sometimes the only time they wasn't even being feminine was when they went outside and was hanging around their sisters.
Pennsylvania between McCormick and incumbent Senator Bob Casey. Don't sleep on that, because if Republicans can get even a 1 or 2 seat, they might not get a mandate, but they'll get a majority in the Senate. If they do that, it tends to
they'll get a woo mandate.
Track with his popularity as well. Could he take the state of Pennsylvania? Just watch it.
Yeah, that one in Wisconsin, where we're seeing the numbers trend towards Trump, trend towards Republicans there in the Senate too. Huge races to watch. You know, we've talked about domestic policy, but we can't leave without playing these moments on foreign policy, Harris, because it's very clear there were no new wars under President Trump. There are ample new wars under Biden, and President Trump made the case October 7th that some of the maladies we've seen on the globe would not have happened under his leadership. Let's watch that moment.
I'm a wife and a mom, but I'm also a fourth generation Army veteran.
Good.
So my question for you today is this. How do we restore peace in the world through American strength while also putting America first here at home?
Right.
I'm concerned that we're still stationed and deployed in Germany, Korea, Japan, NATO, all over the Middle East defending other countries, but we've never been weaker globally or here at home. So how do we get back to a position of strength without having to be the world's police force?
I have the answer. I love you. Write my foreign policy, please, because what you just
hire me.
I was bringing troops back home. I got out of Syria. I defeated ISIS because it was the only one. I started no new wars, as you know. For 79 years, this had not happened. No new wars. I finished off ISIS. It was supposed to take 5 years.
Defeated ISIS, one of many accomplishments.
Yeah. Look, see? So these are the ones I'm telling you. And you know, they're happy to participate. They're super happy to participate. But the majority of them that's supporting him, the reason why these shows are getting a lot of traction is because they can't fully outright come out and say, hey, we support this guy. You know? And the funny part is that I'm going to tell you the truth. These women probably didn't vote for him the first time. But when it was him versus Hillary, that's when he got them. That's when he got them. And I wonder if this is going to happen with some sisters, because let me tell you a crucial part that nobody talks about with women in politics and just people in general. And I guess it was, but black people were too drinking the Kool-Aid, pun intended, to see it. But with Obama, right? You have certain crimes, not even crimes. You have certain politicians and people. Like I said, the more handsome the politician, the more corrupt the politics. That's an actual joke. It's an ongoing political joke. You might not have heard it before, but you heard it here on Player Talk Radio, which is why you need to support the channel, right? Hit the Cash App, subscribe, and hit that poll. Get your questions answered, yo. We'll have a question segment. We're going into the question segment right now. So if you want your question to be read, definitely hit the Cash App and support the show. And if you want to just show your genuine support, hit the Cash App and support the show. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. People always talk about crime, right? But crime is relative. Crime is absolutely relative. It's relative. Usually the person that's going to do something to you, you know them. They're usually your color. Stuff like that. When it comes down to politics, that's a different type of crime amongst the people. Because this is a crime in the court of public opinion. And I'm going to tell you something real, man. When you have a politician that looks like you, and you openly find out when you're using your thinking caps and you need certain things, and you openly find out that it's a grab, they're not finna help you at all, they about to screw you over and all kinds of jargon. They immediately get the opposite. They get repelled. See, it always be us, face ass, right? You go looking for just us and you find just us, head ass, right? So when a lot of those white women was like, oh, we about to vote for Hillary, one of us is going to be in there, this is going to be epic for women's empowerment and stuff like that. And then they just saw how fake and phony she was. And some of the goofball stuff she wanted to get a lot of people invested in. Man, them white women pulled the plug up under. Man, them white women and Latino women pulled the goddamn rug up from up under Hillary. Nah, fuck that. She lost the Latino women first. She didn't really have them anyway. They wanted to see what the hell she was talking about. But she lost them first. Maybe it's because they know about what she's doing in Haiti and what the Clintons have done to Haiti. Maybe. But when they realized that they were getting duped by another woman, it made a lot of smart women come together and be like, you know what? Maybe a man ain't that bad after all. Because even women, when you sit back and listen to them, a lot of them will play around with the idea. But even women don't want another woman running the country. You got a lot of upstanding women out here. And they know how they react, respond, and look when they get emotional and they do something they do something fucked up. And they know how they respond and react when they gotta when they gotta take accountability. So if they know how they act and respond and stuff like that, women understand women and they don't even trust each other. So them taking accountability on the grand stage, that's like secondhand embarrassment. That's secondhand embarrassment. So a lot of women were smart to kind of curve that and be like, all right, let me go ahead and vote for Trump. Because at least we have a boogeyman to blame shit on. If Kamala wins, who's she going to blame shit on? I mean, she's still going to blame shit on Trump. Even though he hasn't even been in the White House for 4 years. And the Democrats have been in power for 12. Compared to his 4. And somebody, shout outs to War Master, said that that even Bush turned Democrat. All right, what's going on, Jason? Let's go.
The choices are very stark here between a man who has been president and had no wars. Russia had not had a time under a recent president in this open era where they didn't move in on a neighbor, except for when he was on watch.
Yeah, he didn't even get 4 years, right, Brother Love? Was it, he was impeached, right? Did that impeachment take that away? He didn't even get full 4 years. And then not even that, we were going through COVID.
Watch as commander-in-chief. So those are just facts. And you look at that resume up against Kamala Harris now, current VP, who has an opportunity to have a resume on these issues, since she always says she's the last person in the room when Joe Biden is making the big decisions, foreign, domestic, whatever they are. She's always there. She's got the acumen to do it. But does she have the ability to do it is the question. You can check some boxes, but have you done it? Can you do it?
And see, these white women are asking real fucking questions. They're not sitting around worried about somebody legalizing weed. That's another thing that offended me. It's 2024 and we still making black people the face of weed?
So that's a stark difference. I mean, you've been in the White House. You were there with him. You know what I'm talking about. It's real-time experience is great. We're going to need that now. There are 2 wars going on under this current administration.
And high stakes. Fantastic questions, Harris. Fascinating answers. Everyone go back and watch it if you haven't seen it so far. Fantastic.
Thank you, Kaylee.
Yes.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
Sitting up here making black people the face of weed. And damn it, white people be smoking more than us, man. The face of weed. And they're slamming her on Fox. They're slamming her on Fox News. Fox News is running to the bank with this.
Story about the impact of the border crisis during Vice President Harris's interview with Bret Baier. She shifted the blame for the deaths of Americans killed by illegal immigrants who entered the country under her watch and seemed to struggle to give a compassionate response to victims' families, including the mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nunn.
See, they're trying to put blood on her hands. This is crazy right here. They're trying to directly put blood on her hands because they're mad. Or I guess she didn't give him a full answer, but I guess they got somewhat of an answer saying that she did actually import, immigrants that have taken a life or two. So let's go.
Ungare. She was killed back in June. The suspects, 2 illegal immigrants. Alexis Nungary, Jocelyn's mother, joins us now. I want to play that part of the Bret Baier interview with Kamala Harris in just a moment. But first, I want to say, Alexis, that our prayers are with you. And as the father of a daughter who's about the same age as Jocelyn was when she was killed, I can't even begin to wrap my head around what your family is going through and what poor little Jocelyn went through that night back in June.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Damn.
Good
on Guido. Yeah, she gave word salad responses, man. Shout outs to Guido in the building. Guido, I got you on the wrench, man.
Day is.
You've been riding with Player Talk Radio for a good minute. Make sure you guys hit the like button and support the show. No problem. Just make sure you keep doing your thing. You've done a great job. I appreciate you. Hit the like button and support the channel, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. You said, did you hear about the girl Kamala ran over? And hell no. Whoa, what's that? Whoa. Let me know. I didn't know about that, Brother Love. How was your birthday, by the way? I didn't get a chance to ask you. Hopefully everything went well. I did not hear about that. That's wild. A Page said the face of weed means like a poster child, mascot, representative. They, we are. Doesn't matter who smokes it more. White people invented basketball. Who's the face of that? I don't know about that. I don't know about them inventing basketball, but we don't need to be no fucking face of weed. You tripping. And that's the problem. We not on code. What the fuck do we look like being the fucking face of weed? Don't nobody want no fucking bargaining chip with no fucking weed. What's going on, LSP? They talk. They come to. They play around when they get to our race. Talking about some, we gonna legalize weed. What the fuck that's gonna do for us? Sedate us? That shit gonna get smoked whether you legalize it or not. They're legalizing it so they can make money off of it. Fucking wake up. Kamala was drunk driving off that beer. She off that wine, y'all.
Is a new day. It's a constant reminder that she's not here with us. She's not in the grade she's supposed to be in. She's not making new memories like she should. It's been really hard on our family.
Oh, as I said, I just can't even imagine. But
you got it latency.
Earlier this week, in his exclusive interview with Kamala Harris, our Brett Baer asked the vice president if families like yours deserve an apology from her and her administration. This is rather lengthy because it involves some of your testimony before Congress recently. But please bear with us while we play this out.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
So she says that she is sorry for your loss, but then she shifted Jocelyn's story to Trump. What do you think about that?
I think she's completely full of it. She is not a sincere woman at all.
And let me tell y'all something which is so weird. When we talk about the white woman's vote, you notice how they throw in Latino women. They throw in Latino women. I find that very interesting. Oh, I got something for you, A51. Stick around. They throw in Latino women. And the crazy part is that this young lady seemed like she's Latina. So that's very interesting. What's going on, Antisocial Socialite Podcast? Big Zen, what's going on, player? You said she's shaking her head means no. She still doesn't feel they're owed an apology, right? Yeah, that would have been the first thing you would have heard from the Trump end. He didn't even say sorry. She went straight to Trump. She defused the question and redirected it. Basic psychology. All right, let's go. Y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. 2 hours and 37 minutes into the madness. Let's get it.
She has no sympathy, no empathy to her. She's supposed to, if she wants to run this country, she needs to take into consideration the families that she has affected with these policies that she has allowed and that she has approved. It's unacceptable that she gave me a very empty, half open apology to thinking she was being sincere, to just shift like she always does in every interview, every questionnaire she has to somehow shift it over.
See, people would be more fed up with a woman than they would a man in this position, especially women. Yeah, I heard they had school buses, them little retired prison buses. I heard that's what they were using. And then unbeknownst to Americans, y'all don't even know. All of these people are briefed before they get into America. What's going on, underrated? All of these people are briefed before they get to America. They go through a briefing. Like the military, they go through a briefing. They go through a little period of time where they start talking to them and be like, hey, you know, this is what you're going to run into. These are how the blacks work. And this is how. Yes, they get briefed. Keep fucking around, y'all.
To Mr. Trump, and that makes absolutely no sense. Why can't you just take accountability like you should and actually try to...
And I'm not gonna lie, them putting the accountability jacket on Kamala is just as bad as putting the accountability jacket on I don't know, putting the accountability jacket on women is that's crazy. That's wild work. I know women know, but I don't know if they really experienced it. A lot of women do not take accountability. So getting that to happen, good luck. And they know this. They low-key, they high-key know this. So trying to get that type of cooperation because that, I mean, honestly, it is a luxury to get it from your country or your president and stuff like that. That is a luxury. But trying to get that from her, and she's not even the president yet. She's doing what a lot of women do, and a lot of women are smart to do this. I'm not even gonna lie. You state the conditions on how people are going to treat you or what's going to happen in the beginning. So if you can't get her to take accountability as a vice president or when she's running and stuff like that, she's already established that when she wins, if she wins, yeah, I'm not finna be accountable for this. I'm just going to blink, smile, pretend like I'm your mama, act cute, and shake it off. She shook y'all niggas off like Mariah Carey. Talking about accountability. I grew up in a middle-class household. You better thank a union member while you're at it. Want Kamala to be accountable.
Make a difference, maybe be humane and actually reach out to families that you have affected.
So we have been told time and time again by DHS, by the secretary, by officials at the White House, the border is secure. The illegal immigrants who are being paroled into this country have been vetted. They pose no national security risk to the country.
What's going on, Jay Green? How you doing, love? Jay Green, when you woke up this morning, did you thank a union member? Shout out to Jay Green in the building. What's going on? Good to see you.
Yet we now find out from investigators
you better thank a union member.
That they believe.
She said, I'm good. Laugh out loud. No. Oh my God. Let me know if you guys want to join the panel. I want to have a panel, y'all. Let's hit the like button, support the show, and thank a union member so we can open up this panel. I want to hear y'all thoughts. Send in y'all questions. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go. What's going on, Alex Chow from Italy?
The two illegal migrants from Venezuela who are allegedly responsible for your daughter's death
Nightbot's the union
were members of the notorious gang Tren de Aragua. Are you wondering, like many other people are, how did they ever get released into this country if that was their background?
It's always made me wonder. Yeah.
Let me tell y'all something too, and it's crazy because Trump always ruled against, like, you know, our Latino and Hispanic brothers and sisters and Mexicans and stuff like that by talking about what he's going to do with the wall and the border and stuff like that. And they voted for him. So hear me when I tell you that this should have been an easy W for Kamala. Hey, I'm letting your people in. I'm letting TT in. I'm letting your cousins in. I'm letting all of your friends and homeboys in the country vote for me. That's the deal that they got set up with the people that they let in. They create a new voters base. They get them in. So come time election year, they'll be able to vote. And then they'll be able to vote the next election after that. That's what that's for. For those that don't know. So that should have been an easy vote. But no, they're still voting for Trump. And let me tell you something too. Even immigrants that want to get in America, some of them don't want their folks coming over. Some of them want to keep it to themselves. Some of them don't need the extra competition for the same type of jobs. They're not going to compete for the same type of jobs. So it's amazing. But let's get it.
Yes, because why put a ankle monitor on them in the first place? Was anything noticed? Did anything come abrupt? I always now for sure wonder, why did they need one now that this new information has became.
And see, you're gonna have a problem like this because I can't even really see this young lady's face like that. But she seems like she's Latino. And when you have Latinos that come to America and get their citizenship, and let's say they're first or maybe second generation or lived here their whole life, when you let in a couple of immigrants, and what did I tell you guys earlier when I was dropping them beautiful gems on y'all earlier and giving y'all the game? Crime is relative. Crime is relative. It's relative. That's a dumb question, Jesus. Why the hell would he put his personal money into American politics? So they can blame more shit on him? Dumb question, bro. And his money is the U.S. money. When you think about inflation. Now, yes, you're going to piss off another group of Latinos and another group of Hispanic people that are American. Because when those other gangs and stuff get here, a lot of times they're going to be the target. Okay, Jesus, you didn't hear a damn thing I just said. So we're just about to ignore what you're saying. That makes you're not making no fucking sense. Why would he put his own money into some shit that he's gonna end up getting blamed for, and get chastised for funding something? Why would he do that? That makes no sense. Y'all niggas are already acting stupid about his taxes and stuff like that, and him filing bankruptcy and all that other stuff. And it's funny because the American people don't even know how our finances work. Chapter 11 and all that other. Y'all don't know how that shit works. What he did was actually genius. He exploited a loophole. Why doesn't Trump pay no taxes? Because he put everything in his business. As a business entity, anything that he does and do, he can write that off as a business expense. He gets a bookkeeper, and the bookkeeper takes all of those numbers, and then the bookkeeper sends those numbers to his accountant, and guess what? All of that shit is accounted for. Yes. And especially when you're that big and you got charities and stuff like that, you don't pay no taxes. And if you've been balling on your business credit the whole time, personally, you don't owe any taxes. You didn't use your personal money. So now with this new information, please ask that question again and see if the answer ain't in the damn question.
Knowledgeable as has came into the light, and it really makes me wonder why were they released? Why this should have been something that was immediately thought of, them being Venezuelan natives, and it just proves more that.
And this is what America's doing. They're putting their this is what America's doing. They're putting their foot into other people's politics, because you don't even know where a lot of these, especially the Democrats, y'all don't know where a lot of these people that y'all are trying to fudge votes for and getting their good favors by giving them free citizenship. Y'all don't know where these people come from. Y'all don't know what gangs and cartels they had beef with, or that they might be affiliated with. Y'all don't know any of this stuff. So they'll be highly offended if they got taken out by an Argentinian gang that they used to beef with back at home.
What they did so heinous was intentful, and this is the people that we so continuously decide to let in this country because of her open border policies.
The testimony that you and fellow victims of immigrant crime gave before Congress was just so compelling. And then there was this moment where Democratic Congresswoman Veronica Escobar suggested that you and your fellow victims were being exploited with your appearance before Congress. That led April Aguirre, who's a crime victims advocate, to have this exchange with the Congresswoman. Listen here.
It's insulting that you would say that to these families, that you would make an assumption that they're being used or exploited anyway. Not one time when her daughter was murdered and I was helping her navigate the criminal justice system did one Democrat call me to offer their assistance. It was only Republicans, and I am an independent. I vote both ways. So it's insulting. No, please don't speak over me because I'm still talking.
Okay.
I'm not done. I have the mic. I have the floor. I have the floor. If you want to answer me, you ask.
Alexis, what did you take away from that exchange and the fact that the Congresswoman tried to suggest that you all were being manipulated and exploited?
I think it's very inappropriate with it being such a sensitive matter. If I have the option to be used, quote unquote, for how she said, for political gain, for other.
Yeah, Jeannie S., do you not know that both sides play immigration games? Do you not know that? Both sides play immigration games, because you will vote for a Republican that will say, hey, we want to close up the borders and all this other jazz. But they'll outsource a job real quick. They'll outsource a job real quick. Just as much as Americans outsource jobs real quick. We outsource work in America all the time. Go to Home Depot and try to get your shed put up, and you ain't trying to put the shed up yourself. All the Mexican people that you know that's undocumented, that's hanging out at Home Depot, you slide them a little $40, or that shit gonna get put up. We don't go to straight up Americans to get our roof painted and certain little domesticated stuff around the house. Yeah, I know that, Tread. I'm pointing out the fact that both sides, Jesus Christ, y'all, why y'all gotta be this slow, y'all? God damn it, man. Y'all just get in here, listen to what's being said, and then pick up the pieces as we go. Because me having every single nook and cranny is ridiculous. If y'all got a question, support the channel. I will read those questions and we'll chop it up, or I'll open up the phone lines and you guys can call in. But goddamn, I'm pointing out how both sides play with you. You just got one side acting like we ain't on that immigrant shit, whoop-de-whoop, and we ain't blah, 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 and whoop-de-whoop. And guess what? They playing immigrant games also. It's the American way. So don't be so fooled into Republican. The Republican, don't be too gun ho on voting Republican. All right, let's go.
There's to get what they want, and then instead choose to have my daughter back. And
Trump is a Democrat. Well, was a Democrat, but he's representing Republicans right now. So use your common sense, y'all.
Essentially be a nobody.
What's going on, Stay in Cheese?
Buddy, I would always choose that in a heartbeat. I do this
to
continuously be my daughter's voice. I do this because my daughter fought incredibly hard her last moments of her life.
They're worsening in a bad situation.
I will be damned if I don't fight hard the rest of mine for her. I do this because I want to, and because I need to raise awareness, and because we need to make change. This has to stop. We cannot keep burying our children.
Well, you are a powerful advocate for Jocelyn's memory. And again, our heart just breaks for what she went through and what you continue to go through. I don't know how you get up every day and put one foot in front of the other. God bless you, and thank you for being
like a normal human being.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. Hold on, y'all.
It's a spread.
I don't know why it's playing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I feel bad for her and her family and what they had to go through, but hey, man. Brothers be going through the same thing. Hold on.
Sprint to the finish line for Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. Today, both candidates are holding rallies in the key battleground state of Michigan. And so far, it has been a fierce battle. New reports, meanwhile, say that Harris's team is getting nervous over Trump's gains just 18 days out from the election. Who can believe it? Hello, everyone. It's Friday. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany, and joining me today is Dagan McDowell, Fox Business anchor and co-host of The Bottom Line on Fox Business, Tammy Bruce, Fox News contributor and president of American Spirit Enterprises, Dr. Nicole Saphier, Fox News contributor and board-certified physician, and Patrick J. Murphy, 32nd Under Secretary of the Army and former Pennsylvania congressman. Well, reports of anxiety and all-out panic are beginning, and it could have Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign spun up just a few days out from the election as time.
I mean, she is being used, but she doesn't mind. Both sides are using whatever they can to make their, like, I don't understand why y'all don't get, like, Any type of presidential election is real black pill. It can get real dark. And what it is that a lot of people are fake as fuck with just their opinions, their vote, with anything. So every so often they got to put you guys and use other people in their tragic events to put you in a state of reality, because like, oh, this could happen to you, you know. And it's messed up, but it's a part of politics. You know, you got to use a anomaly, like it happens every single day, damn near, to get your void, your opinion across. People are not really into hearing, hey, this doesn't happen every day. But you know, if you paint it as if it doesn't happen every day, which it doesn't, but it can happen, there's a possibility of it, people are going to feel like it's not worth talking about. So you're basically nuking your own point before you put it out there. I don't understand why every 4 years niggas got selective memories. Like you have to play on the heartstrings of people to get things done. It's fucked up, but it's the truth. That's the game that we play. And then on top of that, Americans don't know about no goddamn patience or waiting or anything. We want shit done right now. We want shit done in a convenient manner. So of course they're gonna put an extreme out there. Y'all believe anything. Of course they finna put an extreme out there. All right, let's go.
Is running out. The New York Post reporting that Democrats in Pennsylvania, that all-important state, say that Harris is, quote, AWOL and being out-messaged. These are Democrats saying this. This as Reuters claims that...
And that's crazy that her own Democratic Party is turning on her. That goes to show they wasn't even rocking with her in the first place. If somebody turns on you the moment shit start going south, they wasn't rocking with you in the first place.
Anxiety is rising in the VP's campaign over Trump's swing state gains. And Democrats are telling Politico that they see warning signs for Harris with Latino men in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. You know, Dagan, one thing I love to do, and maybe it's because I was in press and comms, is read behind the headlines. And when you have Democrats coming out with anxiety, leaking to publication.
I'm not going to lie. If she had brought out Obama for the Latin community, that would have done a little bit better. Her firing order was wrong. She saw that they brought out Obama for us, and everybody else started laughing. That's kind of what did it for other men also, even white men. Have you noticed after that, white people and white men start going in on her openly? I would have sounded less crazy in the beginning if I was telling it what I was saying if they had done this earlier. The white boys going in on Kamala. On CNN talking about some, look how she brought out Obama for the blacks. What type of game is she playing? So those Latino brothers, they laughing at you. You should have bought out Obama for them and then brought him out for the black people. It would have been a little bit less obvious. Gee, you're asking questions that you know the answer to. Who the hell is Obama?
On the state, Pennsylvania Democrats, national.
This is why they can get y'all to vote, because y'all sit around and just jerk off all day and waste time. Y'all just sit around on the internet all day and intellectually jerk off all day and waste time. Y'all don't ever move no chains forward. This is why a lot of people don't want to talk to us. Y'all ask the same fucking questions all over again. Did it work for you, Jeannie? Oh, look at Obama, man. He looking great. Man, these brothers need to tighten up. Did it work for you? Just say it worked for you. Jesus Christ. You want to know why they keep doing stupid shit? Because guess what? It works. You would think you would stop funding and doing stupid shit if it didn't work. So that's another thing too, y'all, when y'all talking to a lot of people on the internet about these politics and stuff like that. Some people, when they brought out Obama, they got their message across. Uh-oh, here come Papa Obama. What's he gonna say? You black niggas need to get it together. Shit, Obama was better off talking to Mexican people. At this point, yeah, Tino.
Democrats, it usually is a sign that there's some nerve-wracking appetites happening in the campaign.
Right, and I also love to read into what the Senate candidates are saying. And if you look at, let's just look at Michigan, for example. So in the Real Clear Politics average in Michigan, President Trump is up by almost 1 full point, 0.9 point.
And these numbers are bullshit. You don't need to, why every single election they're acting like it's the damn Super Bowl? Oh, they're neck and neck. Ooh, you want to get down to the poll, Trump might win. Ooh, you want to get down to the poll, Kamala might win. No, usually polls are blowouts. They're not these two little neck and neck, back and forth. Oh, the score is tight. No, they're usually, yeah, we want this person. You sure? Yeah, it's not this neck and neck thing. It's a blowout. A lot of Super Bowl games are blowouts. A lot of Super Bowl games have been blowouts. It hasn't been these epic, close games that we think that all Super Bowl games are gonna. Hold on, let me get it. Let me get this Nightbot off of Ron or RN. It's not these like neck and neck games that we think that these legendary. You want to know what? All right, listen. You want to know what nullifies all of this? On-field performance versus on-paper performance. Just because you have a certain stats on paper doesn't mean that you're going to have those same stats when you get on the field or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of that shit is just a rough estimate. Whether you put it up or not. A lot of that shit is just a rough estimate, okay? When the stats on the paper reflect the stats on the field, honestly, that's brilliance on the humans' behalf, because it's like, okay, our calculations is right. This is what the game should look like, and this should be neck and neck, because we have two of the greatest going at each other. Sometimes the two of the greatest teams don't make it to the Super Bowl. Sometimes certain people get injured. Sometimes there's a wild card. All kinds of stuff happens. We know this. Y'all don't think it's the same thing for the presidential election? You out your fucking mind. It's actually even less because it's one person. Show me an election where it was just a unanimous decision. Where it's like, damn, we don't even really need to hold all of this shit because everybody's saying they want this person. That's more realistic. don't even see no damn election that's a blowout. Jeannie, you're in the chat being vague as fuck. What is it now? What issue do you have that happened during his during his 3 years? With COVID? Okay, and you would try to stay out of jail too. Now, can somebody send me that video of Kamala drunk driving and hitting somebody? Because that's crazy. Because I looked up another video and yeah, he got Trump derangement syndrome. And I saw 2 other videos saying that Kamala be drunk at these rallies and shit. But let's go.
It's Alyssa Slotkin up over Mike Rogers, 2.2 points in that state. And both of them, the big issue, and so you take a national issue, like the economy and inflation, and then you boil it down to each state issue. In Pennsylvania, it's fracking. Again, ban fracking. She's tried to reverse that. But in Michigan, it is the EV mandate, the electric vehicle mandate, that is a job destroyer for auto workers. And it's something that no American wants because they don't want to be told, oh, you cannot drive a car or a pickup truck with an internal combustion engine in it. So both Alyssa Slotkin, who's running for Senate as a Democrat, and Kamala Harris have said both, I will never tell you what kind of car you have to drive. Yeah, you have. She has, because the EPA tailpipe emissions.
And these white women was quiet as fuck until now. So now you know who they voting for, low key. These women were quiet as shit. Because they didn't want to seem like they were against women.
It's regulation, essentially mandate.
Yeah, you see this, Jay? Nowadays, it's like, oh, you've been holding on to that for a minute.
It's a de facto mandate that 2/3 of the vehicles in 8 years in the United States of America must be partially electric or fully electric. That is a mandate, and that is a killer for Kamala Harris and Alyssa Slotkin just in the state of Michigan.
Well, Kaylee, Dakin's making a very good point here, because Kamala Harris did come out in 2019 for these EV mandates. Now she's backing off on them a little bit, like she's doing with fracking, because she wants to get elected. But they're still being very savvy when it comes to these battleground states, because as we saw under the Inflation Reduction Act, just in Michigan alone, they promised about $500 million to GM Motors. And so you have the unionized workers there saying, the union saying, if we don't get that handout from the IRA, if that goes away under a Trump presidency, jobs are going to be lost. So it's really like, waving this little shiny thing in front of voters saying you need to vote for this now or lose jobs tomorrow. But that's so short-sighted, and they're not looking at the long term and what will come, because with a Kamala Harris presidency will come these EV mandates, and it will be a long-term demise of the auto industry.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. But Patrick, going back to Democrats and panic, I wanted to put up the national numbers for you. This is Real Clear Politics. This is average of polling, so you can't, dissect one poll. This is the average. And what you see nationally is Kamala Harris with a 1.6% lead. Okay, you say, but Biden had an 8.9% lead in 2020, and Clinton, who went on to lose, I would remind our viewers, had a 7.1% lead. Like, have they recalibrated polls? Who knows? That would make me jittery. Also, moments before coming to air, I see...
All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. 3 hours and 12 minutes into the madness. Y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. I got something funny to show y'all real quick. Hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Let's get it. Let's get some laughter off, y'all.
Ms. Harris, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes for you.
Mrs. Harris, how many people do you believe have crossed the borders? Miss Harris. Kamala, please. Mrs. Vice President, it's a simple question.
I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
I apologize.
All right, well, I'm just gonna say it. She destroyed him. Oh my gosh.
Right? Oh, golly, he's so embarrassed.
I bet those Republicans are regretting that one.
Kamala! Kamala! Kamala!
Become a member at freedomtunes.com.
Hey, yo. I'll play that one more time, yo.
Thank you for having me, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes for you.
Mrs. Harris, how many people do you believe have crossed the borders? Miss Harris. Kamala, please. Mrs. Vice President, it's a simple question.
I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
I apologize.
All right, well, I'm just gonna
shit.
say it. She destroyed him. Oh my gosh.
Right? Oh, golly, he's so embarrassed.
I bet those Republicans are regretting that one.
Kamala! Kamala! Kamala!
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for
Oh my god. Brittany, I'm telling you, I got one of the best channels on YouTube, man. I'm telling y'all, man, this shit is funny. Hold on, I gotta show y'all the other one. The other one was funny too. So they said for her to win, she would literally have to be like a basically, you know how we were saying earlier, and people were coming in earlier saying that she was a robot. Check this out. What's going on, Bronze? Hold on, y'all. Look at this.
Welcome back. I'm Dr. Mac. After a decline in the polls, Team Kamala is sparing no time trying to get those swing state votes with a new strategy that's allowing Kamala to host rallies in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina all at once. The Kamalatronic.
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us. I'm speaking.
Kamala, we love you.
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us.
Man, it was just like seeing the real thing. This is my third Kamala rally this week, and I've got to say it's the best one I've been to.
I can confidently say this was her best rally yet, and I go to these for a living.
And the Kamalatronic doesn't just do rallies. She also does interviews. Kamala, what's your plan for America?
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us.
It's even allowing her to finally visit the border. Kamalatronic boasts 5 automated responses and 3 theater kid gestures. And even campaign staffers are struggling to tell it apart from the real thing.
I've been working with Kamala every day for the last 2 months, and it's uncanny. It's like I'm seeing double.
Oh, that's remarkable. I couldn't tell the two apart for a week and a half. It started making decisions for the campaign. They were better.
Truly incredible. Here with us, we have the creator of the Kamalatron to discuss it. Would you mind telling us a bit more about your controversial creation?
Mac, the Kamalatron is a very powerful piece of technology. This is the kind of machinery that could sway an election.
It's being rumored that it even outperformed Kamala herself on a verbal IQ test.
Indeed it did.
Incredible. And I've read that the Kamalatronic even smells like the vice president.
Yes, that was very important to President Biden.
And how is the Trump campaign responding to this?
That's a low-key
Well,
joke.
Kamala is certainly giving him a run for his money, but Trump has a few tricks up his own sleeve. With the Trumpogram, he's famously using the campaign in multiple places at once.
Kamala Harris herself. I saw her do it. You'll just keep this up and you'll have no ammo left for the Civil War.
Yes, well, it appears the arms race has begun, with the Harris campaign aiming to keep its technological lead, with the Kamalatronic Model 7 scheduled to be released in just 4 days. It boasts 7 automated responses and functions without the pull string. Yes, that's the tentative release date, but we're hoping it will be around then.
4 days? What's the holdup?
Mrs. Harris, the line is, you didn't fall from a coconut tree. You've said it before. I just need one clear take.
Okay. You didn't fall
Okay, take 729.
Well, the reality is that Kamala voters simply don't need 7 responses.
Yo, that is funny.
They're more than satisfied with the 5, and so it may be a waste of resources. In fact, in order to demonstrate, I've bought...
Oh my gosh, Madam Vice President,
No, don't be deceived. This is simply a Kamalatronic.
I was raised.
Look at the face.
Fixed, given you're basically the acting president anyway.
Wait, this can't be happening. The robot...
Yo, do you hear the humping in the back of her voice? Yo.
How does the program be able to understand? Oh no!
What?
How could I made this mistake? I brought the wrong one!
The wrong what? The wrong robot?
No, it's her! I brought her!
What? Yeah. Yo. Oh shit. Oh my god. Hey, look. Oh my god. Yo, what the hell? Oh, fuck. Yeah, it is creepy. I'm not gonna lie, that robot was creepy as shit. Yo. Holy shit. Shout outs. Oh my god. To Jay Green. Thank you so much for always supporting the show. Make sure you guys hit the like button and follow suit. Jay Green dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Oh, Lord. Shit. Oh, Lord. Shout out to Brittany's Life in the building. Shout outs to all the new subscribers, man. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. We got to play that again. We got to play that again. Did you notice, like, when the robot was jumping up and down and laughing, it was making cash register noises? Hold on. Damn, Nightbot, get off of Brittany. Hold on. My Nightbot is the union member Kamala wants y'all to thank. All right, let's go look at the polls real quick. We got 101 votes. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe before you hit the polls. The question is, are black people the kid class in politics? 48% says yes. Oh man, no is gaining traction now. 48% says yes. 30% says no. 15% says they believe we're kids. I guess you could add that into the 48%, but we're still under 50. And 8% says, uh-oh, here comes Obama again. And they tried it, y'all. They was chasing it. They was chasing it like crazy, try to bring out Obama's crazy ass. They was chasing it. I was on Candace Owens' page earlier, Shout outs to Jay Green in the building, because you know Jay, I'm waiting to see what the hell Candace. I have yet to find a clip of Candace roasting her. Candace is like roasting somebody else and hasn't said anything about the Fox interview yet. And I'm waiting. That I forgot her name. The Amala, without the K on the front of it, which would mean Kamala. The Amala girl was roasting her. Then I'm about to go look him up right now too. Then Tariq was saying something also, but he never played the he played the interview with the Breakfast Club, but he never played the full interview. He played it in like clips. And he didn't get in the beginning when Charlemagne said Kamala is black. So everybody's kind of being a little vague about the Fox interview. And then now I'm not even gonna lie, like I'm trying to tell y'all to really pay attention to politics, because we're in a point in time where you're watching racist people, hotep people, even feminists, and just regular people like, yeah, this ain't it, man. This ain't it. There's a lot of racist people mad that they got to vote for Trump. There's a lot of Dr. Umars and hotep dudes mad as hell that they have to vote for Trump. There's a lot of people, because see, the thing is that they're telling you to vote, which is telling you to include yourself into something. You know, you're not wrong if you don't vote, okay? But that's how they shame you. They're like, well, you can't complain if something don't go your way. And then you got to meet them. You got to meet fire with fire. You're like, well, that's the reason why I don't vote. Then they're going to ask the same stupid question without listening to themselves. Because if I do vote and it still doesn't go my way, what the hell does that make me? Who you think you think gonna have more of a clear mind? So it's like what I told you guys with the European system. The European system used to make voting. The European system, only certain people could vote. Voting wasn't an all-inclusive thing. So what will happen is that, you know, people will retaliate or they rebel if you didn't keep your word as a politician. So I gave y'all the game and the story that's how churches are set up and stuff like that. That's how castles and stuff is set up. If you go look at a castle is set up for war. You know, a castle is set up for war. The drawbridge, how the thrones and everything are at the back of the castle, so you can see the threat coming, towards you. Even those little Vatican steps that they have, when they spin around and stuff like that, that's meant for soldiers to swing one of them damn axes around that damn steps and catch a goofy ass. And then they can use that whole side of the step as a shield. Do you know how to swing your axe with your left hand? Most people are right-handed. And at that point, it don't matter. You're going to have an axe in your helmet. The church is built the same way. And until recently, they used to build hospitals the same way. Yeah, you really can't swing upstairs. And then that's another thing that I was talking about too, Tino. The weight of that axe being swung downward increases the weight. So they have more of an advantage in the castle. Because when the townspeople and people are outside starving and shit like that, they're like, man, listen, why don't we got no food? And they up in there having feasts and shit, like, who the hell voted for this person? Oh, hell no. Royal my ass. We got to get their ass up out of there. So what they did was they made the voting system in America all-inclusive to stop uprising. Not even to stop uprising, because they don't even give a damn if you uprise. They're more so worried about the mindset. And that's kind of what they use, you know, YouTube and other platforms and stuff like that. Yeah, they want to know what the American people think, but they don't want to know as much. You know, they know that there's people that will have influence over people, and that will be in everybody's home and be speaking to them and giving them the game. And they don't like that, because that's when you have to start getting people up out the paint. That's what happened with Alex Jones. That's what happened with a couple of other people and stuff like that. Because guess what? Even your own racist brothers and sisters are going to be mad as hell at you. And they're going to start letting out secrets and stuff like that. And then the right person going to be on their channel and know what to do with that damn information. They fear, when you've done horrible things to people, you fear retaliation, especially if it's woven into your history. So you always are under the guise that a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, are gonna retaliate at some point. It's just that black people, we dumb as hell. We arm ourselves to, you know what I'm saying, to destroy ourselves. Man, Chris, if you don't shut your stupid ass up, talk about some stop playing the poor me bullshit. Shut up, man. You just come in here writing fucking paragraphs and don't know what the hell you talking about. You about to say something stupid and get your ass kicked up out of here. Not even listening to what we talking about. If your dumb ass would shut the fuck up and stop typing all the fucking day, you would realize that I'm talking in your favor. You just run around the internet talking all fucking day. Not even talking, typing. That's even worse. Because you get a chance to think before you say something. Writing BCRs and niggas chats and shit like that. Don't even know where the hell you at. Yeah, they censor it. I get censored all the time. You know, but hopefully YouTube plays fair this time around. You did? They don't want you to think for yourself. Thinking is an act of war when you think about it. Having your own mind. You did? You says yes, because if you're ready, you can't swing going upstairs. Yep. Hold on, let me catch up. You said we fought our own government for less. Yeah. Or thought we did. You know what I'm saying? Or thought we did. You know? But we're in the bag. I'm not gonna lie. I hate to say it, as black people, we're in the bag. They don't gotta worry about us uprising or nothing like that. It's honestly other white people that they gotta worry about uprising. I'll tell you, one of the most pettiest things you'll ever see is white on white crime. And like I said, crime is relative and stuff like that. So the way they go at each other and stuff like that, they definitely don't need nobody, uprising or playing this, friendship game and commerce game with other people. So they make sure keep black people sedated. Why the hell when Kamala talks to us, she got to talk to us about legalizing weed? Legalizing weed. Why you got to legalize weed when it comes to us, when we're not the only ones smoking it? I don't even see. I mean, in certain communities and stuff like that, but there's a lot of black people that don't want shit to do with weed. Don't got shit to do with weed. And that's how a lot of people look at us, especially in Congress and stuff like that. They look at us as fucking potheads. Oh yes, we're gonna get Wiz Khalifa down here, and he's gonna legalize all the cushion orange juice for you Negroes, and niggas fall for it. Oh, I love cushion orange juice. That's my favorite mixtape. Yeah, legalize that weed, please. Legalize that weed. Yeah, the banish Obama back to the nether realm, man. Like, where did you come from? Tranny fluid, Bro, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, that's correct though. A pimp's love is more than that of a square, but your name. It's your name, bro. Like, you know, change your name and we'll probably chop up some game, but hell no. Nigga said tranny fluid. You probably one of them weak ass dudes from the Discord. Try to come in here with that bullshit, man. Black people are sitting up here worried about if Diddy's gay and saying stupid shit, man. We're gonna lock Diddy up for being gay. Fucking idiots, man. Our community needs to fucking wake the fuck up. I have a politician up here talking to you about fucking weed. I'm offended by that. And I smoke sometimes. Late as fuck. Weed been legal in a lot of these states anyway. Niggas ain't tripping. I'm worried about no fucking weed. Play this shit again. This shit was funny as hell.
Welcome back. I'm Dr. Mac. After declining the polls, Team Kamala is sparing no time trying to get those swing state votes with a new strategy that's allowing Kamala to host rallies in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina all at once. The Kamalatronic.
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us. I'm speaking. Kamala, we love you. I was raised in a middle-class.
But that's what I said. I'm like, shit, white people love weed. White people love the fuck out of weed. They like it more than us. And grow it more. So like, what are we supposed to be, kids? Like, oh, we're gonna give you businesses and we're gonna give you weed and all kinds of shit. My thing is though, because it's not even. I mean, even though a lot of people make it about it, it's not even about the race and shit. The thing is people going off of old stereotypes. You know, if you're gonna be racist, at least update your stereotype. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. At least update your little stereotypes, please. You know, I don't mind trolls coming in and making little bullshit ass jokes, little Diddy jokes, but at least be funny. I'll be coming in, it's not even funny, saying just dumb shit in the chat room. Diddy, I'm Diddy. Diddy's back, and it's like, oh, like it's like that shit is not funny. I know what you're trying to do, but it's not funny. Cause shit will blow your mind if some of y'all go outside. I keep telling y'all, there was a story about this Popeyes that shut down. And it was this KFC that was in a white neighborhood that shut down. Man, them white people went crazy. Them white people went crazy. They wanted that chicken back so bad. They rioted and got that store reopened. So if you think that black people just go stupid over chicken, please update your racism, please. Update your racism. Update your racism, please. Every time, because every time I go to the damn farmer's market, it'd be a team of white people out there eating nothing but watermelons. And I'm like, damn, I thought it was us. They love the shit out of water. They even got yellow watermelon. Do your research. Y'all niggas was right there with us drinking grape drink. Kool-Aid. White people love Kool-Aid too. Don't be fooled. It's just that we got made fun of it for overly drinking. We got made fun of it for overly drinking that shit. You know, hey, it is what it is.
Family. Our lawns were very important to us.
Man, it was just like seeing the real thing. Oh, this is my third Kamala rally this week.
Yeah, the racism has
in
a glitch,
the best
right?
one I've been to.
I can confidently say this was her best rally yet, and I go to these for a living.
And the Kamalatronic doesn't just do rallies. She also does interviews. Kamala, what's your plan for America?
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us.
It's even allowing her to finally visit the border. The Kamalatronic boasts 5 automated responses and 3 theater kid gestures. And even campaign staffers are struggling to tell it apart from the real thing.
I've been working with Kamala every day for the last 2 months, and it's uncanny. It's like I'm seeing double.
Oh, that's remarkable. I couldn't tell the two apart for a week and a half. It started making decisions for the campaign. They were better.
Truly incredible. Here with us, we have the creator of the Kamalatron to discuss it. Would you mind telling us a bit more about your controversial creation?
Mac, the Kamalatron is a very powerful piece of technology. This is the kind of machinery that could sway an election.
It's being rumored that it even outperformed Kamala herself on a verbal IQ test.
Indeed it did.
Incredible. And I've read that the Kamalatronic even smells like the vice president.
Yes, that was very important to President Biden.
And how is the Trump campaign responding to this?
Well,
and this is crazy because she's not even in yet, and all of these, she getting these jokes. And listen to this. If she wins, who do you think she's gonna be the biggest joke to? I mean, obviously the world. They're gonna go in on. They're gonna go in on America. You know that. I'm not gonna lie. This is the best time to get out of America if she wins. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. If she wins, we gonna be the main ones roasting her up. Like, at least the Trump jokes are getting old. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's comical. Like when he said that they're eating the dogs and shit like that. In the beginning, it was like, that's funny. It's a bit racist, but we'll take it. But we were more so laughing at him, not laughing at him. We were more so laughing with him than at him. That's the crazy part. Did y'all notice that? Like, people are laughing at Kamala. Trump has gotten it to a point that if you start laughing with him, laughing at him, you'll start laughing with him, because it's like, what are you gonna do? Educate her? You don't know no better. And then it was like for what it was at the time, it's kind of like a fake sympathy ploy. Look how much black people were running around here going in on Haitian people like they won't pull up. Man, Haitian people are some of the... I wouldn't be that comfortable dissing them. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think that's a good idea. You know, I'm just gonna let that out the bag. I'm gonna let that be known. That's not a good idea. You could damn near hate on any other race of black people, but they you know, black Americans, you know. I'm half Jamaican, so I do know a thing or two about being chased with a machete. And niggas are not equipped to get chased with no damn machete. Niggas will fold like a beach chair if somebody comes to their house with a fucking machete. You know? I think that's what they were saying, anti-socialite, like that Biden would rather her smelling like curry. You said we're already screwed with the body, with the body. Never mind if we got her. Right. Guido said if she's president, she can screw up big time, and they'll protect her with feminists. No, the feminists not even protecting her. But they might. I don't know. That's a good thing to look into. You said, "Oh, we're already screwed with Biden. Never mind if we have her." Yeah. Brittany said she's a train wreck. Trump and his buddies with a lot of comedians, so he actually got some personality. Right. That's what I'm saying. So, because see, what he did was he I wouldn't say he messed up politics. But what he did was he brought the average Joe to politics. You understand what I'm saying? What was Trump doing before he actually got the presidency? He had a show called The Apprentice. You know, and all of these different shows where you're fired and all these different shows and different ventures and stuff like that. He was even going around to certain seminars and promoting ACN and Motor Club America and all these other, pyramid schemes, right? So he was doing his thing before these fake ass people turned on him, right? Yeah, just like you in my damn chat room. We're not even look at this racist ass nigga. Look at this. Blacks always crying. What do you think? I'm gonna watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna let this idiot. Look at this low IQ gang. All right, get your white ass out of here. See, that's the funny part. That's the funny part, y'all. How dumb and racist do you have to be to go in the chat room and just hear people talking? Not even hear people talking. You just got there. Don't even know what they're talking about. And you think somebody's complaining about what you think they're complaining about. And they're not even complaining about what you think they're complaining about. They actually, the person that's actually talking actually agrees with whatever goofball racist shit you was gonna say probably anyway. And this is why I tell black people, I'm like, listen, if you've encountered any type of real racism, I like my racism straight up. I don't like somebody pretending to be my friend and we're friends and we're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored. No, just let me know if you're racist. That's cool. I'm gonna pick up on it anyway. It's to the point where it's like you might as well not even. The funny part is that we agree. That's why I'm like, y'all gotta pay attention to the history, because we're in a time right now where Dr. Umar Johnson types are agreeing with the Rush Limbaughs. They're agreeing with the Alex Jones. They're agreeing with these people. Interestingly enough, yeah, it still thinks the N-word has power and shit. Yeah, it got power to get your ass whipped, but that's about it. I don't know if he's been rightfully vindicated. I don't know what's been going on with him lately, Guido. What's been going on with Alex Jones? Because, while black people was acting stupid and scared and shit like that, nigga, I was sitting back laughing. I'm sorry. I listen to Alex Jones. I listen to racist people for fun. Maybe because I'm black pilled and I'm from Maryland and shit. So I'm used to little racist bastards, because some of them are funny. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Why a lot of actual racist people don't like them. Because racism doesn't make any money when it's overt. Racism does not make any money when it's overt. So racism has to be covert. And it makes more money when it's covert. What's going on, Sin? It makes more money, it makes more money when it's covert, to the point that if they find you being overtly racist, they get you up out of there. They're not sitting there playing with you. It's like, okay, you didn't get the memo, bro. Imagine being racist and a whole bunch of your friends agree with you, but they can't openly agree with you. You understand what I'm saying? They can't openly, outward say, man, he's right, and I believe in the same shit. It's like no matter how much they believe in the same shit, it's like it's covert. Now, if you're asking me, hey, Kuda, why does racism need to be covert? It's because it makes more money. Then you got the L Gibbet. You know, because a lot of racist people didn't like the L Gibbet neither until they start becoming them. And low key, if you look at history, they've always been adjacent with the L Gibbet. Oh my God! Look at Ken coming in with the fucking reset, bro. Can y'all just sit back and listen to the actually support the content? Shout outs to Jay Green. Thank you, love. Jay Green said, contribute to the show if you enjoy the content. Y'all support the content. Stop coming in here talking, bro. You're just resetting the conversation. You're resetting the conversation, bro. Listen to what's being said before you say something stupid, please. Respectfully. You're just resetting the conversation. Shout outs to Tino dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio and not player hating. Let's get it.
I would like to thank God Almighty for giving everybody so much and me so little. I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Shout outs to Dave Chappelle. Shout outs to Tino. Thank you, bro, for supporting the show. Yeah, Ken, I know you just came in. You know what? I gotta not keep going off on the audience. So my bad if I slightly cursed you out. I gotta not keep going bad on the audience, because the thing is that sometimes y'all just say some wild shit because y'all don't think y'all gonna get acknowledged. I get that. I get it. But no, we were going in on racism. You know what I'm saying? Racism is a real thing. Yeah, you on the East Coast. Yep. I'll be back on the East Coast very soon. But yeah, racism is a real thing. What I said is that I listen to them for fun, because you want to know what happens, y'all? They start telling the truth. That's another reason why they get them up out of here. They start telling the truth and shit like that. And people feel that you know what I'm saying? People feel that they betray, you know, their no, Ken cool. It's all right. He didn't know. My bad. And I fall into it too, Guido. I be cursing people. I be thinking, I'm like, oh shit. You know what? Sometimes people just want acknowledgement. Not everybody's trolling. You know, so you know, sometimes you got to give people, you know, if they do want to learn, you do have to give people the sometimes the benefit of the doubt, I guess. You know, I'm learning it too, so you know, I'm not gonna say something. I would never put y'all through anything I wouldn't put myself through, you know. All right, but no, you know, it's a reset though. It is definitely a reset, you know, coming through and saying racism doesn't exist, because that's bullshit. And then we got to go into the woe is me stuff, and then I got to break down history and stuff like that. I'm Gucci, you know. Now, if you were to say, well, Kuda, Trump is one of those guys that smile in your face and blah blah blah, and you might be a little right. You might be a little right. You know, but the thing is that, you know, all across the world, Tino, all across the world, you know, See, you guys are on the East Coast. A lot of you guys are on the East Coast right now. I'm in Asia, and I see it in Asia. Hell, people are racist amongst each other. Oh, you from there. I can't, you know. Oh, Brittany's about to bounce. Shout outs to Brittany. Thank you, love, for coming through. Yeah, they're making the frogs gay. They're turning the frogs gay. I can't see all of y'all comments. Uh-oh. You said, I believe in tribalism. I believe tribalism trumps all, my guy. None of that. All of that shit is in the name. All of that shit is in the name of competitiveness. You know. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try. But all of that stuff is in the name of competitiveness, y'all. That's what all of that stuff is in the name of. It's in the name of competitiveness. It's just people being competitive with each other. Not even really competitive with each other, but it's all in the name of being competitive. You know, because you have racism, you have colorism, you have classism, you have featureism, you have stereotypes, judgment. You know, like you know, where does the conversation start and where does it end? All right? Where does the conversation start and where does it end? No, that's not gonna happen. It's easy to say that. That's not gonna happen, man. That's not gonna happen, man. That's not gonna happen. But this is the thing. Their stereotypes are so old. Like, I'm not about to be no man going into my 50s and 40s and shit like that being represented by weed. I'm not sitting here advocating for all these goddamn after school program incentives for black adults and shit like that. You know, where they're like, oh, look, we're gonna give you jobs. We're gonna give you loans for jobs. Weed, you like weed? We're gonna legalize the marijuana. Shit. I would say niggas deserve reparations for getting locked up for marijuana as much as we did. What's going on, Ed? No, don't nobody want to go dive into that into that can of noodles. Who is getting locked up the most for marijuana in America? Some of y'all still got cousins that went to jail and ain't right in the fucking head, and now they need the weed. They putting shit in the drugs also. You would think that I would run into some shit like that in Asia. No. America is the craziest place to buy anything. Drug or non-drug. Now, y'all remember this guy? I played him at the beginning of the show. Hold on. Do y'all remember this guy? Give me 1 second, y'all. Do y'all remember him?
Why I beat bitches? Well, somebody got to do it. Guys, you ever be arguing with your bitch and you be thinking to yourself, damn, I want to knock the shit out this hoe, but you scared to risk it? Well, I like to gamble. And for all y'all who think I'm some woman beater, I'm not. In my 36 years of living, I only hit 5 bitches. If you smoke 5 cigarettes in 36 years, are you really a smoker? Plus, I only hit bitches in self-defense. I believe that if a bitch hit me, she better have a dinner plan. Not only do I believe in hitting bitches back, I believe that beating bitches is progressive. It's 2024. Niggas and bitches are equal. So if you ain't treating your bitch like a man, then you being sexist. And I know the right thing to do when the situation get violent is to walk away. It's 4 billion other bitches out here on this planet. But I like my punching bag. Game is game.
All right. Y'all remember him? Well, guess what? He's no longer with us. He is no longer with us. He died last night. And he's a funny guy. People was like, oh, Kuda, that's your twin. And y'all talk about game and stuff like that. He died last night. right, Guido. Died last night, y'all. Imagine that. So yeah, man. Life is short, y'all. Let's go.
Well, Kamala is certainly giving him a run for his money, but Trump has a few tricks up his own sleeve. With the Trumpogram, he's famously using to campaign in multiple places at once.
Kamala Harris herself. I saw her do it. You'll just keep this up and you'll have no ammo left for the Civil War.
Yes, well, it appears the arms race has begun, with the Harris campaign aiming to keep its technological lead, with the Kamalatronic Model 7 scheduled to be released in just 4 days. It boasts 7 automated responses and functions without the pull string.
Yes, that's the tentative release date, but we're hoping it will be around then.
4 days? What's the holdup?
Mrs. Harris, the line is, you didn't fall from a coconut tree. You've said it before. I just need one clear take.
Okay. You didn't fall.
Okay, take 729.
Well, the reality is that Kamala voters simply don't need 7 responses. They're more than satisfied with the 5, and so it may be a waste of resources. In fact, in order to demonstrate, I bought...
Oh my gosh, Madam Vice President,
No, don't be deceived. This is simply a Kamalatronic.
I was raised in a middle-class family.
Incredible. I can ask it anything?
Of course, it's not like it's really her.
Kamalatron, why can't you fix any of the things you've promised to fix, given you're basically the acting president anyway?
Wait, this can't be happening. The robot isn't programmed to even be able to understand me.
Oh no!
What?
How could I make this mistake? I brought the wrong one!
The wrong what? The wrong robot?
No, it's her! I brought her!
What?
This just in, Trump is a threat to all that is holy. Eliminate him immediately.
Don't watch news that turns you into a terrorist. Get real information with The Loop. The Loop is a free daily newsletter that'll keep you up on current events. The Loop uses biologically correct pronouns. They're suing the FBI, and they won't dog whistle assassination instructions to you. Sign up now at gettheloop.com. The Loop!
That's funny. That's funny.
You have some...
That's funny as hell. Ken Allen said, Kuda, if you could tell me the problem, tell me where it ends and how to end it. Bro, what are you talking about? I don't know what the problem is, bro. What problem are you talking about? Like, be specific. That's like a vague question. You know, don't y'all coming in here asking vague, loaded questions and stuff like that. I'm not a rookie. I know when I'm being asked a vague, loaded question. What's the problem? The problem with what? Be specific on the problem. What's going on, Dustin? You said when you take all the psycho extremists away and toxic social media, we all tend to get along and understanding no matter the race. There's some truth to that, Dustin. But not everybody can function without their phones. I've been telling you guys for a long time that your phone is an external organ. People will have insurance on their phone and not themselves. Your phone people don't function well without their phones. Okay? That's why you have smart devices and dumb people. Okay? People don't function well without their phone. Your phone is just as valuable to you in today's society as your liver. It's damn near more important. Niggas cutting their appendix out and got a whole cell phone. Your joint to your cell phone at the cord. Your charger is the umbilical cord. Okay? There's always some fucking screen you gotta look at every fucking day. Okay? Respectfully, you know? I mean, because not everybody uses, you know, some people abuse their liver. Some people, they take care of it. You know, it is what it is. But in today's society, you would have to go into the woods and all kinds of shit to live off grid. You want to know how you live off grid in today's society? Leave your phone at home. Leave your phone at home. You're going to feel naked. You're going to feel like you were robbed. Leave your phone go to work one day and leave your phone at home. Your job will tell you to stay off your phone at work, but will ask you where your phone's at when you don't have one. You say he was talking about when we were talking about racism. How to end racism? I mean, if it's out there, it really ain't gonna end, honestly. It's just you can only really keep it at a low. You know? Or we gotta coexist in a different type of way. We gotta coexist in a different type of way. Honestly. You know, it's too, and you know, honestly, let me tell you where racism comes from. Because remember earlier, like I said, that you know, crime and race and all that, it's inclusive. Well, take a look at this. What I'm about to tell you. Racism is rooted in the fear of genetic annihilation. Racism is rooted in the fear that certain people are going to wake up and not see people like them. You're going to be around people that's not like you. You know, certain people will wake up and feel some type of way if they don't see people that's like them. That's the same reason why crime is big amongst everybody in their own race. If you say, hey, you know, white on white crime is crazy because white people versus white people are taking themselves out. You say black on black crime is crazy. Yeah, because that's the main one that you hear. Yes, black people are taking each other out. Latino on Latino crime is crazy. Yes, because Latinos is taking out Latino people. It's an explanation, you know. You'll even have gangbangers and people, like for example, in Chicago, them neighborhoods that King Von and them would talk about, right? You want to know why them dudes are armed up, Draco'd up, and got all these exotic weapons with switches on it and beams and all kinds of stuff? Because guess what? When they go down to the gun store or they find that shit in the back of a crate that the government dropped off in the middle of Chicago, you know what niggas get them fucking guns for? Because I'm fixing to shoot me a nigga. Yep, I'm about to get me a top of the line Draco. This thing about to disperse a $100,000, and I'm just gonna shoot me up a nigga. That's what I'm gonna do. That's why I got this Draco. I'm gonna shoot me up a goddamn nigga, right? A nigga play with me, this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna play with him. Nigga jump out them bushes, this is what's gonna happen. This Draco, right? Guess what's going on in Chicago right now? Argentinian people coming in. Argentinian people coming in. And these dudes don't know what the hell to do. Boy, you got a gun for nothing. Don't know what the hell to do. They're so fixated on training their weapons at other black people that are just like them. When an Argentinian person show up and they like, hey, what's up? Like, you know, we got guns too. They get scared. Shit, they damn near think that he probably an undercover cop. They don't know what to do. All of that gang banging and gang sign throwing and weed smoking and listening to fucking L.A. Capone and all these other cats and shit like that. Never in his life he would think that he would have to train a gun on an Argentinian person. These niggas don't even know where Argentina at. These niggas have no idea where Argentina is. And these same people, fuck the cops, fuck the ops, mop, pop, stop, shop, drop, top. Now they asking the government, man, we need help. They taking over our stuff. What's going on? They doing this and then they doing that. Man, black people are fucking lost. Lost. Niggas don't know what the hell to do. And that's another part. We gonna get into that, Guido. You see that? It's like they think they can get away with killing a black person, which they can, but the cops know what's going on. It's like they think they can get away with killing a black person, but get worried about killing a South American because of government protection. There you go. That's another part too. And honestly, it's messed up that the world got to get them back to knowing what the hell gangs were for. The gangs were for protecting those streets anyway. So that's crazy. And then it's even more crazy when you think about it. Let's say if the gangs were organized and they were on code and stuff like that, and let's say they were on code. Let's say if they did it two ways. Let's open this up real quick. Let's say if they did it two ways, right? Think about what I'm about to tell y'all. Let's say if they did it two ways. Let's say, okay, if you're coming into our neighborhoods, yeah, that's the deal you have with the government. But for y'all to be safe and for y'all to raise a family and stuff like that in quote unquote our neighborhood, since it's their neighborhood, right? It's their territory when it's a black man, but when it's another color man running around, now all of a sudden they're hesitant on shooting and asking people where they from. Go ask them Argentinians where they from. They're not even like LA. You know how LA would be like, yo, you got to check in. They're not even taking a check-in tax and be like, hey, that was the deal you got with the government. Y'all got to have a separate deal with us. These niggas ain't thinking. That's a bag right there. So guess what? You don't have to go to the other side of town and shoot up a op. Never thought about that, huh? I can't go into no fucking Italian. Even in America, there's certain places in like Baltimore and all these little cities and stuff like that where the Italians control that shit. Even as a black American man, I can't just run around in no fucking Italian hood. Even in New York, you think you finna live in a triad neighborhood without getting pressed a little bit? Shout outs to Jay Grizz. She said, I want a dummy phone. Just call me. That's it. Right. They're doing too much with all this extra shit. Your phone pinged this tower. They're doing too much. So what I'm saying is, you know, we are out of the loop. Yeah, no, she's making a joke from the smartphone. There was this saying too. There was this saying that Americans became disconnected once cell phones stop having wires, being plugged into the wall. I mean, phones, stop being plugged into the wall, I'm like, damn, that's true. I mean, you got a lot of burner phones now, but they're like internet burner phones. Yeah, it's just a tracking device. It's just a big ass GPS. Even the burner phone's a tracking device. Yeah, like one of them old Sony Ericsson phones or like the Razor. Damn, all day Fox has been going in on Kamala. It's like Fox is like re-showing their rhetoric hand. Look at this. All day, y'all.
The top line is the 5-point advantage that Kamala Harris had in our last poll is gone.
I mean, just look at them side by side and you can see it.
Democrats worry there could be a repeat of Donald Trump's 2016 win.
Except bigger. Now, reality has replaced vibes. As the angle correctly predicted, polling guru Nate Silver is now warning.
Bro, like literally overnight after that Fox interview, white people just start shitting on Kamala. They didn't even do Hillary like this. They said fuck Hillary, but he was their darling. I mean, she was their darling. Oh, Hillary's a darling. Hillary's a darling. Kamala was a darling. What the fuck happened? When did all these people just turn on her like that? Listen, Guido, you was here. Jay, you was here. Everybody, y'all was here. A lot of you guys. Wasn't we getting thrown under the bus like less than 5 days ago if you said anything bad about Kamala? What the hell happened?
Democrats that Harris probably faces a tougher environment than Clinton or Biden. Incumbent parties around the world are struggling. Cultural pendulum swinging conservative, inflation and immigration are big deals to voters, you think? And now Silver is forecasting that Trump will win the election. This comes as the latest Fox News national poll has Trump ahead by 2 points. Joining me now, Kevin McCarthy, former Speaker of the House. Mr. Speaker, now she has raised $1 billion. She's burned through most of that, and they're going back, to Wall Street and Silicon Valley for more money. They need more money, they said, to win in these swing states. What is going on here?
They're yelling at their donors. They're yelling at the voters. Why won't?
Look at that. And now I see a video from Yvette Carnell saying Kamala Harris versus Kamala Harris. Even the sisters are, Jesus Christ.
They support them. And the other thing you have to notice, too, if you ever want to know which side is losing, look for the articles where there's infighting. You notice the Democrats now getting the article, there's all this infighting.
Pennsylvania campaign chief is a disaster.
Now, what's going on is when they start disagreeing with each other, somebody tips the scales and say something to piss off one other fake Democrat. And then now all the fake Democrats are going at each other. Now all the fake Democrats are going at each other. I've seen two Republicans disagree with each other. Republicans are used to disagreeing with each other, but a lot of the Democrats move like a beehive. So when one bee betrays the hive, it's like gotta get that body count down. They gotta. What's going on, Link? Damn, I'm waiting for Candace. I'm waiting for Candace right now. Because I know she gonna cook. This is amazing. And listen, I'm not telling you guys to be Democrat or Republican. I'm just showing y'all something. Shout outs to Link in the building. He said they're waiting for her to do something. But my problem with the white people is that they don't like her. I've been saying this for months. The white women are voting for Trump. They just can't openly say it. You did? So you said they don't like her, not wanting to do with policies. It's just because of her skin tone. I don't like her, but that ain't right. Right. But she playing games too, and it's like other races of women are like, we can see you, right? We can see you, right? I mean, even Hillary was in the black community doing the damn Cabbage Patch in A-Town stomping and sharing hot sauce and shit. I'm like, oh man, we I'm not gonna lie, that would hype me up if I go to a place and the food about to be bomb as hell, but they don't got no hot sauce and somebody put out some hot sauce. But we got to do better than that. We got to do better than that. We got to do better than that. Fucking Hillary Clinton pulling out not even white people hot sauce, because I ain't gonna lie, white people got some of the best hot sauce. Hang out in the country sometime. Oh, them niggas would show you a real hot sauce. You know, black people, we got hot sauce, but our shit got a kick to it, you know? So you know how we do. But them white people got hot sauce. You know what I'm saying? So, but she didn't pull out the white people hot sauce. She pulled out our shit. She pulled out Tabasco sauce and shit. You know, she pulled out a hot sauce with the Zatarans nigga on the fucking wrapper. I'm like, well, hold on now. This ain't right. This ain't right. I got questions. You walk around with that on you? So just conveniently, you got some nigga hot sauce on you. And that's what, okay. Okay, I see what we got here. That shit was new too, with the seal still on it. You know she didn't drink that. Like, you know, she stopped at the grocery store before she went down there to impress niggas and shit like that. You know, you gotta bring the hot sauce. Head ass. We're just a big dumb Negro as a collective, man. We're just a big dumb Negro, really. In their eyes. I ain't say it, they did. You know, I'm not gonna lie. If she offered me some hot sauce and I didn't have any, it's racist. It's racist. I'll take it though. It's racist. I'll take it though. And it's like, and niggas are like, oh man, we're foundational black Americans, and we're American descendants of slaves and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, y'all are convincing yourselves at this point. Y'all, the world don't see all of that. So a lot of people gonna have to work on getting the world to see that. You know, he said people are seeing more through her BS and more. Also, Candace Owens exposed her about lie. Yeah, we were watching that. Yeah, we did that about her grandmother. He said, I don't like Kamala, period. She's just stupid. You said, yeah, you're right. That's too much. Yeah, they didn't vote for Hillary. They backed off of Hillary though, because Hillary was, you know, I was talking about, I was talking about it earlier. You know, Shinobi, it is Mexican sauce. You know, we culture appropriate everything. Come on, y'all. You dig? Yeah, flavor and spice. Spots. Yeah. Flavor over spice. That's what makes hot sauce great, right? Yeah, we're the Franks. Like, what was that? This woman pulled out some Sweet Baby. She pulled out the Sweet Baby Rays. Like, damn, they sell that here? Nigga, let me show up to a rally with some Sweet Baby Rays. It's gonna get confiscated. They're gonna be in the parking lot barbecuing, using up my shit. Yeah, nigga hot sauce. Yeah, she got the MOT Steakhouse hot sauce. She got the JR from WWF steaks barbecue sauce. I always wanted to try it with a little hat as the with his hat as the screw top. You know, that's what MOT need to do. He gotta retire from doing trucking and just make a hot sauce. You know, with the Undertaker hat and just relax. It'll take him to the top too. You know, shout outs to MOT. I ain't gonna lie. At this point, I probably would accept. I haven't had Kool-Aid in a long time. At this point, I probably would accept it. I would accept it. Yeah, JR's hot sauce. Yeah, yeah. If you get some link, let me know. You know. Yeah, some of the Mexican sauces are like a dry rub. Yeah. Tino said she should have done some hot sauce out. What you mean? What you mean, Tino? But shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button. Support the channel via Cash App. Support the show, y'all. Putting in this work. Yeah, you gonna have to do a review on it. Mail me some. I'll do a review on it. I'll let you know if MOT could do a better job. You know? All right, y'all. Let's keep it going.
Preparing who to blame for this loss. Who to blame? The party themselves,
Damn,
their
they already said
policies
she
for
lost.
one. Her as Kamala Harris. One thing historically is always told us, she peaks on the day she announces and then she goes down from there, which we have watched happen. Secondly is there is a contrast here. They try to do the old thing against Donald Trump. You can't. The American public
They
knows
know him
him
now.
They know him and they know his policy. So you can lie as much as environment. The one thing he's right, the environment is true. If you watch the Gallup poll a week and a half ago, it doesn't ask you who you're supporting. It asks you who you identify, Republican or Democrat. Historically, Republicans have never won. They won the poll by 3 points, 48-45. Wow. You can look and you could correlate when Democrats win the presidency is the difference between those two. But Republicans have never won. They asked the second question, who's best to solve your problems? Republicans beat Democrats on that. And voter registration to where it was 4 years ago. It grew with Republicans, dropped with Democrats. I don't know why the Democrats are missing.
All right, hold on, y'all. We should be back. Hold on. Achilles' Last Stand, bro. Who raised you, bro? And that's my favorite Led Zeppelin song. Y'all don't be thinking I know what I'm talking about. That's my favorite Led Zeppelin song. One of them, other than Dazed and Confused. This nigga said, "Have you ever shat in the bed so hard? Have you ever?" Why are you frozen, Achilles' Last Stand? You coming in here asking weird ass questions. Have you ever shat in the bed so hard it woke the neighbors up? All right, anyway. All the weirdos are waking up, y'all. Imagine waking up the troll. That gotta be the... You gotta have no life to wake up and the first thing on your mind is trolling. I'm gonna wake up and log into my troll account and see who I can get to repeat what I said in their chat room today. And I'm gonna think I'm really doing something in life. Lord have mercy. You said confession is good for your soul, Achilles. It's probably good for his butthole too. Pause. Yeah, weird ass trolls. Probably at this point, probably good for his booty hole too. You said I like your reactions to trolls, so I kind of hold off on. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. I give y'all the entertainment too. Y'all cover. Sometimes you gotta laugh. Take the air out the tires, bro. You dig? But I'm gonna let this play. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to what he's saying. Because in a weird ass fucking way, why are white people more mad that she wheeled out Obama to talk to niggas than anybody else? They're more mad than black people. And I'm not gonna lie, white people low-key still love Obama. So that probably was kind of like a slap in the face to them also. Hey, is he out here to talk to us? No, he out here to scold black people. And it's like, what? you know, they kind of lump Obama in with like the ABLs, you know, the what's his name, Anthony Brian Logan's, the sometimes Tommy Sotomayor's, you know, because Tommy is like wine with white people and shit. Like, what year Tommy? 2016. All right, he cool, he can come through. You know, they're like wine with Tommy and shit like that. They accept Tommy in like spurts and shit. You know. So Obama's cool. They haven't seen him in a while. He talks like The Rock, and you invite him to a couple of barbecues and stuff like that. He does that weird hokey pokey dance and get the hell on. You know, that's good internet. You know what I'm saying? So white people are more mad that they bought Obama out to scold niggas than to even just throw some hokey pokey Democrat party with them, which is crazy. Because they would rather that. Kamala would have got further doing that. But guess what? Want to talk to black men. All right.
Happen. Secondly is there's a contrast here. They try to do the old thing against Donald Trump. You can't. The American public knows him. They know him and they know his policies.
Yeah.
So you can lie as much as you want. It doesn't play. The other thing, too, is something different. This environment, the one thing he's right, the environment is true. If you watch the Gallup poll a week and a half ago, it doesn't ask you who you're supporting. It asks you who you identify, Republican or Democrat. Historically, Republicans have never won. They won the poll by 3 points, 48-45. Wow. You can look and you could correlate when Democrats win the presidency is the difference between those two. But Republicans have never won. They asked the second question, who's best to solve your problems? Republicans beat Democrats on that. And think about the voter registration to where it was 4 years ago. It grew with Republicans, dropped with Democrats. So I don't know why the Democrats are missing. More Hispanics are voting for President Trump, 41. The highest black vote the Republicans got in modern time.
But you're right. They're lashing out at black men. We're going to get to that coming up. But
Barack
black
Obama
men,
yelling at them.
Yeah, black men. And then Hispanic voters are also saying, what are you doing here? What are you doing? And what are you doing here? They're voting for their own economic interest.
Exactly. They watch more of the same. When she said, that, look, if I ran President Trump's campaign, I run one ad between now and the end. I use her own words. What would you have done different? I can't think of anything.
Oh, she's a change candidate.
Then just
Kevin.
put more of the same. The only change is President Trump. Change back to where we don't have inflation. We have a secure border. We have a safe world with no more wars. We've got an America where everybody's rising.
You know what people say to me a lot? They say, gosh, remember when interest rates were 2.1%? Why didn't I buy a house? Or why didn't I buy an apartment? Or why did so many people, and you don't want people to think that'll never come again. That's over. Well, you'll never have that dream of owning your own home again. And he's speaking to that now, which I think is very powerful.
Oh, yeah. Economics is the biggest driver. And then next, when you look at a secure border. But the thing about this, they attack his tax plan. You know what you remember on tax plan, all the headlines? People were getting raises. Their employer were giving them more money. She wants to take your money. Somebody else wants to make you have more money. And we didn't have inflation. So when you got more money, it went further.
So the celebrity factor is having zero.
What?
It never works.
It never works. It never.
Katy Perry for Hillary Clinton. Remember that? And Bruce Springsteen.
It works against you.
Yeah.
It works against you.
Out of touch celebrities.
Can they not learn? They get excited by it, but nobody else does.
Mr. Speaker, it's always great to see you in studio, no less. Thank you so much for coming in.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Welcome to a special edition of Jesse Waters Primetime. I'm Kayleigh McEnany. Now to a Fox News alert. Trump holding a rally in the battleground state of Michigan. We'll take you there very soon. And on to this Fox News alert. Yet another as President Trump continues to make gains in key battleground states. This is Kamala Harris, and Democrats are in a state of total panic. They are literally knifing each other in the press as her campaign, which is in disarray, hobbles to the finish line. All this as Politico admits Trump won the day because Harris ditched dinner. The dinner to which Politico refers is the Al Smith dinner. It is the one night of every election cycle where candidates can put politics aside and come together for lighthearted fun. The night is about raising money for Catholic charities, but it's also an opportunity for...
All right, I'm back. Okay, damn. These goddamn news columns are coming in quick. Now I don't want y'all to feel like I'm racist or offset about saying white people in this manner or black people in this manner. You gotta honestly, with these damn elections and polls and stuff like that, you can't leave any stone unturned, because we're talking about different people who are under the illusion that, and some directly are, that they're voting for their future and what type of America they want to see and stuff like that. So they're more of a interesting class to critique when we talk about motives and like what they might be, what might influence them, or what might, you know what I'm saying? They're more of an interesting class to critique, mind you. All right, so don't take what I'm saying seriously. Take it with take this game seriously, but take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. All right. You said all of them are the same person with 30 burner accounts. Just about. I agree with you. That's what it's looking like. Trying to get the same stupid joke off, Morgan, what's going on, Morgan? Morgan says Diddy is hella guilty for what? Y'all, this man been locked up and y'all still can't tell me what he's guilty about. And don't say no stupid shit like for being gay, because some of y'all are probably gay and your friends are gay. So, hey, it is what it is. Some of y'all and your families are gay, so it is what it is. You said, no, a lot of white people love Obama. I know. I'm from D.C. I know. So a lot of them probably felt slighted. Like, okay, here's Obama. What's up, Obama? Hold on, y'all. I'm not going to acknowledge y'all today. I need to talk to these blacks that are kids of the political children of the whatever the hell we got going on right now. They're wheeling Obama out and stuff like that. They're really trying it. I'm not gonna lie. If you're a millennial, it's a dice roll. You might like Obama. But they're trying to go after the young black voters, like the zillennials, and like, oh, remember him? They're trying to drum that shit up. Remember when times were better before COVID? That's what they're trying to drum up, and you can see through it, Look at this idiot. To be honest, you're anti-Southern. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm from the South, you idiot. I'm from the South. The DMV area, Maryland, that's still considered the South. And also, I lived in Florida. Like, what do you, man? Y'all just get on here. Imagine waking up and writing a paragraph to a nigga and you wrong. Anyway. Our government is a scam. Military industrial complex, DOJ. We talked about all of this stuff. Teabags. And he acted like, oh my God, I'm gonna be so mad if you don't subscribe. Like, okay, bro. Y'all hit the like button and subscribe though. You did. You said white people are the forgotten people in voting. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing why I'm saying what I'm saying, because the thing is that when you talk about voting, everybody assumes that white people are voting already. Like, everybody assumes, oh, white people are smart enough to vote and stuff. But man, if them niggas ain't into that shit, they're not participating. That's another thing. I'm glad you said that, because I was gonna bring that up a little bit later. That's another thing. Every time there's a system that comes up, the people assume that just naturally that they just vote. They don't need to be told to vote. and stuff like that. When actuality, that is absolutely not true. That is absolutely not true. You know, that is absolutely not true. You said Obama can't even check his allegedly so-called daughter. Yeah, I actually met them at my job twice. I've seen them twice, and I met one of them once. I think I met the taller one. Which one is the Malia or Malia or whatever her name is? Or is that she the small one? I think I met the one that looks Ethiopian and smokes cigarettes. I forgot. You said, look at Chuck Schumer on the right. He looks like the Penguin. That's funny as hell. You said there are no undecided voters. It's all fake. There is a lot of undecided voters. It's not all fake. It's called voting for the lesser evil. So some people just don't vote at all. So there is a such thing as an undecided voter, because the system is all inclusive. I already went over all of this stuff. If you want to get that game, you can rewind it, or you can catch this on the playback, if it means that much. You know, they did like Obama because he's a coon. Absolutely. Absolutely. But see, a lot of the Zillennials, unless they were around these spaces, or they really got, they were around some real people, they're not gonna, they don't look at Obama as a coon. I think Obama is I don't know what to say about Obama, man. Obama, a lot of stuff happened with Obama, and like he just, I don't know what to say, man. I can't tell a Zillennial what to think about Obama, but if you're a millennial, shit. And that's what Tariq Nasheed was talking about. Tariq was like, yo, F Obama, because Tariq was hyping him up too. But he was like, man, I voted for Obama twice, and he ain't do nothing for black people. So a lot of the hoteps, they have a crazy sentiment towards Obama. Obama, honestly, for a lot of them, Obama is a bad memory. Real talk, Obama is like a horrible memory to some of these cats, and I don't blame him. I mean, like I said, the voting is supposed to be all inclusive. So if you voted for somebody twice, and not even just voted for somebody twice, when you're in a position like a Tariq or anybody that wants to see, want people to do, you want your, if you feel like, how do I explain this? If you feel that he'll do good or right by your people and stuff like that, not only is your goofy ass voting for him, you may have argued with some of your people. You may have shamed. Like right now, you see people, they just want to argue about Kamala, and then you say, okay, so what's she gonna do? And then they don't type anymore, or they go radio silent, or they disappear because they're not even prepared to stand on what they're trying to say, right? So, mind you, you take a political stance. You done argued with your folks. You done put the information out there. You done showed, he cleaned up this, and he's gonna do this, and he's gonna do that, and you rile your people up, and you get them to take off of work, and they go down there and they vote, and you go through the whole voting process where you get this this ribbon, and that said I voted today, and they make you feel like something, right? And you, I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, right? And then when this person wins, you jumping up and down, Harlem shaking, doing the bankhead bounce. You may have 8 times stopped a couple times or two. You know what I'm saying? You partying and shit like that. And then you like, man, this first week, man, this first month, man, he about to start doing changes and stuff like that. Then that shit, nothing happens. As a matter of fact, he's like, screw y'all. Nothing happens. Ooh, I'm glad. I just got out the rain too, y'all. I'm glad I had to charge my laptop. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all support the show. Giving y'all some good game. 4 hours and 43 minutes into the madness. Shout out to Jay Green. Jay Green said, "Yep, yeah, that's exactly what happened." Like, so I used this analogy a minute ago with Hillary Rodham, with Hillary Clinton. Why you think them white women wasn't voting for fucking Hillary? After a while, it's like, you know what, sis, you like us, but you not like us. We don't agree with that. And then I'm gonna tell you the truth. Black people like Bill Clinton, but a lot of white women don't like Bill Clinton. You know, a lot of white women don't like Bill Clinton like that. I've never really seen a white woman big up Bill Clinton. I don't see them talk about him. A lot of white people, a lot of white women, even people, I can say, believe that Hillary was a weak ass bitch for staying with Bill. I said, damn. You know, it's not even speculating. It's when they vocalize it. That's what kills me. I'm like, damn, that's how y'all think? Then they start going in, just like they going in on Kamala right now. I told y'all this was going to happen. And let me tell you why a lot of them are going in on Kamala. Some of them are mad as fuck that they have to vote for Trump. Some of them are mad as shit that they have to vote for Trump. It's like, fuck. It's like Tyra Banks. We were all rooting for you. You know? Yeah, she was weak. She was power hungry. They done messed up Haiti and a couple of other countries and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, like when you have a handsome president, that's when the most devilish shit happens. Obama, devil shit. You know, because not just him being black, his looks got him in there. You know, a lot of people ain't falling for Kamala's looks. She's not a bad looking woman. You know? But I'm not gonna lie, she was stressed the hell out after that Fox interview. You see how she looked? You got Botox the neck a little bit, right? And then Bill Clinton. If you looked at Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton first got into office, you know, he was supposed to represent. No homo. I can't tell you what the beauty standard at the time was, because if you look at you said be nice. I will. I'm really trying to get this out in a nice way. But if you look at like the fashion trends throughout the year, you would kind of see what I'm talking about when people say handsome. Like you know, like if you were a big, I don't know, like if you like Bill Clinton wasn't a genetic specimen, but at the time, like women loved like who was like the guys around the time when Bill Clinton was getting on. You had David Hasselhoff and all these guys. Like if you were like if you were like this kind of big Baywatch looking dude, you was in there. That was considered handsome back in the day. You know, the trends change, y'all. Like for example, you can wear a Conor McGregor beard right now, and nobody, you actually would seem cool. If you had one of them damn beards back in the day, you either drove a train, you were homeless, or you needed a pipe or some shit. Yeah, like he looked like a big David Hasselhoff dude. Like he looked like the dude from Baywatch. Yeah, like Baywatch was you know what I'm talking about, Jay. Like Baywatch was the standard. Lifetime movies. You see a couple of them dudes, you know, that wear the dad pants and the white shoes with the button-up shirt tucked in their pants. That was Bill Clinton back in the day. But you see, when you have a quote-unquote handsome president, that's when the most fucked up shit happens. You know? And then the funny part is that Donald Trump, I wouldn't consider no homo. Like, I wouldn't consider him handsome. He's just a super rich guy. So I mean, I kind of don't know what I kind of don't know what the hell. Yeah, like Xena, Kevin Sorbo. Yeah. Hercules. What else used to come on UPN? You know, that type of shit. That was the Bill Clinton era. You know. Now, George Bush, that was a little different. You know, the George Bush was a little bit different. You know. But honestly, you want I wouldn't say you want an ugly president. You know, I'm not going to say, hey, ugly presidents lead to better politics. But when you have a handsome, good-looking dude, that's when they practice the most craziest politics, because being the face of something and looking like that, it makes it look like you're doing a good job. You know what I'm saying? It makes it look like you're doing a good job. Or you're, you know what I'm saying? You know. Yeah, Bush kind of did look like the guy from Mad TV, the magazine. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I was going to say he looked like a monkey a little bit. But yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that to say that if it's an ugly president, it's better politics, but they actually did a study. I got to go find that video because, you know, if I don't show y'all the video, y'all don't believe it's true, you know. But, you know, there is a handsome president theory, you know, and Obama, quote unquote, was the last, quote unquote, handsome president. You know, Biden looks like an android. Biden looks like like an old Brian Fury from Tekken. That's a funny joke. Go look him up. You might laugh. If you play Tekken, you know what the hell I'm talking about. That might be a little funny. Biden and Pence, them niggas look like androids. You know, we didn't see too much of Kamala until now. She just now popped out. You know. Cooper, what's going on, Cooper? Cooper said, to me, Obama appears to be another CIA agent, just like his mother allegedly was. Oh, shit, I didn't know about that. Guido said, millennials are not happy. We just happy we got a black president for once. Yeah, I mean, there was some cool shit to see. We suffered for it, though. I don't agree with that, John. But hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion. T-Bag said, Obama created a divide in this country like no one else. Throw enough misinformation into the town square, and no one will trust our insinuations. Obama is a globalist. I guess, bro. I'm gonna say this though. You know, because, you know, there was even guys, rest in peace to RBR. He still believed in Obama, you know. But I mean, some of the stuff that Trump does, and just the person that we're talking about, y'all be assuming that he goes into a fair government or he's getting a fair shake. Sometimes if you in a pit full of snakes, you got to become a viper yourself. You know, if you're going to be in a pit full of snakes, sometimes your mindset got to be like, well, I got to be the biggest snake in this bitch, because, you know, he's at the top of the food chain, you know. Yeah, didn't Bill Clinton play like the saxophone or some shit like that? I think he was a jazz guy. I just don't like when the janky shit happens. They be trying to pull out black people, because when he got fellatio in the goddamn White House, niggas was like, my man, that's my man Bill Clinton, man. He rocking for the brothers. He got fellatio in that White House. Look at that woman. Look at Monica Lewinsky. Bruh, horrible. You said Trump spent almost a third of his presidency. That's all he got. Playing golf. He additionally spent 300 days avoiding presidential meetings. On top of that, told people to inject themselves with disinfectants. Okay, were you playing golf with him? Did you go to any of those presidential meetings? Did you inject yourself with disinfectants? Expect collectibles. He said, "I don't know. People just say shit. Weirdos." Absolutely. All right. Why are all of these white people going in on Kamala all of a sudden? I think I missed the memo, y'all.
For presidential candidates to show that they are the candidate that you want to have a beer with.
The story of Al Smith's historic run for the presidency is truly inspiring. It gives me hope that in America, it's still not possible for a fella named Al to be the commander-in-chief.
The heralded arrival of a man known to Oprah Winfrey as the one. Being a friend and colleague of Barack, I just called him.
Yeah, Trump was new into politics, but the thing is that he brought a lot of he brought like a lot of non-politic type people in with him. A viewer. He brought a fan base that is not necessarily into politics with him. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's talking about that. That's going to change American politics. Where now, people were used to seeing you on television. A couple of rappers wanted to be like you. Now, they got now you get to turn on TV and see you every day. Of course they're going to start having an opinion on every single thing. You know what they tried to do? So, all right. So, the joke about the Haitians, right? That they're eating the dog. What the hell going on, right? Because Haitians are eating the dogs, y'all. I've seen more jokes from black people about Haitians eating the dogs than from Trump himself. It was just a funny thing that he said it, but more people were laughing with him than at him. Took me by surprise too, y'all. But guess what? When he was pardoning a lot of people, guess who he pardoned? Yeah, it was funny. It was like, this guy is funny as hell. Yeah, you keep it a stack. Absolutely. Oh, New Yorkers love Trump. New Yorkers love Trump. He's a darling. But this is the thing, though. But check this out. He got Kodak Black out of jail. Kodak Black is a Haitian rapper. Actually, if not the biggest Haitian rapper. He pardoned Kodak Black and got Kodak Black out of jail. So who should have been mad? Kodak said he wasn't mad. He was laughing. He said, I'm going to vote for him. So even Haitian people weren't mad at Trump. But on the internet, it was niggas running around here. Oh, man, they eating cats and they eating dogs and they doing voodoo and they doing. It was black people. I was there. A lot of y'all gonna conveniently try to, play forget games. Convenient memory. But I was there. I seen it. I was arguing. I did a whole show about it. I'm like, going in on Haitian people is not the move. But the way he did it, though, it was pretty good. I think like the way he did it, it kept him relevant. It made a couple people laugh. And then if you search the internet just a tad bit, you would see the video that he was referring to. So it made it look like, oh man, he really cares. Like, oh, he really, it was just it was a joke. But if you go listen to any Democratic speech or talk, bro, they have diarrhea at the mouth by saying Trump's name, y'all. I'm telling you, they can't go a day without saying Trump's name. Like, if you took a shot every time they said the name Trump, they are free promoting this man. Trump is like talking to an entity. They are talking to him. Thank you, Jay Green. Yeah, 42 people in the building. Let's get at least 5 supporters. Y'all hit the like button. Let's go over to the poll. Did you guys subscribe before you hit the poll? Basic instructions. Let's head over to the poll. We got a moderate sized crowd this morning. Good morning. Are black people considered the kid class in politics? Oh, you guys are coming back. All right, so we're maintaining a yes. We're still under 50 yeses. So we got 40%, 47% says yes, 27% says no, 15% says they believe we're kids, and here goes Obama again, 10%. And mind you, on top of this, white people are more mad that they wheeled out Obama and mention it that they wheeled out Obama more than black people. That's fucking crazy. And the crazy part is that he could have wheeled them out there for them. They would have been cool with that. See, oh man, I hate to say this because it's the truth, but I might catch a little flack for this. Well, fuck it. I already kicked the bucket over. I'll say it. You know, I'm gonna just say it like this. You know, white zillennials and white millennials remember Obama more than black people do. And he was supposed to be the president for you. You know that? They have more of a memory of Obama than us. The one that was really coming around to the black community and really doing stuff in our communities and stuff like that, I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Michelle, his wife. His wife was talking to the sisters, writing books and stuff. Shit. Michelle Obama was more active than Joe Biden. Michelle Obama made Joe Biden look good because she was more active. Why is it that you come into a chat room and ask questions that you already know the answer for? Are you going to say, now we got to go to the stupid level of questioning. Are you going to say skin color doesn't matter? You're going to play you're going to give me a link to the old ass Michael Jackson song. That it doesn't matter if you're black or white. Stop telling black people to not believe in skin color issues when you've probably never faced any issues because of your skin color. You don't get to tell black people not to look at a boogeyman that's staring them in the fucking face. Have you ever got kicked out of somewhere because you're black? Tell that person skin color issues don't matter. You ever got denied service because you're black? You didn't do nothing. You just showed up. And that's sometimes even the worst. If you are black, then you should know. See, y'all be getting into this weird rhetoric where it's like, well, it didn't happen to me. Okay, but you're acting like it doesn't happen at all. Why are black people focused on skin color more than anybody else in the world? Then why does Kamala got to fake to be black? What's going on, Joseph? Shout outs to you, player. Y'all hit the subscribe button. What's going on, Cap? Good to see you, bro. Like, you're asking a black person, you know, why do we got to focus on skin color? Why is it important to Kamala to pretend to be black? What's it to her? Why when somebody calls her black, she doesn't correct them and say, "No, I'm Indian." Or Canadian. Okay, bro, you haven't heard any of the conversation and you just came in here and start talking, bro. Just like respectfully listen to what's being said first before you start writing paragraphs, bro. I didn't say anything about being the victim. So I don't know what you're talking about. What did I claim victim status of? If you stop typing for 2 seconds and use your ears, you decided to come to my channel and tell me what the hell I've been saying and you wasn't even here. Have you been here? Like, everybody that actually came in and actually sat down, listened, and asked really good questions and stuff, they're not coming in here telling me what the hell I'm about. You don't know what the hell I'm about. You just got here and you're talking. You don't know what's been said. We've been live for 5 hours. Do you know what's been said? I haven't gotten into no type of victim rhetoric for 5 hours. I just been pointing out some real shit. You just come in here talking, resetting the conversation. You about to get up out of here too. So anyway, shout outs to Anti-Social Socialite Podcast. What he's saying is irrelevant. He's just resetting the conversation. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. He said, I feel like white people were only upset about Obama scolding black men because they know black men are moving towards Republic. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we can give them more of a sturdy base. That's good. Yeah, they just came back with a whole nother account. Yeah. That's good. That's a good observation. Oh, Didi, what's going on? You back? What's going on, player? You said, why didn't... Shout outs to Didi, you know. Yeah, what's going on, Didi? My bad, you back? I'm just noticing you right back. All right. Shout outs to my DMV brother. He said, why didn't Elijah Muhammad not correct people from calling him black/Negro? Because you never interrupt your enemy when they're about to make a mistake. I'm a very slick man. Y'all might want to subscribe. You never interrupt your enemy when they're about to make a mistake. You dig? Didi, I know. I remember you. You from the DMV. I remember. All right. You said we talk about race. We talk about race because America is still low key racist, but like you said, it's underground. Yeah, it's covert. Yeah, they're doing that in the UK also, but you see it more so amongst themselves though, and classism and stuff, and in certain places and stuff like that. If you're from Brixton in other little, little places and stuff. They'll tell you about the classism or the racism or whatever ism that they facing out there. It's everywhere. It's global, honestly. Yeah. No, I got you, Didi. I picked up on it, player. Good to see you. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Give me y'all some good game as we go, man. But yeah, that's a good observation, that you feel that white people are more upset about Obama scolding black men because they know that black men are moving towards the Republicans and don't want black men going back to the Democratic plantation. Yeah, because in America, they like you two ways as being a black man. You can only be two things in America. Sometimes, preferably both, but they don't prefer. They rather two. This or that. You can either be a coon or you can be gay. You can either be a coon or you can be gay. But they don't like you being both, because then you start giving off Milo Yapilianakis vibes. What's his name? Milo Yapalapa. What is that man's name? He's a beast though. You say, here comes the victim talk again. Yeah, I know, right? Here comes the block again, though. You can sit in the nosebleeds, bro, for a good term. You can either be a coon or you can be gay, but they don't like you to be both. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't like the coon types infiltrating the El Gibbet circles, and the El Gibbet and the coons don't like the El Gibbet infiltrating their circles, if that makes sense. Because they get on the internet too and start spewing secrets and stuff that nobody is supposed to know. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm a Mason and I'm doing let's say financial alchemy, right? I'm gonna give you all some game right now. If I'm a Mason and I'm doing financial alchemy, I can't really get on here and talk to you guys about financial alchemy and all that other, all that other shit. That's even against other people's rules. You understand what I'm saying? So they don't like to intertwine that. And then when you have like a Milo, Yapanama, whatever, he got a crazy last name. When you have like the Milo types, they don't like them because guess what? And now you're not even a sword anymore. You're a what's that thing that they have that's called? Is it called a mace? Like a mace or a lancelet? Jessica says Black Lives Matter. No, I mean, what's that thing that they swing at people? I think it's called a mace. People would rather you, if anything, they would rather you be a double-edged sword than this. Hold on, let me see if I can. Let me show y'all this. It's called a mace. Or no, not a mace. What is it called? It's a kind of like mace. Oh yeah, it is a mace. They would rather you be a double-edged sword than this. Hold on. No, not a flail. This. A mace. I wasn't going to say it was this ball and chain one. They would rather you be a mace. You know? What did Cast Iron said? You said Obama's legacy was scrubbed out by MAGA Henry V style erasure. Some of Obama era accomplishments only came into effect in 2017, including the funding for black colleges Trump posed for. Cast Iron, speaking of maces, funding HBCUs can help black people, but if you do your history, HBCUs aren't for black people. They weren't made by black people. They weren't maintained by black people. And they were originally not for black people. Now I gave y'all the game on this millions of times. You have to do your history. HBCUs go into the realm that I go into when we talk about players, Max, MGTOW, Red Pill, Manosphere, Incel, whatever the hell you want to call it. Those HBCUs are all owned by white people. And it's like they damn near donate to themselves and write it off. Right? HBCUs came from a lot of masters and people that had mulatto, quadroon, or octoroon, or tragic mulatto children before they had children with women of their own race, if you get my drift. And those HBCUs were there should in case certain people meet their demise and didn't have children with people of their own race. So to make sure their legacy still is somewhat educated and maintain their resources and everything, they made sure they had to, in the wills and stuff, they made sure they had to seek out certain people or certain children and stuff like that, that was entitled to. Okay? That was, hold on. Now I want to break up when I'm giving y'all the game. So those quadroon, mulatto, octoroon black people, they kept the legacy going. Okay? Hold on. That's where the HBCUs come from. He said, yes, global, and I agree. When you are astute in subjects pertaining to race, black men, some white person will say you have a victim mentality because they cannot meet you at your intellect. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then they have a superiority complex. Most superiority complex, and we only flex our superiority complex amongst each other. Or when we get a certain amount of money. They have a superiority complex. There's a difference in between knowing that you shouldn't be getting treated a certain way, and then there's a difference between you bucking up and saying, hey, no, you're not going to treat me like that because you've been treated a certain way. Very big difference. And that goes back to actually what I was just talking about. A lot of them had a superiority complex, but amongst them dating each other, they couldn't really get their own woman like that. Their women had a little bit of prestige and things that came with them, and they couldn't really get their women like that. So they would sneak off into the barn and have a slave baby, and that's where man, y'all ain't ready for me. That's where these HBCUs come from. I used to work on I used to work on campus at Howard University. And American University and all them, the 3 different universities there, you know. Yeah, but see, that's what I was getting into, anti-socialite, because see, that's why I brought this weapon up. So it's like they either want you to be El Gibbet or a coon. And the thing is, it's like somebody like Milo, you can't really do much with him because guess what? He's in a protected class because he's El Gibbet. He knows his history. He is white, allegedly. And then, you know, he's a part of the few. If you get my drift, he's a part of the feud. You ain't gonna do shit to him that as much. You don't know where to start. Like, damn, do I go after the El Gibbet? Do I go after the Skin Talk? Do I go after the... That nigga's so much of a weapon, he contradicts himself. He cancels himself out, you know? You dig? It's like that. Just leave him alone. He said Army's got the ball at the end. Yeah, flails are the chain one. Yeah, that is technically called a flail. You know. Yeah, we talked about that GSP. What's going on, player? Go hit the subscribe button. Hit that poll. Yeah, some HBCUs were made by black people for black people, but when you go look up the names of the owners of all of them, they're all white owned. They're all white owned. Even Tariq Nasheed talked about it. I be forgetting the names of all of them because it's too many of them. But even Tariq Nasheed talked about it in Hidden Colors. He has a segment in Hidden Colors where he talks about it. You know how they are owned. You know. You said William Ellison and John Cruthers were I heard both of those names before too. Were both products of wealthy white men and black women that they enslaved. They are remembered as a black slave owner and black aristocrats. Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff happened in American history. You know, once the slaves were freed and stuff like that, you had some black women that owned white slaves. You know, you had some, middle class, white men that had to, work for sisters. That was a thing. Hell, Alex Jones talked about that. How his dad worked for a mammy. His dad worked for a black woman. And then the crazy part is, on top of that also too, that's where the first unions came from in America. You know, a lot of people had to unionize and push people out of certain job markets and jobs and things like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of people talk about it. I mean, it's just, you got to do your history and stuff like that, you know, and a lot of people, they don't even care to recite or mention any of this stuff. You know, they want to sweep it up under a rug. You know, that's their thing. They're like, hey man, you know, don't openly talk about that too much because, you know, I don't want to piss people off. Or, hey, I want to sweep that up under the rug. Or, hey, we don't need to remember that part of history and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of white men were working for black women and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, in America, our economy is crazy. Like, I remember when COVID and all of that stuff was happening, and like literally, I don't know why people were making it a deal, but there was a lot of black dudes in DC making it a deal. Like, they were like, yo, like, why are middle class and regular, white people driving Uber all over DC? Be like cool brothers, cool white dudes and stuff like that, with cool sisters, that's my white sisters with families and stuff like that, driving Uber and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I mean, they have cars that they can drive Uber. I don't think there's anything wrong with them driving Uber or making some money. Shit, you can make good money driving Uber and stuff like that. But even before I left the States and stuff, like getting around and stuff like that, it was kind of weird seeing a bunch of white dudes driving Uber regular white dudes and stuff like that. But Uber is a good second source of income, you know. But they had I ain't gonna lie though, Uber will fuck you over in DC because they'll send you and they'll sneak that shit in too. Like and I don't remember ever getting picked up in the hood by one of them, but I used to drive Uber, so I know what the hell they do. So they'll send you on, and especially if you got both cut on. If you got Uber Eats and Uber cut on, oh nigga, they'll make you go pick up a sandwich and then you go deliver it to a rich part of town, and then you got to go pick up a customer in the hood right after that. So they be trying to sneak it in, or they'll make you go pick up a customer in the hood, and then you go pick up some food to deliver, you know, on the good side of town or something like that, you know. So they play little games. They play little games with not even little. They play big games with them drivers and stuff like that. And then it's a lockout market because you got Ethiopian people out there, and they ain't gonna go to certain parts of town. You know, they ain't gonna fuck with you in certain parts of town. You know. And the funny part is that some of them might scam you, thinking you the scammer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they be thinking you the scammer, so you don't think to get scammed by them, but they'll scam you too. So just giving y'all a little heads up type shit. You did? So y'all got to do y'all homework. You know, y'all got to do y'all homework on some shit. You dig? Because the thing is that these presidents and a lot of these people, they know more about your black history than you do. Like, niggas be learning shit at 55 and shit. I mean, look, I'm not gonna knock you for learning stuff at 55, but you're learning stuff that other people already know. You know what I'm saying? Like, way younger than you. And it's just like, it's not even that you're learning at 55. It's just that that's what you went to go for, you know. You're just now finding out about it. And then people don't even, that's why I said earlier in the show, I'm like, you know, people want to argue and debate about certain things. And it's like, why should I stop my show in a lot of cases when a lot of y'all don't know what y'all arguing and debating about? You understand what I'm saying? Why should I stop what I got going on when a lot of people don't even understand what they're arguing and debating about? And then the thing is that once you give people new information, they still want to argue and debate. And it's like, bro, it's over at that point. If I'm lacing you with new information, take the information and sit on it for a while. That's a lot of our problem. We don't sit on new information once we get it. When you give people information and it's new information, the argument and the debate is over. Now you're just debating for the sake of trying to be right or whatever the hell you call yourself doing, because with the new information, you know, you're supposed to be able to be like, okay, let me soak up this new information, because if you've been sitting on wrong information for a long time, the new information should, you know, you gotta sit on that. You can't just get back to arguing. It don't work like that. And that's all black people do. You know, we just gather information to argue, and other people have benefited from that. But us. If you go to Sonetta and them, the House of Consciousness, and all them cats and stuff out there, what were they doing? They were just gathering information to argue. It's just a bunch of niggas that's like, hey man, I know more wrong history than you do. Cause see, they don't go to the white people's side and start arguing with them white people. Them white people send your ass home with some homework. They'll laugh at you and you won't even know why. Like, well, yo, why y'all laughing? This is some real information. I'm lacing y'all. I'm like, nah, nigga. We only told y'all that to get y'all up off of us in the 1940s and stuff like that. But this is then they give you the real shit. But this is what really happened. See, niggas ain't ready to get their reality tested. You know. He said, "Yeah, I lived 3 blocks away from Frederick Douglass. Yeah. He said, home in Southeast in '88. He said, when I was in the USMCA, he said a white man knew more of the history than me at the time. Yeah, it's very common amongst us. Yeah, they know our history more than us. Their kids know it though. That's the crazy part. Their kids are well read upon it. You know. You know, and then honestly, we gotta. I mean, I'm not saying that we're losers or we lost anything, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I'm not saying we're losers or nothing like that, but I do gotta mention to y'all, right? Hold on. I do gotta mention to y'all, right, that we do gotta be careful when we actually study our history, because you don't want to study. I don't know. I think they know more because they're studying their histories from the winner's lens, you know, or the perceived winner's lens. Because when you talk about history, right, or when we talk about history, we got to keep in mind y'all jokes are they're not funny, but okay. When we talk about our history, right, we got to keep in mind that the winners get to rewrite history. You know, it's the winners that writes the history, you know. Man, I'm pulling out endless dreads, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I don't know how they natted like this, but I'm losing hair, people. You said new information threatens people's attack, and emotionally fragile people lash out against it. Yeah. No, it's not the stress. It's because I braided my locks together, and fucking I lost 2 last night, and I had to sew them. I didn't even sew them back in. I kind of just attached them back in, and I lost 2 now, and I expected this to happen. You know, I'm about to cut them and sell them though. Honestly, I'm about to cut them and sell them, but fuck it, I'll see. I'm trying to get my hair out this fucking knot. Oh, this shit is a whole knot, y'all. Yeah, you can sell them. People don't like to grow shit themselves. They like to put other people's shit on their head. You'd be surprised how lazy people are. So absolutely, you can sell them. You make a lot of money. I like Anton, but I don't really watch his videos like that. I critique some of his videos. Anton comes from our sector too, Guido. Anton Daniels comes from our sector too, so you know. But he just got here. But a couple people embraced him. Angry Man embraced him. A couple of people. You know, so I guess he thinks or believes that he's red pill too. none of them people don't know what the hell red pill or none of this stuff. They're just repeating our talking points. Anton Daniels repeats our talking points like everybody else. He's a newcomer. He just got here type shit. Respectfully. You know. He said nobody Anton he said no baby Anton feeds on our sector like a tick in a dog on a dog. Damn. I can't say you wrong. You know, Anton been here for it all. Alright, y'all. You said women on his panels are just like how you described, people arguing about something they don't know the history of. Yeah, and that's this space, the manosphere. A lot of people are just now finding me because I've been shadow banned for the longest time. So I'm just now making it into some of y'all algorithms. I done put in the work. A lot of people are using lexicon, some of these words and stuff. You don't see how you just fit. You don't notice how you just fit in over here, Guido? It's where the shit comes from, man. It's where the shit comes from. You know? But people blackballed me in the space and outside of the space. You know, they went out of their way not to give me my credit. I done created a lot of shit. There's people over there that I done created that migrated over there. Not fantastic, but like if you go to like my old shows called The Third Shift, I'm surprised you ain't heard about me. But then again, I'm not surprised because, like I said, I've been blackballed from this space. I've been super blackballed. Then I got tired of trying to defend my name and shit. So I'm like, yo, if you heard of me, you heard of me. If you haven't, you know, like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. You know, unrecognized in a lot of cases. But my audience will tell you, you know. Shit, I'm like ripping the shit out of my hair, y'all. Yeah, this is bad. I done ripped out 2 dreads in front of my damn head, y'all. God damn. Because I'm too fucking real, that's why. I'm too real. I told people about all of the stuff that's going on in the space right now. I'm too fucking real. I mean, my audience is here. They'll tell you, like, you know, I already done covered all of that stuff. That's all history. That's what I said, like, y'all got to do y'all history. I will come up. I will pop up, like, you know, but I don't think it's going to be favorable stuff if y'all did do y'all history on the space because, like I said, I've been blackballed. So a lot of people, you know, they talk down and they make up stories and say a whole bunch of other stuff because there's a bunch of little bum ass new dudes that just got here also and they don't know, but they want to run around here and suck goddamn Peoples Johnson and shit. So they just gonna try to blend in where they get in, so they don't get picked on and shit like that. So now I got a lot of little weird ass niggas around here I gotta spank because they think I'm the one to get picked on and shit like that. It's like, man, shut your stupid ass up. You just got here. You know, this shit is goofball shit. This is dealing with niggas, you know. You know, I'm one of the younger pioneers of the space. And I've done so much with the little time that I've been here, but it's like people acted a fool and did so much goofball shit that it's like it don't even matter. It's like what I'm gonna do, sit here and lecture you some stuff about what happened a couple years ago. It's goofball shit. And if I was to tell you it's just gonna go back down another rabbit hole that a lot of people don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I told people about, hey, if you know Kevin Samuels, I known the guy, for years, before he passed away. The reason why he got the setup that he got. Oh, Kuda, that's not true. That's not, you don't know Kevin Samuels, I don't even think you blah, blah, blah. Then I play a recording, or I find some type of evidence or video or talk about some of the stuff that happens. And, it's like they don't even care. They don't give a fuck. Like, people don't give a fuck. People will ask for, like, proof of some shit they don't give a fuck about. But it's black men, it's a lot of little goofball stuff going on here. So we help black men in a lot of ways, unthanked. I don't agree with Fatty bringing transsexuals and shit into the space, because you still got a lot of black men running around here making gay jokes and stuff like that, and we taught a lot of black men not to have shame. You know what I'm saying? We had a whole sector before all of these podcasts using our talking points and all of this stuff start popping up. I've protected black men for a long time. People would call black men gay and shit like that, and I, gave black men and shamed black men. I gave black men, we gave black men a lot of confidence that they never had. Black men wasn't speaking up like this all throughout the 80s and the 90s. Man, black men was never speaking up like this. Black men wouldn't even comment half the shit that we talk about in these spaces, even on their own, personal pages and stuff like that. But now all of a sudden, this Negro confidence is coming out of nowhere when it comes to brothers. Like, all of a sudden, brothers got all the heart in the world. It's just nowadays everything has changed. Like, it's like now brothers are speaking up, but they don't even know where these talking points are coming from. They're just stealing it. It's not even about black male agency anymore. It's just a social media money grab. And all the other people that was getting on black men for simping and all kinds of different stuff, some of them even turned our talking points into card games and shit, and profiting off of that shit. Turned our talking points into card games. And then people was just around here stealing shit. Like, Kevin Samuels even stole a bunch of shit that y'all have no idea of. I've interviewed Alan Roger Curry 5 times on this channel. You said Fatty's Manosphere card should have been revoked, but remember, they were a Manosphere at first. Remember when Fatty was running around with Anton? They went out of their way to to say that, hey, I'm not manosphere. You know, because that was the ongoing thing. You know, we were supposed to be quote unquote incels. You did. We were supposed to be incels, y'all. And then now, when they figured out that they can make money off of quote unquote incel talking points, you know, yeah, he stole from Tommy, he stole from ARC, he stole from a couple people, you know, because we borrow talking points, but we borrow talking points, but we give people credit, you know, at least aim to give people credit. But at the time, he was beefing with both of them. He was beefing with Tommy. He was beefing with Kevin Samuels. My bad. At the time, Kevin Samuels was beefing with Tommy, and at the time, Kevin was beefing with who else was Kevin beefing with at the time? He was beefing with Kevin Samuels. No, Kevin Samuels was beefing with ARC and Tommy. My bad. You dig? So they all were beefing with each other. So when he started taking the talking points and stuff like that, it's like, you know, F him. That's the type of shit he was on. You know, Kevin was a whole pookie, man. Yeah, he was beefing with Jason Black too. Yeah, he was beefing with a lot of people. But see, a lot of people didn't pick up on it. You know, when you put on a suit and you start talking to Negroes, some preachers gonna come after you heavy, because other than a pimp or somebody else, and a lot of those preachers used to be pimps. Them niggas used to, you know, they know about the suit. Because black people, we kind of cavemanic, you know. Niggas will, you know, who's gonna do Chicago? Niggas will listen to a nigga in a suit for no reason, you know. Niggas will listen to a nigga in a suit for no reason. Yeah, see, Guido is a small planet, man. No pun intended. Let me see. You said the pun was nice. Yeah. But yeah, Kevin Samuels, you know, he left us with a big ass you know, not no shoes to fill, because the shoes were already filled, but he left us with a fuckload of new people, you know, running around with these talking points, you know, the Samuelites. That's what I call them. They're called Samuelites. That's my nickname for them, that ended up spreading. When we talk about things that don't get their credit, you know, because people wasn't calling them Samuelites. They were calling Kevin Samuels perfume, you know. And that was like another old little term and saying that actually came from Player Talk Radio, you know. So a lot of people running around with the vernacular, that's like our old Player Talk work. That's like old Player Talk work, you know. That's old Player Talk work, you know. So a lot of our vernacular, y'all, has made its way into mainstream media. It made its way into mainstream media. So some people, I guess they'll never know. They could thank us, but the manosphere ended up being a dumpster fire. People only come back to it when it's convenient and stuff like that. These channels now, unless you're running panels and stuff like that, rarely ever get support at this point. And that's sad. Alright. But yeah, getting back to the game. When you're like a Milo, or you're like I wouldn't even shit. I'll throw in Ben Shapiro. We were listening to him earlier. You're more like this weapon right here, a mace. He said, "Planet, this player show I be telling you about is dope. It's dope over here. Shout outs to Kuda. Yeah, I appreciate that, Ed. Yeah, they don't know, man. They absolutely don't know. Yeah. All right, let's get back into it.
He doesn't mind at all. In fact, he even has a pet name for me, George Bush.
Earlier today, I went shopping at some stores in Midtown. I understand Governor Romney went shopping for some stores in Midtown. It's what we have in common, beginning with our unusual names. Actually, Mitt is his middle name. I wish I could use my middle name.
Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me."
Look, it's all in good fun, right? The Al Smith Foundation has been inviting presidential candidates for almost 60 years. Kamala Harris last night became the first presidential candidate since Walter Mondale to decline that invitation. And Mondale, as you may remember, went on to lose 49 states in a landslide. But since Kamala couldn't make time for Catholic charities, the MC of the night, comedian Jim Gaffigan, spent the night roasting her.
Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here? Consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. This is a layup for the Democratic nominee. I mean, in her defense, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Kamala Harris was in no laughing mood, none at all. In fact, she decided to record this bizarre video.
The Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship.
Sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catholic. Tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous, I stick my fingers under my arms and I simmer them like that. But that's gross.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Don't worry if you make a mistake, because Catholic people are very forgiving. Yeah, and also, one last thing I want to tell you, don't forget to say, superstar!
Do you find that funny? Some may co-opt a term of the left and just call it weird. Trump, on the other hand, showed up. He brought his best jokes with him.
I was shocked when I heard that Kamala was skipping the Al Smith dinner. I'd really hoped that she would come because we Can't get enough of hearing her beautiful laugh. She laughs like crazy. Instead of attending tonight, she's in Michigan receiving communion from Gretchen Whitmer. That's not a pretty sight. But unfortunately, Governor Walz isn't here himself, but don't worry, he'll say that he was. He's going to say he was. If Democrats really wanted to have someone not be with us this evening, they would have just sent Joe Biden. Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't it look glum? It looks glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president. White dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White dudes for Harris? Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me.
Now, maybe Democrats just weren't in the mood to laugh, with good reason. The joy is starting to turn into dread.
Critics who say the joy is gone, you respond.
Oh, I'm having a great time.
No, Trump is actually funny. But he's like one of those people that's like funny because it's him. You know what I'm saying? He's like funny because it's him. It's like for example, like we were talking about comedians the other day. Like Mike Epps, a lot of his jokes are not funny, but when he imitates people, it's funny. You know, so you have different types of comedy. You know, just in general. You know.
But Kamala says she's having a great time. Her tone at rallies tells a different story.
Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again have the privilege of standing behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
That does not sound like joy. No, it sounds like defeat. Trump, meanwhile, is in his best polling position in a decade. Look at this. At this point in 2016, Clinton was up 7 points. In 2020, Biden was up almost 9. And today, Harris is up just 1.4%. Wow. And for the first time, Trump is leading Harris in every single battleground state in the Real Clear Politics averages. And Republicans even have a 1-point lead in national voter registration. That is a massive reversal from the last 2 elections when Democrats had the lead. And Trump is even making gains in blue districts like Connecticut's 5th district. I could not believe this when I saw it. Look at this. It's a new Emerson poll. Kamala is leading Trump by just 1 point. But here's the thing. Biden won this district by 11 points in 2020. They have voted for Democrats for the last quarter century. Let that sink in. Just a 1-point difference. Democrats are already bracing for the worst.
What's going on, Scott?
Reuters reports that the Harris campaign is shifting strategy as anxiety rises over Trump gains. And 3 sources tell NBC that the White House and Harris campaign have been in frequent contact about how she plans to distance herself from Biden while maintaining her overall loyalty to him.
No, that's actually the other way around. And it's been like that for a minute. Biden don't fuck with Kamala. I've told y'all that years back because you've never really seen her. Biden don't fuck with her. He's annoyed by her. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Damn. Doing a slight marathon. I didn't even notice it. The time goes by fast. Y'all hit the support. Support the show via Cash App. Let's get into it. It's player talk.
And she's losing time. We've got 18 days. Biden is the ghost that keeps haunting the Harris campaign. and Democrats want him as far away as possible.
President Biden couldn't be here tonight. The DNC made sure of that. The Democrats have been telling us Trump's reelection is a threat to democracy. In fact, they were so concerned of this threat, they staged a coup, ousted their democratically elected incumbent, and installed Kamala Harris. In other words, all her dreams have come true.
So who isn't running away from Biden? Nancy Pelosi says she still has not spoken to him since he dropped out, and now she's not showing up to the White House.
She was not seen at the Italian-American celebration when she's been front and center in the past. Was she not invited?
I don't have anything to share with you on that.
Democrats are as divided, scared, and angry as ever. And Republicans are unified, confident, even joyful. Now, if you're a Democrat, you cannot help but feel anxious. Let's bring in Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Cruz, having worked in press and communications, you can tell a lot by what the headlines say. And the headlines out there suggest that the Harris campaign is ferociously leaking. People on the ground are leaking. They are talking outright to reporters about their fears. When I talk to Democrats, they say, we're just a party of bedwetters. This is normal. But this seems more than bedwetting. It seems like internal polling is running against Kamala. Your thoughts?
Well, look, I think the Democrats are panicking. I think there is a battle within the White House. I think Joe Biden and his loyalists resent Joe Biden being thrown overboard. Immediately following the Democrat convention, there was a burst of support for Kamala Harris, and it was a sugar high. And a lot of us said at the time, this sugar high is temporary. But I think the issue set strongly favors Donald Trump and strongly favors Republicans. If you look at Kamala Harris's train wreck of an interview with Bret Baier, I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah.
She can't talk about her record the last 4 years.
They're not going to let that go. Let's say if some of y'all are right and she wins, bro, because she's going to have to sit down with his ass again. They are going to get in her ass for the rest of her career with Bret Baier.
I think my favorite moment is when Brett asked her, said, look, you're campaigning on turning the page. You've been the vice president for 3.5 years. What are you turning the page from? And all she could do is essentially yell, I hate Donald Trump. And I think at the end of the day, hatred of Donald Trump is not a winning message. And when the Democrats have a disaster on the border, when they have a disaster on the economy, when foreign policy is a mess, when everything they've touched, they can't defend, I hate Donald Trump, I don't think gets them to victory.
Yeah, hate is not a strategy, nor is hope. But on the point of your race, you have a big race in the state of Texas. I was driving to pick up my daughter from school, and my dad calls me, and he says, Kaylee, you have to go watch this clip of Ted Cruz and his debate as he crushed a Democrat. And he said this should be the playbook for Republicans across the country. I want to play it.
He signed on to something called the Transgender Bill of Rights. Transgender Bill of Rights explicitly, and he co-sponsored it, mandated that boys compete against girls' sports. And just 2 weeks ago, Congressman Allred joined 100 radical Democrats in demanding that our military allow drag shows on military bases, pay for soldiers to have sex changes using taxpayer money, and pay for children to be sterilized and have sex changes on military bases. Again, that's extreme.
That's quite a record for your opponent, Colin Allred.
Look, Colin Allred is radical and extreme. His first 4 years in the House, he voted 100% with Nancy Pelosi. The first 2 years Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were in the White House, Colin Allred voted 100% with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Colin Allred is Kamala Harris. They both are terrible on the border. They voted in favor of open borders over and over again, and they're both desperately running away from it. Now, that being said, Kaylee, my race is a very serious fight. Chuck Schumer, who we just saw grimacing next to President Trump at the Al Smith dinner, Chuck Schumer's been explicit. I'm his number one target in the country. And he is flooding the state of Texas with over $100 million. Every TV ad you see, they are pounding me. And we've had a dozen polls in the last month that show this is a 1 point, a 2 point, or a 3 point race. And so I want to encourage your viewers, please come to tedcruz.org right now. Come to tedcruz.org. give 25, 50, $100 or even more. We are getting massively outspent. In the last 3 days, Colin Allred put an additional $2.7 million on TV. And the only way we can survive against that onslaught of cash is freedom-loving patriots going to tedcruz.org in Texas and all across the country and helping us tell the truth about my record and his radical record.
Well, no Democrat has won statewide in Texas since 1994, and this is not the year to change that statistic. Senator Ted Cruz, thank you. Well, Pennsylvania Dems are worried Kamala is blowing it. Now to a Fox News alert.
Damn.
Trump holding a rally in battleground Michigan. He's in Detroit. There was an issue with his microphone, so he spent the last 15 minutes or so on stage engaging with the crowd. But they got it all sorted out, so let's listen in.
Build it in America plan. Because when foreign leaders and CEOs call me up to complain about our tariffs, my answer will be very simple. Build it in America. Very simple. And to be specific, build it in Detroit, and we'll give you good electricity. Or build it in Dearborn or Lansing or Grand Rapids or Flint. The centerpiece of this plan will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. So we brought the rate down, and you saw this, from close to 40% to 21%. And you've already had that. Nobody thought it could be done. We got it down to 21. Now we're going to get it down to 15%, but only if they build it in America. Does that make sense? And for those who don't make their product in America, they will be forced to pay tariffs, and we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars toward our budget. We'll pay down our debt. We'll reduce your taxes still further. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And we will take in so much money, and we will take in so many jobs, and we will be bringing, for the first time in years and years and decades, companies will be coming to us, and they'll be coming back to Detroit, and they'll love it.
All right, so y'all see and hear what he's talking about. The poll. Well, Trump did this and Trump did that and Trump this and Trump that. He's literally telling you what the hell he's gonna do. Yeah, there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that, Dee Dee. All right, let's go.
Some say my defense of American jobs makes me a protectionist. And yes, I will protect what is ours. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. And I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. These pro-worker policies are among the many reasons, and it's not protectionist, it's pro-worker. It's really not protectionist. We've had people ripping our country for years, decades, destroying. You look outside, you see all the hulks, you see the empty buildings. For years and years, they've been ripping us off. Now it's time for us to get it back. We're going to get it all back. These pro-worker policies are among the many reasons why I've been overwhelmingly endorsed by the rank and file membership of the Teamsters, including 62% of the Teamster members. And there are a lot of them here today. Stand up, please. Teamsters, we love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kamala does not even pretend to have a plan to save Detroit because she knows her agenda will reduce your future to rubble. She's not going to. Her plan will drive every company, even small businesses, out of our country or out of business. It's a disaster. It is a disaster. Kamala's inflation has already cost a typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she's proposing to raise the typical family's taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. So watch these two videos. Let's see if they have some electricity going to them, please. And it would be nice if the television cameras could watch them also, because they don't do that.
President, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy, but the first thing she wants to do is
Putting that
allow
money
these
into
Trump
these
tax
commercials.
cuts.
So you've been listening to President Trump there in Detroit, Michigan. You heard him say that people call him a protectionist, but he wants to protect you, the American people, you, the American worker, explaining that quite clearly. But let's move now from Michigan, where you're watching President Trump, to Pennsylvania. We are 17 days from an election, and both Trump and Harris have their sights set on the battlegrounds. They're both in Michigan today, as you saw, and they have been laser focused on Pennsylvania, and for good reason. Trump is picking up major steam in the state. In fact, in Northampton County, a key region won by Joe Biden in 2020, lawmakers are saying there's a wait list for Trump signs.
Damn.
There's a great demand for at least our top of the ticket candidate, Donald Trump, that there's even locally here what is called Trump stores. So we have distributed everything we get. There's a waiting list for people to get Trump signs.
Now, things are looking a little more bleak for Kamala. Political reports that top Democrats in Pennsylvania are worried Vice President Kamala Harris's operation is being poorly run in the nation's biggest battleground state. Democrat leaders are pointing fingers at Kamala's Pennsylvania campaign manager, who they say has been AWOL. Where is she? What's more worrisome for the left is Pennsylvania Democrats who argue that Harris's team has not done enough to turn out voters of color. Latino leaders are grumbling too. Political reports, they're telling the Harris campaign that they aren't doing enough to engage Latino voters, and they feel men still aren't on board with Harris. Now, in the town of Cheryl, Pennsylvania, residents are struggling as factories close. And Haitian...
You got Cesar Martinez saying, I voted for Trump. I told you. I told you all the Latina sisters. And I told you all the white sisters, they are voting for Trump. Even the Latino men are voting for Trump. I'm telling y'all, man. You know, y'all gotta use your common sense. You know? That shit is crazy. All right.
Migrants continue to come into their community in huge numbers.
The Corning Glass closure, losing 300 jobs. Quality Pasta just lost 100.
Asian men are voting for Trump also. Asian men are voting for Trump.
Jobs too. That's a big strain on not only the people in town, but the families and the economy.
They're busing so many people around, just dropping them off, and I mean, our town is being overrun.
But you look at their vans, they drive around in them vans. Every one of them got a fender bender. So my insurance has gone up because of that. You know, my insurance went from $129 to $302.
A new Fox poll shows that around the country, 2/3 of voters are in support of...
Most of these people don't know who the hell she is, bro. She just popped up with Biden. And if you do know who she is, a lot of people won't vote for her. That's the crazy part. She's like the new idea for a lot of people. But if you know who Kamala is or was, she's not a new idea anymore. You know?
Of mass deportations, even nearly half of Democrats support them. That is unbelievable. Everyone knows Kamala could never, would never deliver on that. Things are getting so bad that even down ballot Democrats are distancing themselves from Kamala. They don't want to be around her. Senator Bob Casey, who's in a big race, was a no-show.
I didn't think that Fox interview would have done all of this, though. And that's kind of what they're getting at this point. I mean, the Democratic Party is full of a lot of, but let's be honest, they're full of a lot of fake people too. They're full of endless fake people. So the fact that they're being the fact that they're being fake with each other, that's you know.
Show at Kamala's Pennsylvania rally this week. And now the senator has even been caught running this pro-Trump ad. He definitely approves, and he's a Democrat. But what Casey doesn't realize is that the problem isn't just how unpopular Kamala is, it's Democrats' radical policies that are turning voters away.
We are a country of immigrants. We're also a country of laws. And under Biden, Harris, and Casey, I mean, this is another career politician, election year epiphany from Punxsutawney Bob, who comes up every 6 months before every election. 116,000 people died last year from fentanyl on your watch, right? On your watch. That's 2 Vietnams, 8 years of war in Vietnam, 58,000. So the failure and those weakness, that the fact that you and Biden and Harris aren't standing up and taking accountability is a true disgrace.
Dave McCormick, who you just saw there, is a candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania. He joins me now. He's the Republican nominee. Dave, I just about dropped my phone this morning when I saw that your opponent, Bob Casey, a Democrat, puts out an ad that says Casey supports Trump's trade order. Tammy Baldwin, also in Wisconsin, is touting Trump's policies. I thought he was such a dictator, but yet these Democrats have him in ads. But I'm curious to know from you, what is the internal polling showing for the Democrat to not go to Kamala's rally, but put out a Trump ad?
Well, listen, what's happening here is I think Democrats are recognizing
they got to regroup. You know, they got to train. They got to train Kamala. They got to retrain Kamala. You know, they got to retrain Kamala. That Fox thing really put a foot in her ass. Shit, I didn't even think Democrats watched Fox like that because they're so afraid of racism. But like I said, low key, they're the racist ones, y'all.
Ms. Harris, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes for you.
Mrs. Harris, how many people do you believe have crossed the borders? Miss Harris. Kamala, please. Mrs. Vice President, it's a simple question.
I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
I apologize. All right, well, I'm just going to say it. She destroyed him. Oh, my gosh. Right? Oh, golly, he's so embarrassed. I bet those Republicans are regretting that one. Kamala.
That shit is funny. It's the yelling for me, anti. She said, I don't think you're going to be ready for this one. It's the yelling. Hold on.
Me, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes for you.
Mrs. Harris, how many people do you believe have crossed the borders? Miss Harris. Kamala, please. Mrs. Vice President, it's a simple question.
I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
I apologize. All right, well, I'm just going to say it. She destroyed him. Oh my gosh. Right? Oh golly, he's so embarrassed. I bet those Republicans are regretting that one. Kamala. Become
Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, y'all support the show. We about to get him out of here. Oh, shit.
And that at least in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden would have been a better candidate than Kamala Harris. He was Scranton Joe. He had these relationships with the unions and key Democrats. Kamala Harris is a San Francisco liberal that is completely out of touch with Pennsylvania. Ban fracking, defund the police, mandatory buybacks of guns. The list goes on, in her own words. And President Trump is gaining real momentum here in our polling. He's in the lead and gaining. And in our polling, I'm tied and gaining. And that's because people are recognizing that this is a race between strength and weakness and common sense policies in this radical liberal agenda that career politician, weak Bob Casey has supported every step of the way. And that's why we're going to win in Pennsylvania, because that choice is becoming more and more clear.
So you're tied and gaining in your polling. And Bob Casey, if he were here, I know he would tell our viewers, look, I'm a Kamala Harris supporter. I just agree with Trump on one policy. Putting that aside, I went on pa.gov today. I pulled out the Excel spreadsheet they have of ballot tracking. And I didn't quite know what to make of this. They say that Democrats have returned their ballots. 63% of ballots returned have been Democrats. And Republican share is only 26.8%. Now, we know Democrats tend to vote early. Republicans tend to vote on Election Day. But what do you make of those numbers? Should they be higher for Republicans?
Well, two things are happening. First of all, the voter registration in Pennsylvania has moved to Republicans in huge ways. We have 700,000. We've closed the gap by 700,000 between Democrats and Republicans. It was 1 million more registered Democrats when Trump won in 2016. So that's going great guns. And on mail-in ballot, the gap has closed dramatically. All signs are that people are seeking change. And this is an election about change, and I'm a change candidate against Bob Casey, who's the status quo. And all the numbers support that. I think that's why you're seeing this frantic, panicky behavior on the part of Senator Casey. President Trump told me the other day he couldn't recognize Senator Casey if he was in a lineup. And that's because it's all manufactured. And I think this shows panic. Bob Casey said the other day on CNN that he couldn't think of a single thing he disagreed with Kamala Harris on. And that's the problem. That radical liberal agenda, he'll be a 100% rubber stamp vote that's taking our country in the wrong direction. And in my case, I'm a 7th generation Pennsylvanian, a combat vet, a West Point graduate, a business guy, a political outsider. That's what Pennsylvanians are looking for right now is change.
Yeah, so Casey can't name how he's different than Kamala, and Kamala can't name how she's different than Biden. See that through line? Dave McCormick, you're a great candidate. Great to speak with you.
Dave, thanks.
All right, well, most presidents become lame ducks the day after November's presidential election. But Joe Biden, who was callously pushed aside by his party, has officially become a lame duck before lame duck season.
Yeah.
Sulking in irrelevance, Biden decided to book a trip across the Atlantic to Germany, where he received the royal treatment. In fact, he got an award. He was given their most prestigious award, the Grand Cross of the Order of Merit. But like any Biden trip abroad, there's always a little confusion. He botched another photo op, looking lost with our allies. But to Kamala, this is just Biden in peak form. But Joe's main goal of the trip was to reaffirm support for Ukraine. Jackie Heinrich has the latest on those efforts. Jackie.
Kaylee, President Biden crossed the Atlantic for a visit that lasted less than 24 hours and included no major announcement.
I guess they gave Biden a participation trophy, y'all. Biden ended up getting a participation trophy. Get one of the biggest participation trophies. All right. Shout out to Sleepy Joe.
Pennsylvania, Joe Biden would have been a better candidate than Kamala Harris. He was Scranton Joe. He had these relationships with the unions and key Democrats. Kamala Harris is a San Francisco liberal that is completely out of touch with Pennsylvania. Ban fracking, defund the police, mandatory buybacks of guns. The list goes on, in her own words. And President Trump is gaining real momentum here in our polling. He's in the lead and gaining. And in our polling, I'm tied and gaining. And that's because people are recognizing that this is a race between strength and weakness and common sense policies in this radical liberal agenda that career politician, weak Bob Casey has supported every step of the way. And that's why we're going to win in Pennsylvania, because that choice is becoming more and more clear.
So you're tied and gaining in your polling. And Bob Casey, if he were here, I know he would tell our viewers, look, I'm a Kamala Harris supporter. I just agree with Trump on one policy. Putting that aside, I went on PA.gov today. I pulled out the Excel spreadsheet they have of ballot tracking. And I didn't quite know what to make of this. They say that Democrats have returned their ballots. 63% of ballots returned than Democrats. And Republican share is only 26.8%. Now, we know Democrats tend to vote early. Republicans tend to vote on Election Day. But what do you make of those numbers? Should they be higher for Republicans?
Well, two things are happening. First of all, the voter registration in Pennsylvania has moved to Republicans in huge ways. We have 700,000. We've closed the gap by 700,000 between Democrats and Republicans. It was 1 million more registered Democrats when Trump won in 2016. So that's going great guns. And on mail-in ballot, the gap has closed dramatically. All signs are that people are seeking change. And this is an election about change, and I'm a change candidate against Bob Casey, who's the status quo. And all the numbers support that. I think that's why you're seeing this frantic, panicky behavior on the part of Senator Casey. President Trump told me the other day he couldn't recognize Senator Casey if he was in a lineup. And that's because it's all manufactured. And I think this shows panic. Bob Casey said the other day on CNN that he couldn't think of a single thing he disagreed with Kamala Harris on. And that's the problem. That radical liberal agenda, he'll be a 100% rubber stamp vote that's taking our country in the wrong direction. And in my case, I'm a 7th generation Pennsylvanian, a combat vet, a West Point graduate, a business guy, a political outsider. That's what Pennsylvanians are looking for right now is change.
Yeah, so Casey can't name how he's different than Kamala, and Kamala can't name how she's different than Biden. See that through line? Dave McCormick, you're a great candidate. Great to speak with you.
Dave, thanks.
All right, well, most presidents become lame ducks the day after November's presidential election. But Joe Biden, who was callously pushed aside by his party, has officially become a lame duck before lame duck season. Sulking in irrelevance, Biden decided to book a trip across the Atlantic to Germany, where he received the royal treatment. In fact, he got an award. He was given their most prestigious award, the Grand Cross of the Order of Merit. But like any Biden trip abroad, there's always a little confusion. He botched another photo op, looking lost with our allies. But to Kamala, this is just Biden in peak form. But Joe's main goal of the trip was to reaffirm support for Ukraine. Jackie Heinrich has the latest on those efforts. Jackie.
Kaylee, President Biden crossed the Atlantic for a visit that lasted less than 24 hours and included no major announcements, even as he pressed European allies to continue supporting Ukraine's defense. With a dark winter ahead, North Korea now joining Iran in supporting Russia's fight against Ukraine, and a new U.S. president on the horizon. Biden has still not greenlit Zelensky's #1 request, the ability to strike military targets deep inside Russia with U.S.-made long-range missiles.
There's never I never changed my mind. Right now, there's no consensus for long-range weapons.
What would have to happen for you to change your mind on that?
Even though Biden and VP Harris have tried to cast Democrats as Ukraine's saviors and Republicans as isolationists, to the concern of European allies, the Republican ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Roger Wicker, says Biden has gone silent on several recommendations that he made to more aggressively support Ukraine, writing in a new letter, quote, "I am frustrated and mystified that your administration has accomplished so little in the last 3 months regarding the war in Ukraine. You seem poised to leave the next president government a weak hand. He goes on to say any restrictions on U.S. weapons should be placed on the types of targets they can hit, not the distance from a border that Russia doesn't even recognize. But Biden evidently spent much of his day talking about the news that broke on his ride over here, Israel eliminating the Hamas leader.
Sinwar was the main obstacle to getting a ceasefire done. His death does provide a unique opportunity here to try to take advantage of where we are with Hamas, where Israel is with Hamas, and see if we can't get a ceasefire in place.
The news renews hope that at least one conflict that's to be resolved by the time his term is up. Kaylee.
One conflict of several on Biden's watch. Well, while Democrats try to distract voters with hyperbolic rhetoric and endless gaslighting, one Michigan voter cut through the noise and explained exactly why she is voting for Donald Trump.
The campaign that the Democrats ran was that Donald Trump hates us. I felt safe, though, in the country when Trump was in office. I don't feel safe right now with Kamala in office. So, I mean, that to me speaks more.
She felt safe. I mean, she has a point. With Trump, we had no new wars. With Trump, ISIS was on the verge of extinction. And with Trump, Iran, Russia, China were on notice. Biden and Harris have chosen instead to spend their time dictating orders to one of our greatest allies, Israel.
I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. We have the basis for a ceasefire. They should move on it, and they should move on it now.
It's time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you.
They go into Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem.
Any major military operation in Rafah would be a huge mistake. Let me tell you something. I have studied the maps.
That was Biden and Harris threatening our ally. Now, where did the IDF find and eliminate the leader of Hamas? Rafah, where Biden and Harris told them not to go. If Biden and Harris had had their way, that terrorist, the head of Hamas, might still be alive. But instead of staying put and laying down their arms, Israel killed terrorists, helping all of the Western world. And even after Israel toppled Hamas's leadership, Biden is still telling them to take the off-ramp.
I told the Prime Minister of Israel yesterday, let's also make this moment an opportunity to seek a path to peace.
While Biden and Harris have tried to handcuff Israel, President Trump worked strategically to promote peace through strength. He ripped up the Iran nuclear deal, negotiated 4 historic Middle East peace deals, and put Tehran on notice by taking out Soleimani. President Trump acted. Iran noticed. America will reassert its dominance in the region in a second Trump administration once he gets back in office. But if Kamala wins in November, the world will be a much more dangerous place. General Keith Kellogg, a former colleague of mine, is a former national security advisor to President Trump. He joins me now. General Kellogg, I love speaking with you. You and I saw Trump in action, his leadership, his decision-making. And I want you to tell me, having seen him in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, on the phone with foreign leaders, how is he different than Kamala Harris?
Yeah, Kaylee, thanks for having me. Yeah, we sat side by side. You know, Napoleon, the great, French general, said that the personality of the leader is indispensable because through it, you see the will of an individual. And even Peter Rodman, who wrote a great book on presidential command, said that when presidents disengage, they tend to lose control. Trump never lost control. He was always in control. And look, we're talking about right now Israel, when killing of Sinwar. You know, when you go back and just look at the personalities involved, President Trump today said he already talked to Netanyahu. President Biden talked to Netanyahu twice in the last 50 days. Kamala Harris hasn't. In fact, she basically stiffed him when he came back here and talked to a joint session of Congress. She wasn't even there. That shows what they think of Netanyahu. This is a leader who is fighting an existential fight for his country, fighting in multiple directions against Hamas, against Hezbollah, against the Houthis, against Iran, and they give him lip service. Trump would never do that. You know, I go back to a couple of things that actually happened when we were in the White House. And I remember when we were trying to work the Afghanistan deal, and he went back and he said, we don't have anybody to talk to. So he went to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, who he'd known for years. And Mullah Omar Baradar was actually in a Pakistani jail. So he picked up the phone and called Khan. He picked up the phone and called Tamim al-Tamim, the leader of Qatar, and he said, look, you need to help me get this guy out. So they got him out of jail. They put him in Doha, and we had a chance to negotiate with him. And then what did Trump do? He starts talking to the Taliban leadership to try to work a deal. Oh, by the way, after he talked to Baradar, we didn't lose a single American in over a year during that conflict. And that was the kind of way he operated. And I'll talk to him on a personal level. One of the worst days I ever had in the White House is when he was coming down from the residence, and I was standing with two others from the national security team, and he walked in, and I happened to be the first in line, and he said, hey, did this foreign leader, did he call me last night? And it was one of those, uh-oh. And we said, yeah. And he said, and he basically said, in only Trump fashion, hey, you need to tell me immediately when a senior foreign leader calls so I can return that call. Wow. He was always engaged. He would always talk to foreign leaders. I don't care if they were adversaries. I don't care if they were friends, because he believed in engagement, personal engagement. That's what this administration has not done. Biden hasn't done it. He hasn't talked to Putin in 2 years. Harris not only hasn't done it, I don't think he can, but Trump does it all the time. And that's the mark of a leader, and that's what this nation leads, is an engaged leader. And when you saw it and I saw it, that's how Trump operated.
Trump answered the 3 a.m. phone call, and I shudder in fear to think what the world would look like in a Kamala Harris administration. Thank you for your insights.
Yeah, we are entering a new world order. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Donnie Boy, he engaged. And a lot of people are like, well, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that, the way America's being ran and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, the world is a business. America is being ran like a damn business. America is being ran like a damn business. So I don't know, and most people, I'm gonna tell you the truth. That's why they have the stat that most people will fail in business, or when they try to start their business. Most people won't be able to start their businesses because you have to have the personality to start a business. If you don't have the personality or the wherewithal to start a business or keep a business running, you're either going to have to go out of business, or you're going to have to hire somebody to do that for you that has that personality. You understand what I'm saying? Miss Yum, yeah, America is a corporation. You know what comes before the word corporation? Business. A business corporation. Okay? All right? And let me tell y'all something, because America lies to all of y'all. I'm in the most bombed country per capita. You want to know who bombed this country the most per capita? Take a wild guess. America. Okay? No, actually, as an American, I felt more safe under Trump. The only thing that y'all can point to is that rusty ass pandemic. So Guido and everybody here, I want y'all to see all the new stupid people that's coming in asking the same dumb questions that we've answered before. This is how uninformed, like, people act like they don't have a phone. This is how uninformed people are. Y'all know I gave y'all a whole lecture about racism earlier. And look at Kiki. You see an amp up in racism, and what amp up in racism? And you said blacks. You're not black, Kiki? With a name like that, I thought you would be black. You're not black? Kiki? How come you no black? Why you no black, Kiki? Why you no black, eh? And then y'all talking points be outdated. The black people are supposed to be still scared of racism, y'all. Dumb as shit. Alright. Well, listen, y'all. We will be back on the next installment of Player Talk Radio. Definitely can't, whatever, man. Get that I'm human bullshit. Get the hell out of here. Shut up. Y'all always try that bullshit, that liberal shit. I'm human. Some of y'all don't get to say that. Yo, you don't have the personality. I don't know you enough to accept that weak ass answer, bro. Alright. I'm only human after all, head ass. Get out of here. I ain't no regular streamer, bro. You can't pull that shit on me. You said this is bigger than America. At least Trump is more resilient to unfavorable policies. At least he's handling business. We don't need no more experimental years. Respectfully. We don't need no more experimental years, man. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Absolutely, J-Bo.